Camera, camera. There we go.
There you
Hello,
go.
everyone. Welcome to the MTG at Home Pioneer Invitational Season 8. Oh, this is gonna be a good one.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I am hyped for this. This is gonna be great. So, we have 8 players joining us after they went through rigorous amounts of battles and all these different matches over the last 7 weeks to get to this very stage to see who can be crowned the Pioneer Invitational Season 8 champion of the MTG at Home Discord server. So, let's take a look at who we got. Reminders. We're switching over to a double elimination bracket for this time around. If you watched Popper yesterday, you saw the first time ever double elimination. So, if you don't know how double elimination works, very straightforward. The bracket is available on the screen in front of you. You can see all the players starting in the upper round 1, seeded 1 through 8, 1v8, 2 through 7, 3 through 6, or 3 versus 6, and 4 versus 5. The losers of each round drop to the lower bracket, and you go through as follows. First person, if you get knocked out twice or you lose 2 matches, you're knocked out of the tournament altogether. And the idea is to make it and not lose 2 matches. When we get to the grand finals, the winner of the lower bracket will face off the one player who's run through the entirety of the upper bracket, and they will have to beat the upper bracket player twice, where the upper bracket player only has to win once. Easy peasy. Alex, do you understand what we're doing?
Pretty much. I just got the message random seeding. So let's
Yes. Seeding is randomized based on the leaderboard structure. It's still seeded 1 through 8. No worries. The structure stays the same regardless. So let's take a look at who we have real quick and what decks they'll be on, looking through 1 through 8. First off, we have David L. Yuki on Mono Green Walkers versus Crank It Man on Jeskai Super Friends. Then in table 2, we have Ori on Mono Green Walkers as well versus Civilian on Blue Black Control. Table 3, Wentworth on Sultai Midrange versus Shed Montgomery on Blue White Control. Number 4 for this table, the Immortal Sun, our wonderful Dinos players, not on Dinos this time around. He's on Mono Black Aggro against Black on Esper Control.
Slightly disappointed in that, but I still like Mono Black as a deck. So like he's still on a deck that I like, but yeah, it's not Dinos.
Mono Black is definitely a wonderful deck that's been through literally everything in Pioneer. It's stayed mostly the same. The biggest difference from Mono Black is the loss of what it was, a Smuggler's Copter, and not playing Night Market Lookout. That's it.
I mean, it's like the creatures in it. The deck just doesn't stay dead. It doesn't matter what happens to it. It'll just come back.
Yeah, it is the most resilient deck in the format. Now, the match that we will be watching for the first round was decided by you guys, the viewers, thanks to our poll over on Reddit. We did the same thing yesterday for Popper, and the match that you guys decided and voted on to watch that you deemed the most interesting or most, watch-worthy matchup is Wentworth on Sultai Mid versus Shed Montgomery on Blue White Control. So let's go ahead and take a look at the first deck list, which is going to be Sultai Mid-Range. Now, I had been calling this deck Sultai Delirium a lot, but there's one thing that we need to be noting. It's not Delirium. We're not running Delirium stuff. We're not running any Traverse the Uvenwald. This is as mid-range as it gets. But Alex, at the heart of this deck, it is an Uro deck. What do you see with this deck? What pops out to you? What's interesting, and what are you most excited about?
A card for this matchup that really stands out for me is Hydroid Graces, which is a card we don't always see in this. It's definitely the card that gets omitted when you go into the Delirium shell, right? Where it has to make room for cards like Ishkana or Ishkana. But the great thing about Hydroid Graces is the cast trigger it has, which is going to be super relevant to this matchup because, as we'll see with the blue-white deck in a moment, it doesn't run cards like Summary Dismissal or anything. So it's always going to be like, there's not even any type of stifle effect. So the card draw is guaranteed, and then the body still has to be dealt with. So Hydroid Grace is very simply going to be 2 for 1, 3 for 1, 4 for 1, depending on how late we go into the game, which is going to be a very good way to bury a blue-white deck that's going to try and do the same thing.
Yeah, and one thing that pops out to me, the biggest difference between this type of shell versus the Delirium idea is you don't have as many of those random one-ofs and kind of toolboxy feel in the creature slots. You see a pretty nice even amount of numbers here. You have 3 Krasis, 3 Jace, 4 Satyr Wayfinders, 2 Riders, 2 Tyros Trackers, 4 Uro, of course, 4 Uro, and 2 Questing Beast. You're not in that one of Ishkana. You're not in that one of like other things just to kind of toolbox and go find. So that makes the deck a bit more linear and straightforward, and it fits better with that mid-range strategy. And I like the deck a lot. I think it looks really great. Is there anything in the sideboard that you see coming up into play for this coming matchup that you're going to definitely see be a big difference?
Very quick note on the main decks though is that because you don't have a lot of one-offs, you see also like more copies of cards that would normally be one-offs. So like Murderous Rider was sort of your Hero's Downfall to tutor up. Now with 2 off because you're actually going to have to draw it. Now in the sideboard, obviously Mystical Dispute, that's kind of a given. Tireless Tracker, best 4-drop ever printed, is probably going to come in against Blue-White Control too. And Liliana, Waker of the Dead, is also an interesting one. Causing both players to discard is probably still going to work out in favor of the Sultai deck, that actually cares about having cards in his graveyard. But a Blue-White deck just really doesn't have any use for cards being in the yard. The Sultai deck doesn't mind that much, so that's definitely going to be a big upside. And that ultimate is just lights out.
Oh yeah, and that's just going to be a huge, huge threat. Now, speaking of huge threats, how are you feeling on Elder Gargaroth? Now, typically Elder Gargaroth is the epitome of like you bring it in against an aggro matchup, but I have seen players bring it in against control if they want the extra threat. Do you deem Questing Beast and Uro as enough threats in the main to just warrant not bringing in Elder Gargaroth?
No, I don't think I would want Gargaroth, mostly because of the Hydroid Krasis stuff. There's not that many cards I would be interested in cutting. Because even those cards like Satyr Wayfinder or something could be like, you could imagine shaving like 1 or 2 because it's not a very impactful card. Those cards tend to mean that your deck has a lower land count. So you actually need cards like Satyr Wayfinder, Grizzly Salvage to make your land drops too. So they're not cards that you easily trim. Like if you look at this deck, you're probably trimming like your Fatal Pushes. So that's 4 slots. But I'm already seeing like Liliana, 3 Mystical Dispute, and a Tireless Tracker being 5 cards you want to bring in. And Soul Guide Lantern is actually a really interesting card to bring in, considering what type of blue-white deck we're looking at. So it might be a good idea to now switch over to the blue-white list, so we can see the interesting part here, and why Soul Guide Lantern would actually be good in this matchup.
Yeah, I am a big fan of this blue-white control being piloted by Shed. This just takes you back. Look at this classic list. Alex, what's popping out?
It's the old school, like, hate your life blue-white list that just doesn't even try to win. It has Elixir of Immortality and Sphinx's Revelation, and this is just a card. Funnily enough, we see the Sphinx's Revelation art from Magic Gathering Arena, obviously not available in paper, but this deck, all it does is just, I mean, it can sort of win with Teferi, but really even then, it technically doesn't win, it just waits for your opponent to lose. You just draw cards, gain life, draw cards, gain life, and every time that Elixir of Immortality is going to shuffle your entire graveyard, including itself, back into your deck. So you will never deck, and your opponent will just eventually run out of cards to play. It's a typical deck where at one point you just decide to scoop. It never really wins, its opponent will just scoop, because they see it coming.
Yeah. Before we get to this beautiful singleton-looking sideboard, I want to touch on something that's notably absent. 2 cards that are notably absent from a blue-white control. 3 Fairy and Narset. What are your opinions on that?
This deck is much more a traditional draw-go control deck. That makes it the Fairy actually a slightly surprising include. It's not too strange. And I mean, Shark Typhoon means this deck does actually have a way to win with the beatdown, though it often will not resort to that. It's probably blocking a lot with the Shark just to stay alive. And it just wants to be draw-go. And you don't want to tap out on turn 3 if you don't have to, because you want to like hold up a counterspell.
Yeah.
By the way, I was wrong in saying, look at the Assaulters, there is actually 1 copy of Summary Dismissal, which is going to be able to both exile the Krasis and get its trigger off the stack. And because of Elixir of Immortality, that is actually castable more than once per game, which might come in to be fairly relevant depending on how long this matchup runs.
Speaking of relevant cards in the sideboard, what else do you see that's going to come in against this Sultai mid-range deck? There's a lot of one-ups to choose from here.
There's a lot to bring in. So there's the potential for Soul Guide Lantern, which I'm not sure if you're going to find a room for that. Your opponent plays Mystical Dispute, so yours are coming in too. It's always fairly simple. Ether Gust is going to be a pretty good card in this matchup too. Dovin's Veto, depending on how many non-creatures you're going to see in game 1, but it is a fairly creature-heavy deck. Yeah, Search for Ascanta can be good. Elspeth can be good as a recursive card. Though again, I would expect the Soul Guide Lanterns to come in from the Sultai deck to try and stop this Sphinx's Revelation loop, while still being a card that cycles, which is actually going to be able to snipe your Elspeth relatively easily, so I'm not sure if that would come in.
Yeah. It definitely seems like the way this sideboard is looking, there's a decent amount of cards that are, if not shoo-ins to bring in, there's a few that you're like, maybe. So
yeah,
is this almost an issue of like, an assortment of too many riches to where it could actually hinder your sideboard plan and you end up sideboarding incorrectly because you have too many cards that could be good in this matchup?
Well, you can bait yourself sideboarding. So this is just going to be a lot of experience. If you hand this to an unexperienced player, they will most likely sideboard incorrectly. Because there's a case to be made for 70 cards, right? It's not like the Sultai deck that's like, yeah, I'm going to cut my Fatal Pushes because I'm playing against blue-white control. The sideboarding is a lot less straightforward going into this matchup. So there's definitely mistakes to be made here, or definitely debates to be had with Twitch chat about what type of sideboarding is going to go on.
Oh, yeah.
I love the Void Shatter too, by the way. The Void Shatter
is fantastic.
Really good in this matchup. The Mystical Dispute's going to be ruled in. There's a lot of stuff you want to counter in Exile, especially Uro. And it's just, whenever your opponent is playing Mystical Dispute in their deck, it might create this false sense of security, where you're like, oh yeah, I've got this 1 blue up, so I can resolve this threat with the idea of countering their counterspell. But Void Shatter just says no to that because of the Devoid, which means it is actually not a blue card. It is considered a colorless card. So your opponent is going to have to pay that 3 to get the Mystical Dispute in.
Oh yeah. And then the fact that you just exile their Uro is just beautiful.
Exactly.
Now, I do want to say, this comes from me being a big combo player in Pioneer, with like things like Kethis and even a little bit of Lotus Breach and stuff like that. The way that the sideboarding works for this, and then you can even consider this like the same thing with like Dreadful Stretch back in the day. This feels like an engine type of cutting sideboard idea, right? Where I don't see a lot of, like you were saying with Delirium or Sultai Midrange, where you just say, okay, 4 Fatal Push is bad, take them out. I don't see that here. I see a lot of like you trim 1 of here, 1 of there to kind of like keep everything else pretty much intact, and then you kind of pick apart your deck rather than just say this card's bad, into the bin you go.
Because this deck has the Fairy and Shark Typhoon as ways to, and technically the Castle as actual ways to go ahead and win the game, if we see in game 2 that the Sultai player is actually going to go after that Sphinx, that Elixir of Immortality plan with the Soul Guide Lantern, this deck does actually have ways to win, where it might even stray away from trying to win with the Elixir of Immortality. And that's going to be an interesting thing to see going from game 2 into game 3, and we might see some additional sideboarding there.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a very fun matchup. These are 2 decks that are pretty well pitted against each other. So
hard to play.
Before we head off to the battlefield, yeah, they are incredibly hard to play. That's actually worth noting. This is a pilot's game. Any predictions before we go down and see the action?
I am going to give it to the Sultai Delirium player, just because they do have a lot of haymakers to throw, and Hydroid Krasis is going to be very big in this matchup. Cards like Jace are notoriously hard to deal with if you're on the play. Just put a turn 2 Jace, the only answer they have is Declaration in Stone, and that might just not be fast enough.
I'm in agreement with you for a slightly different reason. I'm actually going to give it to Sultai, simply because this deck and the way that they've built Azorius Auras,
Control.
Wow, I'm reading the wrong card. My apologies. Blue-white control. This is incredibly difficult to sideboard and incredibly difficult to pilot because of the way it's built. And the pilot, being Shed in this case, needs to be 100% on their game. And if they have any slip-ups, and not just in gameplay and their decision making, but just the sideboard game plan alone, that's going to change the game, and that can cause them to lose this match. And that's a lot to ride on, and to do that for potentially 5 rounds straight, that's a hard ask. So I'm gonna
Yes.
give this one to Sultai. But speaking of possibly having a winner, let's go find out which one it'll be. So let's go check out the battlefield and see what's gonna go happen. Now, of course, we always have to start off. Who's got the best play mat? Oh, that beautiful Seb McKinnon mat over there from Shed. I'm a little biased, a little bit
I
biased.
love the Wentworth. I've never seen that playmat before, and I love it. I think it's like supposed to be sort of like a dragon, but also a tree.
It looks
I,
like
I
Bolus.
yeah, I initially thought it was a Bolos map, but then I noticed like trees, and it's like no, there's no things alive when Bolos is near. So it's definitely another dragon, but it looks amazing. I could like hang that up in my living room. But the Seb art is, I
Ugin
mean,
definitely
everybody loves
changed
Seb.
him. Yeah, Seb McKinnon's fantastic. I'm disappointed that we didn't get actual art in the set. But looks like we're starting out with Shed on a Hollow Fountain tapped, and then we see Thoughtseize from Wentworth right off the bat. So we're taking a look at a Void
Oh,
Shatter,
and we see a
Teferi, and a lot of
very
lands.
slow hand. By the blue-white player. This is a very scary keep in the Thoughtseize matchup. I can imagine you
Yeah,
take the Void Shatter and you're just like, yeah, I'm just gonna deal with that Teferi when we get there, right?
yeah, I
I
agree.
gotta hold up a Murderous Rider, doesn't matter. I'm just gonna like stick a Questing Beast early, and your Teferi's never gonna be safe. And we
Yep.
see that happening, so presumably passing the turn back over after losing the 2 life.
Do we see a turn 2 play? Nope.
Nope. I mean, granted, there aren't many, so I'd be
No.
very surprised if Shed actually tapped out for a card.
We're seeing a tap land come in for Sultai over there, so we'll see a cycle on end step with the irrigated
I'm not sure how
farmlands.
many of the lands we noticed early were cycle lands. I didn't pay attention to that, but I should have. If there was like 2 or 3 cycle lands in there, the hand is effectively more spells than you'd think. At least in like more things to do. So the Thoughtseize is going to be a lot less valuable if your opponent draws like 3 or 4 cards by the time you actually do something. But we see very
Liliana.
scary card for this matchup too. And all
I
very
love
hard to deal
this
with if she
card.
resolves, and it seems like she does.
Yep. See the
Yes.
dice come down.
I mean, nice when your creatures get counter, but also just like ticking up to that ultimate is gonna potentially force a Teferi to come down and just minus just to stall out.
And we're going to see a pretty common theme with Shed just playing land and passing. This is what this deck
Oh yes,
does, and
this
being very
is the
reactive.
epitome of draw go control.
Yeah.
Ticking up Liliana. Not sure if there was another play coming here. Not seems there was. So a very slow start by Went too, which I would say tends to favor the blue-white player.
So we saw an accidental reveal of the Hour of Revelation in hand when they were trying to play that Teferi. So now we know they have an Hour Revelation in hand.
Yes.
Hopefully Wentworth did not catch that for Shed's.
But we see, yeah, so the
Thing.
Teferi is going to come down, has to down tick the Liliana, is going to have to deal with that problem, gets Murderous Ridered. But still, we are, both players, 5 or 6 turn has gone. Shed's still at 20 life.
Yeah, this is a
And
pretty good position for Shed.
Murderous Rider being played and just nothing else. Here's a 3 mana 2/3.
Waiting to see any kind of like Sphinx's Rev or anything like that from Shed. That's going to help out a lot. One thing worth noting, as we see a Seder Wayfinder come down from Wentworth, no dig through times for Shed, which I found to be a little interesting.
No, not with the. You don't want to exile your own graveyard because of the
Oh, the Elixir of Mortality. Yeah,
Elixir of Immortality plan, so you just stick with the Sphinx's Rev.
true. True.
Also, no cards like Gearhulk to flash it back, so you don't care that it's an X spell that does nothing when it's brought back because you're not gonna.
Fair enough. And are we seeing anything else from Wentworth before passing turn? Probably gonna swing in, I guess, with the
It's gonna have to
rider,
swing.
and they do.
Yeah. Very nice thing about when you're playing blue-white control and you're still in this 2-color shell that it's gonna
And cycling for a
cycling
shark.
a Shark Typhoon.
The energy
Just-
counter for that's great.
Oh, immediately getting pushed, so 6 mana draw
Yeah.
card. And
Value
this
push.
is fine. This is fine
for
for
game one.
Wentworth, right? He doesn't care. Like
Yeah.
this was gonna have no targets, so bar
Oh
like
yeah.
1/1 tokens from the castle. But
Well, if you're at a point where your opponent just keeps getting the tokens out, it's a feels bad anyway. And elixir comes down. It looks like.
oh, I just didn't notice that the dice tray was like elevated, so I was like, he very like smoothly just slid it under, which is still a thing to keep in mind. That the elixir of immortality is now harder to see because of the dice tray, which might
Yeah.
be something worth noting.
Another Thoughtseize coming in for Wentworth. We see that Hour of Revolution. Will they pitch out? Is that a shark? Sorry, I didn't catch it.
Yeah, I didn't catch it either.
Sphinx's Rev is what they got
Yeah.
with Thoughtseize. And I saw the Hour Revelation. I didn't see what the third card was. It looked blue to me, so I think another shark. Think.
Think so too.
But this is certainly a very slow start for both players.
Yeah, not much happening, which again definitely favors the blue-white player.
Oh yeah.
The less happens, the better. The elixir of immortality going to be cracked here, gaining Shed Montgomery 5 life and shuffling the graveyard back in the deck. I mean, the graveyard was actually already pretty stacked with some good spells, so shuffling it in nice and early.
Thanks to Thoughtseize.
Chat thought it was Epic in chat thinking it was Supreme Verdict. Well, whatever was discarded, it's back in the deck now. In that way, the graveyard and what's being in the graveyard obviously giving information, but not being like Supreme Verdict being cast here. I believe just to deal with the Wayfinder and the Murder's Rider. Another Wayfinder being played, making sure to make your land up. That's hitting an Uro on the mill, which is now a threat that's going to be able to come in and just be played over and over. Obviously, the Void Shatter, a very good card to be able to put a stop to that. And we see immediately the Uro being played. Does Shed have an answer?
Uro's a big boy. One of the best cards in the
He
format.
is a big boy. See what's happening with it. Seems to be gaining the life, drawing the card, making a land drop. It's always scary, right, when your opponent draws like their fourth card in hand and they don't make a land drop, and you're like, uh-oh.
It's Aether. Oh, that's a shark.
No, that's the shark. We're not playing standard Brett. We're not main decking Aethergust.
Yeah, very true. That was the healthiest standard ever, right?
Oh, it was perfect. Main deck Noxious Grasp, main deck Aethergust.
Oh, there's those beautiful promo ops.
I love it. I own 8.
You want to send 4 over my way?
Do you want the German or the English ones?
German, 100%. All right, we got a big boy Teferi coming down. Is there going to be another Swift End? Well, obviously next turn because Wentworth is down to 1 untapped land, but see how long this Teferi lasts.
I mean, it's immediately going to die to Uro, right? If there's no way to. And
Well,
we see the 2 lands being
he
untapped,
should
so that
he should
assume we
tuck
went
Uro,
instead.
right?
Well, he actually just ticked up Teferi. I mean, granted, he went playing Teferi, he went down to one land. And if he would have
And
ticked
then the
down
shark token
Teferi,
got pushed.
and then yeah, but if he went up with Teferi, went down, got the Euro, Teferi would just be killed by the Wayfinder, and the Euro would just be drawn soon after. So
There's
I'm gonna
only a
assume we
3
see like
untapped.
oh,
Azorius
Azorius
Charm.
Charm, a good
Perfect.
way to deal with Euro too. However, still allowing for an Euro trigger.
Yeah.
So it actually depends on how they ordered this, right? Did we get the draw and the land drop first, or did we or did he get the Euro in hand? It seems like you got the draw first, but I don't
Yeah.
see his life going up to 24. So
Assassin's Trophy on Teferi.
I'm a little surprised. I thought his life total was supposed to be 24 now.
I believe it should have been.
So I'm not sure if they just, because of the Azorius charm, they just kind of forgot, or if they only forgot to update the life total. I didn't see whether or not Wentworth drew a card.
I didn't either. I also didn't see a land come down like that. Because they do still get the trigger from Uro.
Another Wayfinder, 1/1 beatdown, Satyr Tribal.
putting that Uro back in the bin, ready to be escaped next turn.
Or this, I'm not sure. I think some of the lands from Wentworth are
I
off
see
screen.
3 untapped.
Yeah,
In
but I'm not
total.
sure because I thought I was
There's a
seeing
land that comes
one.
in.
But a land
So
being
now
played, so
there's the
that's
4.
going to be an Uro. Yeah.
Yeah. Unless yeah, there's no 2-mana counter in the main to hit Uro right now. For Shed.
It's a lot easier to manage like your graveyard exiling when you're not playing Delirium cards. You have
Yes.
to be very careful to not accidentally take yourself off Delirium with Uro.
Too bad Delirium's not like the City's Blessing, where once you get it, you keep it.
Once you're crazy, you stay crazy.
Yeah. All right, and he says land go in proper blue-white control fashion.
I mean, again, we haven't seen Wentworth cast a single Hydroid Crisis, and the game's been going on for a while. So there's a lot of lands on the Wentworth side of the field. So a Hydroid Crisis could like very quickly just kind of swing the game. It's kind of funny, right? Sphinx's Rev and Hydroid Crisis are actually very similar cards, but one is a creature and one is you get the trade-off for it being an instant.
Mm-hmm.
But like we're just gonna like be throwing gain X life, draw X card spells over and over. With honestly, eventually Wentworth's gonna run out of deck, and Shed isn't. So if it keeps going this way, I definitely see Shed winning this game because he is the only one who doesn't have to care about his deck.
You know one card I'm actually disappointed that I'm not seeing more of out of Wentworth. Only 2 Nissas. Would have liked 3, maybe even a full play set. I know it's hard, and there's a lot of narrowness to go with.
I mean, the Hydroid Crisis definitely makes Nissa a better card, but I'm not sure if I would need that in this deck. I think I could do with that.
I like 3, especially in this matchup.
But blue-white control
Of course.
isn't the most common matchup here.
No.
There's not a creature decks running around nowadays.
There's a lot of control matchups too, but we'll see. To be fair, they did make this. They made the decks without knowing everyone else's decks, obviously.
One thing I don't like about Nissa to an extent is if you're running cards like Hydro Crisis and Uro, eventually getting your lands blown up can actually be kind of annoying.
Oh yeah, of course. That's the downside of her. But I mean, that's a slim downside when you're pretty far ahead.
True. Settle the Wreckage coming in. Speaking of making your land drops.
Look at that. Go get all your basics. Well,
Funny
2 basics.
Wasn't it yesterday, Brad? We were recording the podcast, and I say like nobody plays Settle anymore. I tend to not respect the card when I play against it. And the first blue-white deck
Settle.
I see, Settle.
Yeah.
So I would have made the exact same mistake as Went. I'd be like, nobody plays that card. Swing. But still, that's a lot of lands for Wend. So these crises are going to be huge. But just bring him closer to decking. Like Shed's at 19 life, he's fine. Staring down a 1/1, but having a Teferi on board.
Yeah, that Settle does swing it because obviously exiling Uro and getting rid of that one forever is pretty nice. Cycling a
being cycled.
Triome.
Never a good sign.
Satyr. So we see a push in hand.
I mean, Wend's deck is getting very, very small.
Yeah. The one wonderful thing about the angle that Wentworth has given us is we can actually see the height of the deck.
Yeah, we can see the height of the deck.
It's getting skinny. Is that a cycle of a Sensor? Nice. And then an Opt.
I would very much like to see the size of Wentworth's exile pile.
Massive.
Like bigger than the deck.
Yeah.
He is probably going to end up with approximately half his deck in exile.
That is the way of Sultai midrange or Delirium or whichever that's playing Uro. Like that's pretty much the way. That's how you do it. That is a massive hand from Shed. Look at that. Is that 7 cards in hand?
Yeah, he's
my
stacked.
boy.
He's doing well.
Yeah.
He's at the point where you'd consider running a Reliquary Tower.
Hey. Sometimes I forget that's Pioneer legal.
I mean, if your Sphinx is revving for like 1 billion. But here's Questing Beast coming in, trying to finally get a little bit of a dent in the life total. Obviously, Questing Beast being very nice, pressuring the life total and the Planeswalkers at the same time.
Yes.
But tall order to have this hit if your opponent's playing
Is there a charm coming in?
There is a charm
Yep.
coming on the Questing Beast, right?
Goodbye, Questing Beast.
You're looking at a blue-white control player with approximately 1 billion cards in hand. Like, you are not killing that Teferi.
Yeah. This is so tough. Like, Wentworth needs to draw like a hard kill spell on this Teferi. Here comes a token.
It's making a token. Sure thing. Just being very conservative, right? So
Yeah.
even now, like, he waited with making that token until the end step rather than like using the token to block and protect his Teferi. Because again, he doesn't need Teferi to win the game. So he doesn't care about ultimating anytime soon. I wouldn't be surprised if Teferi's at, I think Teferi ultimate's at 8 loyalty?
8. Yep.
I'm not surprised if we see Teferi ever getting up to 8. He just doesn't ultimate. He just keeps drawing. He doesn't care. He's not going to ultimate, which results in killing his Teferi.
Questing Beast coming in again. Do we have another charm?
I'm not sure if we do. Looks like we don't, which means Teferi is dying and the token is trading. But I did
Wow.
notice one card in Shet Montgomery's hand, and it's Sphinx's Rev.
Yeah.
So if the hand doesn't have enough gas now, he's literally drawing a fresh 7. I think is it 7?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
8.
7. Oh, he's just making a big shark.
Oh, or a very, very big shark.
That's a 9/9.
I'm a little
Alex, you
bit
need to send him
surprised
the tokens you have.
the tokens I made, the flying shark, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit surprised he didn't even try to make like a 4/4 shark and just block the beast.
Abrupt decay on
I
the
mean,
shark.
we see the abrupt decay coming down. It wouldn't have mattered, but I mean, there's like no targets for abrupt decay, right? There's no 3
Yeah, because
fairy,
you're not
no
running in.
Narset.
Exactly.
I mean, Elixir of Immortality, but even then, you can just shuffle it in response. So.
Yep. Abrupt decay is definitely a card that's getting taken out for for Wentworth here. That and the pushes.
I mean, there's potentially one search coming in. Like, yeah, you're not keeping in the decay for that.
Yeah. We're gonna see the big Sphinx's Rev.
I mean,
He's counting. He's counting.
He's counting. That is always scary. If your opponent plays a deck with an X spell and they start counting lands, you're like, oh no.
You're getting those Reclamation PTSD vibes.
I mean, it's not really post, is it? Because it's quite current.
Yeah. We've gone through like 2 years of Reclamation.
It's still happening to me when I'm playing against you. So, you know, I still watch my opponent counting up their lands and then doing the very difficult math of that times 2, and then.
Now, you did say earlier, prior to this game starting, there's the big Sphinx's Rev for, oh my goodness,
8.
A lot.
Gain 8, draw 8.
Well, you did say that, like, hey,
discard 7 on end step.
The big problem with Jace is that, you know, or for the blue eye control deck, is you only have really 2 cards that hit it, Deck and Stone. Well, I'm sure he found them. I'm sure he found them just now.
Oh yes, he did. But also, like, obviously now there's the verdict too.
The Supreme Verdict.
And there's the verdict. Clean up.
Oh,
right, because
it's so
the scary
beautiful.
thing looking at game 2, I mean, I'm almost at the point where I want to talk about game 2 because I don't see this. This is just slowly bleeding out. He's discarding to hand size, and he's even keeping cards like Censor. The guy's just drawing more cards. It just doesn't stop.
I love it. Oh no, he was discarding.
Discarding he was size, right?
Yeah, he was discarding the Censor in those lands. He was actually the ones he put face down were the ones he was keeping. So he was counting 7 to keep and just be like, I don't want the other ones.
Yeah. Well, I see the Void Shadow coming in on the Questing Beast. Ever growing the exile pile.
Yeah.
Making a
and
token.
Then here's
scrying 2 with the Ventress.
Also
you better make sure to sculpt your hand, Brad. You've only drawn 7 cards, Lester.
He's hard casting the Shark Typhoon. Oh, this is my favorite part of the game.
There should be 1 Assassin's Trophy left in Wentworth's deck.
He's only running 1 main.
Only one. I thought it was
Yeah.
two.
It's
Oh, it's
two
two
Abrupt
abrupt
Decay,
decay.
one Assassin's Trophy. Yeah.
And
And
we
there's a
see it
scoop.
being scooped up right by
Yep.
Wentworth. I'm
Bye-bye.
not gonna be able to deal with the Shark Army.
No. Anything you do, I have a counter spell on a 3/3 shark. Have fun. Yeah. That was fun. Good to see Blue Eye Control just do its thing, draw cards. Remember early on in the format when everyone was saying that Sphinx's Rev was just probably not good enough in today's Magic? Are we still there?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know. Like this was a good display, right? And I don't
Yeah.
think Blue White Sphinx's Rev Control is like not a good deck. I mean, hey, we're getting Doomscar right next when Kaldheim comes out. That's
That's going to be so nice.
nice addition for every Blue White deck. It just really it's really meta dependent, right? You need to be able to find a time. And we did see a really slow start come out of Wentworth. Looked good, but like, oh, the turn one thought season, Shed not having too many spells in hand. And then Wentworth just passed on turn two.
Yeah. No Satyr to start us off. No Tyrus Tracker on
Main thing
turn
is just
4.
Jace. I was really looking for Jace.
Yeah.
Especially now in game two, we're going to be on the play, right? If we go turn one Thoughtseize, turn two Jace, turn three Wayfinder, flip your Jace, Thoughtseize again. Like that's going to be a tough matchup for Shed to win in the way that he did this game.
And we're definitely seeing those fatal. Well, I mean, yeah, we've seen the fatal pushes come out. It's very narrow thinking of Wentworth if they decide to keep in any fatal pushes for those shark tokens. I would see.
I mean,
Yeah, I would see
you do realize
Mystical
the
Skew, Tyrus
shark
Tracker.
tokens. The shark tokens are like a thing you're gonna have to deal with somehow. But there's even cards like Liliana, Waker of the Dead, that like do other things while being able to deal with this.
Yeah. How do you feel about those Grizzly salvages? Would you cut those?
I mean, again, the Grizzly salvages they help you make land drops. So it really depends on how you build the deck, right? I wouldn't be too sure. I can imagine trimming one not being a big problem, but if you're looking for that Jace flip it on turn 3 Thoughtseize again type of thing, you probably want as many of the cards that immediately fill your graveyard as possible. Because
Definitely
Jace's
interested.
ultimate is nasty. If
Oh
you
yeah.
can manage to ultimate Jace, or even just flashing back multiple copies of Thoughtseize, it's going to be like very tough to deal with. Don't know if we can pull up the flip side. Yes, Jace Telepath Unbound. My first playmat. If you can manage to get to that ultimate, just a -9, you get an emblem with. Whenever you cast a spell, target opponent puts the top 5 cards of his or her library into his or her graveyard. Relevant when you mill the Elixir of Immortality. Also important when you discard the Elixir of Immortality. The plan is out the window because there's only one. So being able to deal with that Elixir of Immortality is... I mean, we saw it not being relevant in this game. Well, we didn't see it directly being relevant, but it was, because it really changed how Shed can play this game.
Yeah.
Because even though the Shark Typhoon is obviously a way to win the game, which is eventually how he did it, not having to care about decking while your opponent does is very important in like deciding how these type of matches are ending and how you're going to be playing. Very surprising with Elixir of Immortality, fitting with the name, but that it actually shuffles in itself, because plenty of cards like these that you see nowadays would exile themselves when you do. See
Oh
cards
yeah,
like Days
definitely.
Undoing, Commit to Memory gets exiled, all those type of cards. But Elixir of Immortality, living up to its name, except it doesn't give you infinite life, but makes you fairly
I
immortal.
I am sure that our viewers are thankful we're not seeing any Narset wheel decks in this tournament. I mean, it's great for the spectacle when that first resolves, and then you just stare at your opponent, draw a card, and it's like, yep, you're not going to win now if they don't have an established board at
Yeah,
least.
it sounds fun on paper. It's not very fun to watch or to play. I mean, it's fun to play when you're the one doing the Days Undoing.
Of course.
I've done it with Notion Thief in EDH. My opponents had 0 cards in hand, and I had 28 because of my Reliquary Tower.
And I've done the
Fun for
days I'm doing
me.
with Narset against you.
Yes. But
And we're
Narset's kind of... I
seeing
mean, they only
a
get one, right?
tap land start out for Insulting Midrange.
I mean, again, if you're looking at the Jace, seeing this, though, shocking that in, that might be a mystical dispute, but I could see Wentworth keeping a hand with Jace.
This also just could be just opt as well.
Yeah.
Shed.
But that means that Jace isn't as safe. But only
Satyr Wayfinder.
nothing on 1, Satyr Wayfinder on 2. Again, not really hitting the ground running.
There's the Liliana in the bin.
Milled over, sadly. Carter would be quite
Yep.
nice for this matchup.
Yes, it would.
Turn 2. I think we're seeing a search for Ascanta. I don't know what other card it would be coming out of this matchup.
That looks like a search. Yeah, that's
Camera
search.
quality's gone down a little, maybe a connection issue.
Most likely.
But it's probably the search for Ascanta.
Yeah, I see the little bit lighter side on the right hand side. Yeah, that's a search.
Yeah.
Search is great.
Oh, I really like
it's
search
worth
for Ascanta.
it's worth exploring the idea of like Balaged recovery kind of thing, in like a Sultai mid range. I've always thought about something like that.
It
Just
is
to
a
kind
little
of help
slow
recur
to me.
things.
I can imagine Eternal Witness being a nice card for this deck because it is a creature. Would be a card that can definitely like see play in the Delirium Shell. It would be like a second copy of all your one-offs, where like you want a second Ishkana and then get it going.
There's a
But you see
Thoughtseize.
here a Thoughtseize being played.
And
It's
it
sadly
is
the
difficult to
camera
understand what we're seeing.
quality.
Yeah.
I
Shed
believe
had
I'm
wonderful
seeing.
connection a few minutes ago. I see a Void Shatter. I see
I think a Mystical
Supreme Verdict.
Dispute, Sphinx's
Yeah.
Revelation, Shark Typhoon, and I think the left card is a land.
Yeah. So that's a lot of gas. Void Shatter, Shark
Detective
Typhoon,
Alex
Supreme
and Brad on the
Verdict.
case, trying to figure out what his hand is.
Yeah, that mystical dispute's gonna
Yeah,
be
I think it's
valuable.
1 or 2 lands, Mystical Dispute, Sphinx's Rev, Supreme Verdict,
A Shark
Void
and a
Shatter, and
Void
Shark
Shatter.
Typhoon.
And it looks like he's getting rid of the
Yeah, someone in chat pointing out the blue-white player can always resort back to Teferi looping. That is definitely a possibility. If
yeah.
the Elixir of Immortality would somehow be gone, either through some sort of milling or through hand attack. It is harder to set up though, because you are relying on ultimating your Teferi, which is definitely something the deck is in a sense built to do, but something like Elixir of Immortality would set it up to be a lot easier.
And usually, as a player on the other side of the table against a ultimating Teferi, it's kind of, you look at your hand, you're like, I might just scoop right now. That's very difficult.
Oh yeah, if the Teferi manages to ult, it's probably immediately lights out, right?
And we see Uro go right into the bin for Sultai. Draw the card. Now, have you seen any binning thus far from Shed for the what's it called? The search? Or have they been
I
keeping
think
it
the
on top?
first reveal was a bin. I'm not sure about the one after. The first reveal definitely was.
Grizzly Salvage! They kept it in.
Yes.
And there's a Tyrus tracker. Ooh.
Best 4-drop in the game.
It is. Well, I mean, Questing Beast has an argument with you.
No. Questing Beast doesn't draw you cards.
It just puts fear into the heart of all your opponents.
Now, if I'm looking at 2 mana from my blue-white player opponent, I would definitely play around Censor. Not sure if that happened. I think that was just a cycle. But it's Verdict time. Granted, him tapping out for Verdict here might give Wentworth the chance to bring out a card like Liliana, the Last Hope, which would
Yeah.
definitely also be a very powerful card. Nice to
Or
establish
Nissa.
after your opponent has tapped out. Tech Gage in Twitch chat. Tracker is clean magic. I agree.
It is one of the fairest cards there is. We love Tyrus Tracker in this house.
Definitely.
We're sad that it's not played more.
You know, I'm not the one to play Greenlands very often, but when I do, Tireless Tracker is a card that I do like to cast. I just haven't really. I don't think I have. I have actually played with it once. Borrowed a Sultai control deck from Modern of a friend who played it, but you see, Clue being cracked, Tireless Tracker growing to a healthy 4/3, which means it will not be able to be blocked by a cycled shark or something.
I'm not sure what happened with the lighting for Shed. We suddenly just see like this, like I guess a window being half cracked and like the lights being out.
Yeah,
Because now it's like just
I think
darker on
seeing the
half the
light
map.
on, I think there's a window being opened, and now the camera is like trying to adjust and failing miserably.
Mystical Dispute hitting a
Azorius Charm, I would assume, being 2 mana being tapped,
yeah.
makes me think it is an Azorius Charm here.
I just cannot see their graveyard at all now, unfortunately. But this happens, and nothing can be 100% perfect.
No, and it is. I mean, it's a spiel I've been on every live stream so far, but this is part of what we do on the server. This stuff happens. We don't expect people to have perfect quality and perfect lighting. Wentworth also has a not ideal camera angle, but the nature of our server is that we want to be able to play Magic.
Yep.
And obviously, this would all make a little bit more sense playing against someone you could ask, like, hey, what's in your graveyard? But we can't. We're going to have to go with what we see, and what we see is not much.
Yeah.
That is a Teferi being played.
We do respect the camera angle from Wentworth because it does show their
The height
hand
of the
visible
deck.
at all time. Yeah, that's
true.
it.
We could see the amount of cards in their hand. That's actually kind of cool too.
That is a what was that?
Disdainful Stroke, the promo. I love it.
Ooh.
It's the one I play too. It's beautiful. Call Time's Disdainful Stroke has pretty cool art too.
That's gonna be a nice one to get in
Yeah,
foil.
we see that one being pulled up here. Disdainful Stroke, really nice one from Call Time.
Yeah,
oh
that's
man,
gonna be one of the best foiling if they do it
oh
right.
man, Call Time's art. Call Time's art.
Thoughtseize.
Thoughtseize. What Thoughtseize is your favorite, Brad?
Theros. Well, actually, let me rephrase. My favorite is the invocation from Amonkhet and Hour of Devastation. That is my favorite of all time. The art's fantastic, and the border is great. I love that border, but Amonkhet's also my favorite set of all time. Now, Arena did get this art for the regular Thoughtseize, and I wish we'd get it in paper on like normal border.
I believe the Thoughtseize revealing just 2 Disdainful Strokes in a land. Something along those lines.
Yeah, I was wondering if they would bring in the Disdainful Strokes for Shed. It's
Yeah, I mean, it has the downside that it doesn't hit Supreme Verdict, right? But you saw that the hardcast Shark Typhoon led to an instant concession in the first game.
Yeah.
That must definitely, like, sometimes that sort of list, even if Disdainful Stroke might not be correct, which I think it probably is, but you're just thinking, right, after that game 1, it's like, man, Shark Typhoon. And while you're sideboarding, sometimes subconsciously, like, you start looking at every card that works against Shark Typhoon.
Shed's in trouble though, sitting at 3 life now, facing down an Uro, and we're going to game 3.
I think, again, it was hard to see. I think it was at one point starting to miss some land drops too. Didn't find the Supreme Verdict after the first one. Escaping Uro on his birthday. Yes, it is Uro's birthday today.
Happy birthday, Uro.
Sure, happy birthday. We're glad you made it to your first year.
Hey, it made it through 1 year with only 1 banning. Isn't that impressive?
It is impressive. As in, like, that it only was banned in 1 format. I don't even want to start a ban discussion because I'd have to put like a lot of thought into it, but I am just surprised. When we initially saw Uro, the fact that it ended up only being banned in 1 format actually surprised me.
Now, I would like
Let's
to
celebrate Uro's birthday with a ban. Oh, come on. That's like being fired on your birthday. Like,
good. Shoot him into the sun.
I really, really dislike Uro's art, though. I think Croxa is cool. Uro is just weird. Especially the fact that his mouth looks like a drain. Like, that's just, like, that image never left my mind.
Here, you're welcome. I went ahead and put something for, if we can possibly get this pulled up at a later time, it's Uro with his birthday stuff going on for today. I threw it into the thing for everyone. No other sideboard looked like for game 3, right? Looks like they're just shuffling up and going right back at it.
No, and I didn't see people do the try hard thing where you pretend to be sideboarding to throw your opponent for a loop.
Oh, I think
Image. I think we're seeing an image being
I think,
pulled up.
yeah.
Are we getting the
Ooh,
birthday Uro?
the best hero, as we see a Fastland Thoughtseize. The best start. And again, quality's dipped a little bit, so it's hard to see. I see lands. I see a lot of lands. Only 2
I
cards
think
to
he's
grab.
separating right land spells.
Yeah,
To the
so
right
is
of
that a
lands.
Sensor and a Void Shatter? Sensor Void Shatter,
Think
looks
it
like?
is. I'm not seeing and in the lands, I'm not sure about the 4th land, but I do not think there is an irrigated farmland there. I at
No,
least saw
it
a
don't look
basic
like it.
island, a hallowed fountain, and a glacial fortress. So this, handful of lands is actually a handful of lands. The same looks like dispute could be. The sensor, if it's sensor or dispute, I see a forest, no blue mana. Again, no turn 2 Jace.
There he is. There's Uro, right center of the screen. Happy birthday,
Hey!
Uro. Beautiful. All credit goes to what was it? Canister Golkowski on at canister_MTG on Twitter. So if y'all want to follow one of these beautiful pro players, you most certainly can. As you see a Krasis being added to hand.
Yeah, Krasis being added to hand. That is the first. I believe we did not see Krasis being cast so far, and it is a 3-of in his deck, which is kind of impressive.
Yeah. Which every time I go against Krasis on Arena, any game someone has Krasis, they always have it and they just refill their hand, and I'm like, cool.
And including another Krasis, right?
Yeah, I went through all this. And we see a Seder Wayfinder come down, binning some cards, grabbing a Watery Grave.
Now, before I went into this game, and I was like, yeah, I think Hybrid Krasis is a reason that Sultai is favored.
Shark.
I don't actually know if it
1/1.
is. Like, I'd really have to see. Getting in. Rumbling in. He's like, no, I'm not doing any of this Elixir of Immortality stuff. I'm just going to kill you with my Shark. Which,
Hey, he's
for
only
some
got
reason, hits
17
just as
turns to
hard
go.
as a Satyr.
It's about the force of the wind behind it. The more you cycle, the more cycles of air through the
Are you
tornado.
implying we are launching these Sharks at people
I am.
for damage?
I'm implying the cycling is the cycling of the actual air itself in the tornado. The bigger your cycle, the stronger the air is, the faster the shark gets launched at you. That's what makes it bigger.
So that means it should stop at 12, right? You could cycle for no more than 12? Isn't that the categories? I think hurricanes go up to like category 12, right? I think
It
there's
goes
like
up to
multiple
5.
systems to
It
categorize.
goes up to 5.
Oh yeah, it's just is it both?
But this is a tornado,
just wind
not a hurricane.
goes up to 12. A tornado is just a hurricane on land.
No. Stop that.
Oh no, wait. Yes, it's just that is why the movie Sharknado is stupid, because a tornado at sea is a cyclone.
It's
that is
on water spout.
What about this terminology? I studied this approximately 4 years ago. I might have been a little bit rusty on it, especially because
Welcome to the Pioneer Invitational Season 8, where we dissect the way Shark Typhoon works and the lore behind it and why the sharks hit you for more power.
Yeah. So tornadoes are 1 to 5, so I would argue you can cycle Shark Typhoon for no more than 5.
All right, well,
Because
this is magic.
Otherwise it becomes unnatural, Brad. It becomes unnatural the speed at which you throw your flying sharks at your opponent casting spells. Like it has to stay like somewhat realistic, right?
We have a lion planeswalker that summons cats that get bigger as you gain life. What do you mean?
Subscribe for more
Nissa!
Sharknado.
We
Shark
finally
Typhoon lore.
see Nissa, who shakes the world, coming down
and being countered or not.
Wait. No, it's good. Animating the island. Let's go. This is great.
Wow. Oh, this is, by the way, this is. Oh, I was thinking this is the bait for the Hour of Revelation, but that would actually keep the land alive.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Tap
Twitch chat
stuff.
sending me the Fujitas, some scale. I believe this is going to be the tornado scale. Thank you, people. Yes. Chat screen being reloaded, people, so it might be going off for a moment, but it hopefully fixes some of the quality issues.
Oh,
Oh,
this
Wentworth
is the
this
mirror
is the
match.
mirror.
All right, back to shed. We'll see if the quality kind of readjusts itself. It did go right back up to start this match, and it was looking pretty good, but right back down again. We still
Right,
have
and then I'll stop.
a 1-1
Tornado
shard.
skill goes to 5, but 0 is also 1, so it technically consists of 6 things. And wind is just 12. And now I will stop
Jace
talking
come
about
down.
wind and sharks and typhoons. With Jace finally seeing some type of play.
Speaking of wind,
But
look at Jace's hair flowing in the wind.
true. Where is he actually on this art? Is it just
Isn't he on his home
a
plane?
mage? Yeah, but it's just like, why is he standing on a mage ring mid construction?
Looks like Thanos' homeworld.
Which planet's that? It's one of the moons of Jupiter, right?
Titan. It's the planet Titan. Not a moon. It just happens to share the name of a moon in our solar system.
Okay. I was like, oh yeah, I recognize that place. As in the name, not the as in that sounded like I'd been there. Like, oh yeah, I recognize Titan, from my holidays.
Hey, went there last summer. It was great. It was nice.
I'll just ring up Elon. Hey, can you get me a trip to Titan? Would be cool.
After trying to do it yourself, you could not live with your failures. Where did that bring you? Back to me. Thanks, Elon. All right, we're seeing something get swept. Was it a verdict? That was a verdict.
It's
yeah.
verdict,
Verdict
and
from
there
Shed.
goes the Jace, some of the lands. I mean,
But you still have a Nissa at 7.
True. It was, and it was beautiful, indeed, chat.
Endgame's so great.
I like the first one a lot more. I thought.
Yeah, I think Infinity War.
I thought
was
Infinity
better than
War was
Endgame,
better
but
than
yeah.
Endgame.
I agree.
I'm never the biggest fan of time
Animating
travel in these
land.
type of things, because it always becomes like, oh, we can just do whatever the hell we want, and we will just. And the explanation is nobody gets time travel anyway.
Yeah, at least they were kind of self-aware about it and made fun of it. So you kind of have to go a bit meta and kind of campy with it when you do it. And coming in with the Blooming Marsh.
I mean, if there's no land drop being made from Wentworth, there's legit a problem that so many lands got destroyed, right? What's that Krasis gonna do now? Because none of these lands that he has in play are forests. So you're not even netting mana. But however, if he doesn't deal with Nissa right now, it's gonna get to ult, and the land's gonna become indestructible, which is animated.
Yeah. Satyr Wayfinder. Hope we find another land. Now, okay, right here, you're at 8. Do you go for another land animation and then minus keep Nissa alive, or you just go for the
there's a
ult right now?
Krasis in you. Actually, I'm saying that totally depends on how many forests are in your deck. If it's gonna grab you 3 lands, you just animate and keep the beatdown going, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't, I think you just ultimate the Nissa and grow the potential of your Krasis.
Yeah. And having an indestructible 3/3 coming in,
Trying to
that's
quickly
a 4-turn clock.
pull up the list. There's 1 Breeding Pool, 2 Forests, 4 Overgrown Tomb, and 2 Zagoth Triomes. So there is quite a few forests that you can fish up with your Nissa. But we see...
The ultimate going in.
Yes, Nissa being ultimate. Trying to find all the forests, making this land indestructible, potentially relevant. That means it's only going to be able to be dealt with through...
And if they get their other Nissa
Settle,
out, that's great too. Yes, that'll be the only thing.
and
Well, no,
Declaration
Deck and Stone. Yeah, Deck and Stone.
Yeah, I was quickly looking it up, seeing if it would say like something like non-land on it, something random.
What just happened? What happened to that land? What do you do?
I'm not sure. I was looking at the list. The land is somehow gone.
Yeah, because I saw Wentworth point at it. Try to see what's in the graveyard for Shed. That might have done something.
Right, quickly checking in. Table 2, Mono Green Walker is taking down Blue Black Control. 2-0 for Mono Green.
That was expected. This was probably my favorite list out of the entire event. That's Ori's mono green that runs Elder Gargoth in the main. That's my pick to kind of go all the way. We'll see where that continues.
And the quick touch on the blue-black control being a version with a even post-board.
Did they charm? Looks like they charmed the land.
Yeah, but if we ultimated the land, if we did ult the land, maybe he charmed it in combat and he just forgot. Right, he left it on the field, didn't write out the damage, went to ult his Nissa, and Shet pointed out like, "Hey, I charmed that." It's like, oh yes.
The way I think it was.
No, because
phase one.
Didn't he just put it in the graveyard? The land. I see a blooming marsh in the graveyard.
Maybe.
Little confused.
Yeah. What is the card on top of? Oh, is that a Field of Ruin on the stack before the?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Field of Ruin before the emblem resolves. That makes sense. To make it indestructible.
That is actually pretty big.
Yeah, good play by Shed.
Now this 3/3, he doesn't have to deal with this 3/3 indestructible creature. And being at 10 life, that buys you. That's going to buy you some time. But there is the Hydroid Crisis. Or what's happening with the Hydroid Crisis here?
Did it just get countered? So the body got countered. He's drawing 3?
Yeah, drawing 2, I think 2 or 3. Void Shattering the Crisis, putting it in exile.
Yeah. Good thing the Shed's connection kind of went back to good quality again.
Yes, look at that.
Look at that. Look at all the lands we can see. I can see exactly what he's tapping. And he's Vantressing. We love the unset lands, those basics, classics.
Yeah, I love this. I have most of mine for my Grixis deck signed by John Avon.
I think my favorite are the unhinged ones.
I didn't bring enough swamps.
Thoughtseize coming in. Thoughtseize revealing.
Being countered by Dovin's Veto. Revealing one Dovin's Veto.
Hey, I mean, cool. You get a counter out of your hand.
I see.
That's
1,
pretty good.
2, 3. There could be Liliana. The Questing Beast, you tapped 4. Is there going to be an answer to that? Oh. Shed revealing.
No one saw any of that. Is that an Aether Gust?
No, it's a Mystical Dispute.
Ooh.
Or Full Retail. Which I believe
he has 3 mana available.
Just be able to pay.
Yeah.
But maybe
this makes it so he can't do
right?
anything else.
I don't know how many cards are actually in Shed's hand, because he accidentally revealed the Hallowed Fountain.
Yep.
I don't know if that's 1 or 2 cards. I think it's only the 1.
This has turned into quite the back and forth game 3.
Yeah. Suppose we're going to see the Scry desperately trying to find a Supreme Verdict. Probably scrying an upkeep too then if he doesn't find it. Wait, did he just opt to not pay the 3?
Yeah, because if he paid the 3, he wouldn't be able to do anything else. He also might have been thinking what you were thinking. There's a second counter. Yeah, he might have just been thinking he's trying to get baited.
And now he's just scrying too. Now, I would like to get the Questing Beast would set up for 2-turn lethal. And now you're setting up for like 4-turn lethal, and your blue-white opponent is running out of cards in hand, so you kind of want to get the game over with, right?
He's opting for the 4-turn clock with the 2 Satyr Wayfinders.
Which will be blocked by White Castle tokens, if the White Castle is even there. Don't think it is.
It is not, currently. And Uro coming in. And he can immediately escape Uro as well.
I suppose that's lethal for next turn too.
That would be lethal for next turn.
But still, Shed's at 6, right? Shed would have been dead if the Questing Beast got resolved. Granted, he might have been able to find an answer somewhere, but like...
Sphinx's
Rev. We see the Rev.
In response to Uro.
The Rev would have... Yeah, keeping up 3, hoping to find a Void Shatter. But so the Disdainful Stroke, nothing, gaining nothing because of the Disdainful Stroke.
Ooh.
Which means the Uro should be resolving. I think Shed is empty-handed. Sending
All
Shed to
right.
4. Well, that's going to be an
Flashbacks
upkeep
of
scry,
some
right?
blue-white miracles. He has to be, I think.
Yeah, upkeep scry. Scry 2, trying to find bottoming both.
Bottom
Very
2.
quick bottoming. It's like, that's not the card I need.
Super
Is
verdict
that
on
the
top.
card I need? It's
Scoop
not.
it.
It's Search.
Oh man.
Whew.
Whew.
That disdainful stroke in game 2
Clutch.
and 3. Right? Game 2, getting rid of the Teferi with a huge tempo swing. Game 3, getting rid of the Sphinx's right? The rev resolves, you gain enough life, you find a verdict, you just reset the game. But no, disdainful stroke saying a big old no.
That was huge. I was really curious on if they'd be bringing those in, and they ended up. We saw 2 disdainful strokes go off during that match.
I believe it was game 2 and game 3, yeah. So game 2
Yeah,
to
and they were
Ferry,
both
game 3
they were both very big. Wow. So as of right now, we have only 2 tables reporting for the tournament. I'd like to check in and see where the other tables are at. If we have a little bit of time and they're still on like game 2 or game 3. So we have 2 tables on game 3 right now, Alex. Would you like to bring someone in for an interview, or would you like to stop and check in one of the other tables for now?
I think if our winner of this match would want to do a short interview, that would be fun.
All right, let's go ahead and ping Shed, and in the meantime, while we're
Shed
waiting for them.
blue-white control. I suppose you want to get the.
Oh, you're right, Wentworth. My apologies.
Let's get Wentworth in here.
Wentworth being the winner. Let's go ahead and bring them in a bit. And in the meantime, let's go ahead and look at this bracket thus far. So we have 2 tables reporting. Like I said, we have Mono Green Walkers taking down Demir Control, and then Wentworth on Sultai Mid taking down Blue Light Control, which means we might be seeing a Walkers versus Walkers if the table 1 is Lukey on Walkers and then versus Jeskai's Super Friends. So the idea of seeing a Walkers mirror is going to be interesting. Would you say that Elder Gargaroth is the difference maker there for the Aura deck?
No, the difference maker is probably going to be Voracious Hydra. And that is in both decks, but there's 4 Hydra in the deck that doesn't have the Gargaroth. And Hydra is a really big card in the matchup because all that matters in this matchup is Llanowar Elf, right? The turn 1 Elf. And Voracious Hydra is the only way that you can stop your opponent's Elf early enough. And in that way, Voracious Hydra is going to be a very telling card. I think Gargaroth is going to be fine. It's going to be a very powerful hit, but I don't think Gargaroth is a deal breaker in the way that Voracious Hydra can be, or the way Nissa can be. Because Nissa allowing you to do like crazy stuff with Vivian, find something big with let's see, are any of the 2 decks running aligned Hedron network in their sideboard? Yes. The version, again, the no Elder Gargaroth version is running aligned Hedron network in their sideboard, which is actually good against Elder Gargaroth.
Yes.
So I feel like the non-Elder. So have a quick look at was playing David L. Yuki, excuse me.
Yep.
Probably has the list that is slightly better for the mirror. We've got the Voracious Hydra as a 4-off rather than a 3-off. And we've got the aligned Hedron network in the sideboard to deal with the Elder Gargaroth. And those are like the changes that the other deck made, where it's like, I'm going to bring in this Elder Gargaroth. But the other one's actually more prepared to deal with their change in deck. And having more Nissas is just, again, the deck has a higher chance for the Hydra to be able to deal with their Llanowar Elf, and it has the higher chance for the early Nissa. So I think that one is favored. However, the most important part is the die roll.
Of course. Starting out turn 1 Elf and going off from there is pretty big.
In a vacuum, I favor the deck with the 4 Hydra, but in practice, I favor the deck that wins the die roll.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. On the other side of it, we're looking at, obviously, Wentworth looking at playing either Mono Black Aggro or Esper Control. we just saw him take down a Azorius control list, so I'm not sure if Esper control is going to be a big enough threat. The difference of adding black could be
I think
enough.
Sultai is good in both matchups. I think the mono black aggro is probably a deck that Sultai midrange should be pretty good at dealing with. And Esper control, I mean, I think we both said we didn't have the time to talk about it yet, but we have some questions about how the Esper deck is constructed, especially its mana base. And that's just going to be a deciding factor. But the deck does have Fatal Push to deal with Jace, so that out isn't there. But we saw last game that the Jace wasn't even that necessary. The Esper deck also running cards like Eliminate, doesn't deal with the Questing Beast. No Hero's Downfall, no Soul Shatters, no Heartless Acts, at least not in the main. I think even nothing coming out of the side. So I think Wentworth is going to be okay in whatever matchup he gets. And I also think that he is good against mono green. So if we get the mono green mirror, it doesn't really matter for Wentworth who wins, because he's going to be in a pretty good spot with playing that 4 Thoughtseize, 4 Fatal Push deck.
Of course. And it is worth saying that I would like to introduce someone. Should we get in? We're still waiting on some word from.
There was no response from Wentworth about
Wentworth
doing the interview, so I think he probably. I can imagine that was an exhausting match to play, and he was probably like, "Man, I'm gonna get a drink, go to the bathroom. I'll be back in 10."
Yeah, I feel that.
Missing the chance for the interview.
So for the time being, I have a third party in our commentary staff. We have Scratch here. They're going to be our interviewer for whenever we have people come in. And look at that, we have Wentworth coming in. Now, Wentworth, we're going to hand you off to our beautiful and wonderful Scratch, our interviewer, and kind of get the idea of what happened in that match. Congratulations, by the way.
Congratulations.
Sure thing, thanks.
Yeah, congrats, Wentworth. So I was wondering, in the first match, what was your tipping point where you, in game 1? What was your tipping point where you just said, "I'm just gonna scoop it, try to win game 2 and 3"?
It was when there was a hard cast Shark Typhoon. I had already played Assassin's Trophy. That was the only way to get rid of it. So I knew I just couldn't grind through that, and figured we just go on to the next one.
Yeah. Also, I was wondering, in the final game, so it was game 3. We saw you ultimate your Nissa, which was kind of cool. And I was just wondering, did you feel like you won the game at that point, or was that more of like a, let's see if this can get me through?
I thought it would win it, but I didn't see the line where he could blow up my animated lands before my ultimated. So I was less certain after that, but I was sitting with a Hydroid Crisis in hand at that point, which is why I did it, because Hydroid Crisis didn't do much on 4 mana, but I knew if I could get enough lands out, that would probably bring me the win, which it did.
Yeah, I was also I saw with the play you had where the Sphinx's Revelation was just demolished by your Disdainful Stroke. How long were you holding that in hand? I mean, that was just an absolute blowout. There it was just.
Yeah, that wasn't the first turn I had. I had it for a few turns, and I was intentionally holding it up just about every turn for anything that might happen, because that Sphinx's Revelation was nasty in the first game, and I wasn't adequately prepared for it.
Yeah, I can see. Also, I wasn't sure if that was game 2 or game 3. I saw you had milled your Liliana, which was the one from M21. Yep. Was that your?
Yep.
Was that did you feel sad when you got milled, or were you like, nah, I got more threads, I can, you know?
So I think that was game 3, and I was pretty sad at that point because I milled multiple solid cards, and I only had a Grizzly Salvage and Satyr Wayfinder in hand at that point. But I ended up drawing successfully after that. But yeah, it was bummed to lose that card, because I think it's really solid in that matchup, being able to just grind up the opponent, and the minus can kill a shark when needed, which is why I bring it in, because it's both removal and threat.
Yeah, definitely. Also, I was just I was wondering, because they were talking about it with that you just didn't choose to play any Delirium cards in your deck. Is there any special reason behind that, or was that just?
Yeah, there is. I think that Jace and Earl already are pretty demanding of the graveyard to begin with, and people are typically prepared to hit your graveyard in games 2 and 3. And I just figured if I didn't play Traverse, I'd be more resilient with a more typical mid-range strategy. I'd be able to just grind through any graveyard hate, and I just didn't want to be too dependent on an Uro game plan, which I felt Traverse just kind of leans into. And I think that the Nissa Hydroid Graces endgame is still really solid in the large majority of matchups.
Okay. Now I got a really important question. This has to do everything with the game. So when it comes to basic lands, which are your favorite?
I have, let's see, I think it's the unstable lands, the full art ones that I was showing there. My wife actually bought me one of each for Christmas a year or two ago, which is why I only have one of each, and it's the Theros lands as the others, which I know is probably a little tilting for some people, but those are definitely my favorite, and I should probably complete the set sometimes.
Do you ever consider it as a good idea to play with white bordered basics, or do you just say white border no way?
I hate them. I'm a little OCD myself, and getting that just that irritates me. I don't mind if someone else does it, but it drives me nuts if I do it.
Okay. So when it comes to the whole deck, what is, in your opinion, what is like a good start look like? I mean, it doesn't even have to be like a nut straw. Like, what would you consider a decently, like a respectable opener?
Sure, I think it really does depend who your matchup is, because whether you want Fatal Push or not is tricky. But usually, just having a turn 1 Thoughtseize into a turn 2 Jace or Satyr Wayfinder will set you up pretty well. So as long as you have a 1/2 like that, it's usually pretty good. But even just what you really want is a 2-drop, ideally Jace or Satyr Wayfinder. Grizzly Salvage, as you saw, I think is game 2 or 3. I did play that turn 2, which was good just to have something to do that turn, but it's not ideal. So any land with those 2, and then maybe ideally 3 lands, and Uro certainly doesn't hurt either.
When it comes to the 2-drops, which one would you consider to be the best 2-drop?
Sure. That is a difficult question, but I think it's probably Satyr Wayfinder, just because it gives you an immediate reward. It's usually not a removal magnet like Jace is, and it just sets up your later turns very effectively. Jace can do that as well, but it's a bit more fragile. I think they're both solid, but I do think Satyr Wayfinder is one of the best cards in this deck.
Well, gotta say, thanks for the insightful information. Good luck on the rest of the way, and have fun.
Thanks very much. Enjoying it so far.
Good luck in your next match, which will apparently be against Mono Black Aggro.
Yep, we just got word that the Immortal Sun on Mono Black Aggro just took down Esper Control 2 games to 1. Now, looking at that matchup, that leads us to see Esper Control versus Azorius Control in the lower bracket. That should be interesting.
Oh, that's gonna take a while. Now, control decks through cards like Shark Typhoon have gotten better at getting games over with. Like, I remember playing control decks in Hour of Devastation Standard, like the Dimir Control Mirror. Well, I would be splashing red for a specific Planeswalker, but like most decks would be playing Dimir. And in that matchup, it would very often come down to game 1 is still like 3 people have cards left in their library, but you have 4 and your opponent has 3. So your opponent is trying to resolve a memory in order to shuffle all graveyards back in. So it would just be like this back and forth until right at the end, you have to counter their memory, and otherwise you literally do not finish game 1. I'm happy we don't have control mirrors like that anymore.
Oh yeah.
Skill intensive, but not always enjoyable. Because it felt like game 1 would take 45 out of the 50 minutes, and then game 2 you just stalled. If you won game 1, your objective was no longer to win, it was to not lose. And I have won so many matchups, or lost so many matchups, with the score being 1-0. Because it just, whoever won game 1 made sure they didn't lose in game 2. So, granted, the Sphinx's Rev deck is definitely a deck from that time.
Quite the blast from the past with both that
Let's
deck
just
and
be
Esper
happy the
Control.
Esper deck doesn't run Elixir of Immortality too.
Oh yeah.
How does
let's
that
be happy
game
that-
end? Well, suppose you're doing like a counter war over Elixir.
That's Yeah, you just cry, I guess, because
Which
the
would be
game never
uninteresting with Dovin's veto. Well, I suppose then it does end because you both run Dovin's veto. So just veto your elixir, okay, veto your elixir, okay. Now we will run out of cards, I guess.
Ends. Well, the difference with the Esper control list is they actually have a finisher. They have
Ooh.
Spell Queller. They're running 3 of those.
I mean, Shark Typhoon, 3. Well, Teferi is kind of a win condition.
And they're actually running Dig Through Time. Neutralize is a cool option for their cancel package to have that cycling ability. And
Yeah, there's just a
we
lot
just
of
got an
potential
update.
for them
We
right
just
now.
got an update.
And
Jeskai Walkers takes down Mono Green. So we have Jeskai Super Friends versus Mono Green Walkers in table
all right,
1.
no mirror.
Yeah.
And Jeskai Super Friends coming of a win against Mono Green Walkers must feel pretty good to play that same matchup.
That is, yeah. Now, it did go to game 3, as we see, and
Oh yeah, it
that
probably
one did
wasn't a
last bit
rollover.
longer. No. Now, I'm curious. Out of the matchups we see right now, Alex, for the upper and lower brackets, what do you think A is the most interesting matchup moving forward? And what do you think is the most definitive matchup for the rest of the bracket? Like, what matchup do you think shapes out who's going to be in the finals?
Well, that's really hard to say. I get the feeling that Jeskai Super Friends should have a reasonable time against Sultai midrange. Sorry, Jeskai Super Friends would have a reasonable time against Sultai midrange, just because the nature of like Planeswalkers are hard to deal with for decks like that.
Yeah.
Does have the Satyr Wayfinders to randomly chip in on Planeswalkers, which is going to be super annoying to make them stick. But I would say if Jeskai Super Friends can win this matchup against Mono Green Walkers, there is a reasonable chance it then wins. It then takes on whoever wins the other match, and it can take that one away too. So I'd say the first run. However, what's more interesting to watch? I mean, I kind of like both. Sometimes it can be very entertaining to watch Mono Green shine.
Gotta remember, we have the lower bracket to look at too, with Mono Green Walkers trying to get a redemption against Blue Black Control, as well as the wonderful matchup we discussed a few minutes ago being Blue White Control and Esper Control. Just the never-ending matchup. Looking at it,
may be possible to get a quick straw poll in chat to see which one of the 2 upper bracket matches chat wants to see.
we could definitely try that. I believe we should have a moderator in chat currently. I do not remember which moderator we have today. If they could actually conduct a very quick straw poll, we might as well do that while we're looking at some of these decks. First things first, I would like to take a look at that Jeskai Super Friends list and kind of talk about that a little bit. Because that one is, whew, it's great. We love it. Now, this is not your typical Jeskai Fires list in the sense of what we've been seeing over the course of Pioneer in the last few months, right? The traditional Jeskai Fires, thanks to the introduction of Luca and then Transmogrify, runs that kind of package to just cheat out something big. Usually Agent of Treachery is the kind of idea to kind of go through your deck. This is not doing that. We don't see any Luca. We also do not see any Transmogrify. This is straight up Super Friends. Get all your best friends together. You're the most powerful beings in the Magic universe. Have fun. And then cheat them out with fires and have extra mana to kind of go from there. Now,
yeah, there's some all-time favorites in here. I like Sarkhan. I like I like
so
Chandra.
great.
I like Mihiri. Seems I like Red Planeswalkers, but
I believe you do. Now, this kind of deck versus the traditional fires, what would you rather be piloting?
are you thinking like what's better or what's more fun? Because this definitely seems more fun to me than cheating out Agent of Treachery.
That's true.
But I think depending on the meta, I can see the Luca / Transmogrify version. It really depends on the matchup, I think. Like if I'm looking at mono green, stealing a Nissa sounds like a really good idea. But if I'm thinking like for the rest of the field too, well, I mean stealing an Uro sounds like a really good idea too. So I would say probably the Agent version is like what I would play for what is best. But I don't think it makes a big difference to the point where if you are much more comfortable piloting this, I can see this being the better pick.
Yeah,
I think they're close enough where comfort and ability to pilot is the type of thing that can make the difference between your pick, personally.
Man, I love this deck. I really wanted to make a 4-color.
There is a straw poll in the chat, by the way, for who's watching. I believe it was the same link posted 3 times by Sir Epic, but judging by the link being 425, blah 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 numbers, it should be the same straw poll, so we can all vote in it.
Yes. And the idea that we're looking at is, it looks like it's choosing between Jeskai Super Friends versus Mono Green Walkers, so it's choosing out of the upper bracket.
Yeah,
for now.
we're gonna look at the upper bracket, and so far it is 7-1 for Jeskai Super Friends versus Sultai mid range. So far
Well,
again 8-1. So it looks like we're gonna watch Jeskai Super Friends versus Mono Green Walkers as soon as the matches start. Unless
Alright,
suddenly
let's
10
go.
really big Mono Black aggro fans just hop in the straw poll.
So let's take a look at the sideboard real quick, since this is most likely the match we're going to be covering. What do you see getting brought in? Obviously, I see Aether Gust. That's wonderful against Mono Green Walkers. Now, is there anything
Which
else? And
one
there's Dovin's
is this
Veto.
again? Is this the Gargaroth Mono Green or the
This is the
non-Gargaroth?
Gargaroth Mono Green.
This is the
Uri
Gargaroth.
is the Gargaroth.
Then Dovin's Veto is slightly less appealing, but still a card I would probably want. And I would also be interested in Chain to the Rocks. I'm seeing
Okay.
3 Sacred Foundry, 4 Steam Vents, 2 Basic Mountains. So that leaves you with at least... Oh, actually, you need the white and then a mountain. So there's only 4 ways. Just the 3. Just the Sacred Foundries in order to deal with the Llanowar Elf on turn 1. But I would still probably want the answer to Llanowar Elf, and it being an answer to Elder Gargaroth too. So I'd probably be interested in Chain to the Rocks, Aether Gust, potentially Dovin's Veto, and
What
that's
about Chandra?
probably about it. I believe for the down tick, Nissa's lands are elementals, right?
They are. So it doesn't hit
Chandra
Mrs.
wouldn't
Lands.
actually deal damage to them.
But it would hit the dorks, your elves, your burning tree
Yeah, but-
emissaries.
You are cheating a 6-drop to deal with some dorks, right? And your deck has
True.
Verdict, so that you're gonna deal with the dorks that way. You're gonna deal with the Gargaroth that way.
Not only do they have Verdict, they have Deafening Clarion as well,
Oh yes, of course, that too.
which could be really relevant when you make all of your Planeswalkers flyers thanks to Sarkon, and you're like lifelink. All of
Yes,
them. That sounds
damage.
so
all of them.
cool.
I mean,
Sarkon
Sarkon's
makes me happy.
scary, right? Because Sarkon
Yeah.
doesn't, but all your Planeswalkers, if they've already been on the board, they get haste, effectively. So if you just have like, if you go into like Fires and a Planeswalker, and then next turn you play 2 Planeswalkers, and then you go Sarkon uptick, hit you for 12, like that can end games fast. The upside with the upside for Mono Green is that the deck doesn't deal a lot of damage to itself. So it's gonna be harder to pull off that sort of surprise one-shot with Sarkon. As also with the Gargaroth having reach, because it's a green creature printed in 2020, so of course it has reach. Being able to block the Planeswalkers, you don't want to lose your Planeswalker to being eaten by a Gargaroth.
No.
Sounds like a bad fate.
Though I see ECD in the main, that's going to be very good game
Very
1
good.
against all your Planeswalkers, your Elder Gargaroth, and even things like Llanowar Visionary and stuff like that, if you really need to. But the big thing is Planeswalkers, Gargaroth, bye-bye. And then reanimating your own Planeswalker later on is pretty nice. The taxing effect is interesting.
Okay.
It's not the worst thing in the world. It's not the best thing just because how much mana Mono Green has, but basically trying to get them back to like normal mana casting is the big thing there.
Yeah.
What I do wish I saw, though, now that I'm looking at this list, it's not the biggest nitpick. It's not the worst thing in the world. I wish we had a little bit more 1 mana ways of getting rid of your elves
Yeah.
for Mono Green, like Magma Spray in the sideboard, things like that. We have Bone Crusher Giant. That's very dependent on you being on the play. If you're on the draw, you don't have a way to kind of catch up and kind of just kill the elf. But that's a minor nitpick, and otherwise, we saw them obviously take down Mono Green Walkers round 1. So
The Jeskai Super Friends list has 81 cards, which is
Perfect.
upsetting Sir Epic in the chat. It's like 81 cards. Epic,
they
suggest
got-
your
hey,
cut.
they
This
had to
feels
fit
like
in
this
that
feels
Gyre
like they added
Sanitarium.
This feels like they added Sarkon.
Oh, one thing worth noting is they do have 4. Is that 4 Narsets right there?
Yes.
Right? So for Narsets, the Gyro Reach Sanitarium, you have the potential for the Narset lock. That'd be fun. If we get to that point, that's great. And then getting into the trials.
Oh,
small
Crank
victory.
It Man himself is in chat. Always 81 cards, and he says 61 if it's a 60 card deck.
Wow. Bold. I mean,
I like
sometimes you
it.
want to make that extra land. And I do really like the
Crank It,
addition
are your
of,
basics white bordered?
Oh no.
Just, I'm wondering.
don't
It
do
seems
that.
like if you're just starting to like in slight tilt, mismatched art, mismatched white bordered basics is like, that's honest. That's just free win percentage, right?
Though I really like the one of Mobilized District in this list. Potentially getting a free animation. It's pretty nice. For a 3/3. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice manland in that way. Especially because once you get it down to 0, you can swing, and because it has vigilance, still taps for mana. Now you don't often need all your mana here, right? But
No.
I mean that is also a reason for it to be good.
All right.
All right, yeah. Let's have a quick look at the next deck before actually heading into the game.
Wish there were more triumphs. I'm looking at the other list though.
The teamer one for Chain to the Rocks.
Yeah.
Mono green, Trusty Rusty. We've seen this deck plenty of times before. 4 Llanowar Elf, bunch of 4 elves, very clean list. 3 Gargaroth, 3 Wolfwillow Haven, only 3 Nissa, but I have been told that is a more common thing now. 3 Visionary, 3 Voracious Hydra, 3 Wolfwillow, I believe I've already mentioned those. 4 Nykthos, the all-star of the deck. The reason people sometimes call it Mono Green Devotion, but let's be honest, it's the only Devotion card in there. Now, are there any cards at the sideboard that surprise you, Brad?
A couple. Lifecrafter's Bestiary is an interesting one that you don't see very often in these sideboards.
I like that a lot.
And then Feasting Troll King is my favorite spicy card in the sideboard. Look at that.
Big boy.
Look at that standard playable monster. That's a cool card.
A lot of devotion.
And that is a lot of devotion. Otherwise, we see a lot of the familiar suspects, right?
Yeah, I'd say
Mutant
notably absent is Aligned Hedron Network. Not relevant for this matchup, but a card we've seen more often, also good against auras, can be dealing with other Gargaroths from your opponent. Not a card that's in here, but not missing in this matchup. Boat's going to be nice, because the boat damage can hit Planeswalkers, which is going to be relevant here.
The boat is one of my all-time favorite Magic cards. It's beautiful.
I think it's everyone's all-time favorite Magic card. It's in everyone's top 10, right? The boat.
Yeah, it's just massive, and what the art's just great. It's very steampunky and wonderful. And,
but we are kept in line by the production team. Thank you guys. We're heading into
hello, guys.
the game. Jeskai Super Friends versus Mono Green Walkers. See,
Well,
Alex, I can't agree. Embrace the boat.
I mean, there we go. See, sometimes we don't get to see all the pings and everything like that that's going on in the background.
The boat is
But
not
that's
the
okay.
best. No, it isn't, because every Nicol Bolas card comes first, but then the boat's pretty cool. Except the Planeswalker Nicol Bolas, the Planeswalker deck. I will excuse you if you put the boat above that. Sphinx is revving the best. Ah. You must have enjoyed our first match then.
Draw cards, gain life, have fun.
I mean, draw a card is the best word. Is the best 3 words in Magic.
And that's why white doesn't get it. Unless it's attached to a blue card.
Or a green
Sphinx's
card.
Rev, Teferi.
Or a black card. As long as it's not mono white.
The most mono white gets is Smothering Tithe.
I mean, you're gonna have to give it
weird
to him.
ramp.
Divine Gambit is an interesting design. White gets interesting cards, but
Yeah.
interesting in a way where you call something interesting because you don't want to insult it, but you've got nothing good to say about it.
I'll insult it. Divine Gambit is garbage. It's a horrible card.
I am inclined to agree.
I still can't believe they printed it. I'm just ashamed of Wizards.
I see more upside for Commander, right? Political tool. Ah, look at it. What a weird looking
there are
chess
rules,
piece.
and then there are gods, and then there are bad white cards in the year 2021. Why is white stuck in the year 2011?
What do you mean? This card would have been bad in 2011.
Yeah, I know. And that's all they get are bad cards. Actually, they might as well be stuck in 2001. I'm not even a white player and I'm upset.
Oh, big pulled up here. Seraphic Greatsword.
Are you trying to prove us
Equipping it
wrong
with
that,
+2.
that white gets a good card? Don't do
Attack
that.
player
This
with the
is
most life total or tied for most life total to create an angel. Equip 4. Look, Brad, for a grand total of 6 mana, you can get yourself a Sarah Angel before your creature gets killed.
okay. This doesn't count. It's a white card that's also blue. Yorin is a blue card.
Production team is clearly a white player who is very much likes their deck. I see a Triome coming in, Llanowar Elf. So
Ooh,
green
nice.
deck doing what it's supposed to be doing.
And the best art available on the right side of your screen,
And the
not
best
the
art
middle.
available in the middle of the screen.
No, no, get out of here.
So it
We love Angry Elf.
Oh, are we going to see
Power
the turn
Fountain.
2 Nissa? It's always a scary thing, right? No. No Nykthos double burning tree.
That'd been great. All right. What are we going to see?
Let me see. Whoa!
Look at all the elves. Look at all
Mono
my
green
boys.
elves. Ooh, okay, the promo of the original elf, black bordered F&M promo, I think that's quite nice. That's quite nice. Oh
And Deafening
my!
Clarion.
And they
Oh,
are
I want to cry.
out
I
of
want to cry
here.
for him. Ori.
Oh,
Also,
that is nasty.
side note, Ori's nails look great. You got that going. But you have no elves now. Ugh. Ugh.
Someone's saying that may be game epic. I mean, it might be. I mean, maybe we see a visionary into a Nissa, into a little bit of a stumble from Crank It Man.
Do you think Ori forgot that, you know, they run Deafening Clarion?
I mean, you just kind of have to go for it, right?
Phrases Hydra,
Oh
double
my.
encounters for a 2/3. Ugh. Ugh.
That dies to another Clarion.
Okay, do you think Crank It over there is gonna put out a Clarion for the 2/3?
Depends on how much
No.
he's got to do, right? If he just goes fires Clarion, I probably
It-
would.
Oh, no land.
Instead,
Dip to fairy
Fairy
bounce.
Bounce.
Do it. Bounce it.
Of
Bounce
course
it.
he is. There was no choice here. The Fairy Bounce, draw a card, get your land drop,
Plains.
pass.
They have mana for fires next turn.
I mean, they had
love...
fires. They had mana unless they got the land drop through the Fairy. They had mana for fires anyway.
Yeah. I think, and there's Nykthos.
There's Nykthos. Just in time. 2 tap, get 0 mana of your choice.
There you go. This is quite the interesting. So what do you do here as a green? There's Karn. So what are you grabbing? What are you grabbing here?
I'm not sure. I mean,
trying to get yourself back into the game.
Pithing Needle is an option. There's probably going to be something to get.
Yeah, Pithing Needle. What do you call?
Yeah, there is a
Super
lot.
Friends deck.
There is a whatever they play next, Brad. Lifecrafter's
Stonecoil Serpent's interesting.
Potentially, yes. I'm not too sure if I would want it, but no cards found. He didn't find any cards with it. Karn, the great creator.
Oh, is he just plus?
No. It was a joke. The Scryfall thing said no card found.
Oh. I was looking at the list. Did you see what they went out and found?
They went to and got a Lifecrafter's Bestiary.
Makes sense.
It's kind of a value engine, but it is a little bit scary considering what type of value engine are you getting. See a Mobilized District? I believe that was just played, right? So that will not be able to attack and kill the card yet. 3 mana for a Narset, Barter of Veils.
Okay.
That is actually pretty good against the Lifecrafter's Bestiary.
That it is.
Immediately turning it into a 3 mana artifact that scries you every upkeep. Buy another Teferi, that's going to just put it back in their hand. Not looking great for. But the Karn's going to get to take down again, right? And we are in boat territory. Down tick, play a land, down tick, get a boat, kill the Narset. Sets you up quite nicely for the future. Especially Karn being able to animate the boat is huge. But if there is no land drop here, isn't there a land drop coming in? Because I would just go for down tick boat here, right? We see Burning Tree, okay. That technically doesn't cost any mana. If I don't see a land drop here, I would have definitely grabbed the Darksteel Citadel last turn. With my Karn.
By the way, the boat cannot be creeped by Karn. You're thinking of Hardy Kieran.
No, you can't. Well, you don't crew it, but you uptick it, and you just turn it into a 5/5.
Oh, that's fair.
It's even better because you're upticking your Walker.
Yeah.
Wouldn't Heart of Kieran be pretty good in these decks too? I think Matt from our server ran it for a while. Heart of Kieran.
Yeah, I did as well.
But we see what's going to be turned for these 4 mana. Voracious Hydra. So no fifth land. Yeah, no fifth land. Which really made me think this should have been Darksteel into Boat. Like, Boat is really good in this matchup. Granted, there wasn't Teferi picked up, but if they play Teferi, Legend Rule, their Teferi, bounce your Boat, just play it again. Bolt another Walker, doesn't matter. Now, last turn wasn't the most eventful turn for Crank. Oh, we're seeing a downtick grabbing a God Pharaoh statue.
Perfect.
How does that interact with Narset?
I'm
not sure. I mean, you're going to be able to pay the tax easy, right? It's definitely it definitely makes it works with fires. And if you have 5 lands, you can play your Teferi Hero of Dominaria. But I think it's going to require you to pay a tax.
Is that going after Karn?
Could. It does open you up to being hit by the Godfair statue next turn, but your Teferi is ticking up, and your Teferi is dying. If you ECD the Karn here, you're going to lose both your Planeswalkers, and you're going to be staring down a Godfair statue. So that seems like a really bad idea. I mean, if you have no other play, alas, but...
Depends on what they have in hand. They could have another like Narset in hand or something.
But we see... Oh!
Hold on. I'm getting
Gideon
confused.
or not to Gideon? Sphinx's Revelation. Okay.
Wait, did they take back the ECD? So they didn't want to play it?
No, they revealed it with Narset. That's how.
Oh, my bad. I thought they were playing it.
No, I believe they revealed it with Narset. But Supreme Verdict coming in, a little bit surprised. Oh, you Supreme Verdict now to deny the Nykthos activation. So that makes a lot of sense. And no land still, no devotion. Is this going to be something like a Vivian or Vivian? Yes.
Hey, there's Vivian.
So the Lifecrafter's Best here was grabbed and not played, and land drops were missed. So I really still think this should have been a Darksteel Citadel. That's part of the reason it's in the sideboard. Just so when you have Karn and you have no 5th land drop, you grab the Darksteel Citadel to make that oh so important 5th land drop.
Especially if you're sitting on Nissa in hand. But really
you don't only have Nissa, you've got Elder Gargoth in this deck too, so you've got 6 really important 5 drops. That's going to get rid of the Vivian.
Yeah.
Unless, what are you more afraid of? Them tutoring up an artifact or them tutoring up a creature?
Well, they're at least another turn away from that, so...
No. Karn is at 2. He can down take Karn. He would lose Karn.
Well, I'm referring to Vivian.
No, Vivian's -5.
Yeah.
He played Vivian plus it. It's now on 5. If he gets the turn back, he can -5 Vivian and grab a creature from his sideboard. So he could lose either Walker to tutor up either an artifact or creature. So it was up to Crankit to decide what would I rather be up against? Would I rather be up against a creature out of my opponent's wishboard or an artifact out of my opponent's wishboard?
True.
Chooses the artifact is easier, and that is very understandable with 3 Fairy, currently having one on the field, and we know there is another one in the hand.
If she decides to go for down taking Karn immediately, What do you think she goes for in the sideboard then?
I mean, I was still thinking the boat, but it's not that good now anymore. But I still think your best thing to grab is the boat, and that's why they left him with Karn. It's like, yeah, you can grab the boat, but I don't really care at this point. I'm far enough ahead because if you play the boat, I'm gonna bounce the boat with my Teferi, and you cannot play it next turn because of Elspeth Conquers Death. I said upticking the Karn, going for the Vivian. I think that is the right play. If your Karn isn't good enough now, you don't want to lose the Karn to find a card that doesn't really matter. And it's very hard for Crankit to actually deal with this Karn because the deck's not that good at dealing with Planeswalkers. It's got ways, right? Especially it's got the Mobilized District, which will now be able to be used to kill Karn or set Vivian to the point where she can no longer tutor either. So it's definitely still like in Crankit's hands here. Crankit has full control over this game in the way that, like, not that Ori can't make any plays. Ori definitely can, and we still see Ori like giving choices to Crankit, but it's up to Crankit to make all the choices here. Right? Ori just gives you two choices, like, hey, are you gonna give me Karn or are you gonna give me Vivian? But it's still totally up to Crankit which card you get out of those two.
Give me Karn or give me death.
And that is the third Planeswalker, which still means that the Mobilized Districts can be activated.
Oh,
And
I'm hoping to see a Sarkhan come down soon.
that would be a pretty interesting one. Imagine, did he just emblem his Gideon?
Huh.
I believe so. And now just like shortcutting, right? Leaving the Narset on the field. Treating that as the new Narset. But I think that was an emblem of the... that makes me think that there is a Sarkhan in the future. Because what else would you be setting up this emblem for?
Uh-huh. So if they get the +1/+1 off the emblem,
And that's going to be 10
And what-
damage, right? With the Teferi and the Narset swinging. Oh,
Yeah.
and the Elspeth Conquers Death is going to
we'll
be...
get back the Gideon.
Yeah, we'll get back the Gideon. There was nothing to bring back with Elspeth Conquers Death, so he decides to immediately ultimate the Gideon, so that will be able to be brought back, which could even give you another emblem, right? Which would turn all your walkers into 6/6 dragons once Sarkhan comes out. And that's going to be able to compete with Gargaroth, right? Now we're trading. We're trading with Gargaroth, we're trading with the boat, we're flying over everything else, we're killing your walkers.
It's a good play from Crank It Man.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I probably wouldn't have made that play. Just very heads up. Seems to be comfortable piloting this deck.
Yeah.
Making some tough choices, like in the previous turn, giving him the Vivian, and this turn deciding not to deal with Vivian, even though the means to deal with Vivian were there. Right, there was the Mobilized District. It could have killed the Karn or set the Vivian to the point where it can't do there. Decided, you know what, Ori, you can have this one. Pick your poison. I'm gonna probably deal with whatever you're doing anyway. Hydra on 3, going to 6, being a nice 6/7.
No longer able to trade with... Well, actually, no. That doesn't have reach. I'm surprised the Hydra doesn't have reach, if I'm being honest.
A little bit, yes.
I feel like most Hydras should have reach.
I mean, there's a lot of creatures in Magic that should have reach.
And there are a bunch that shouldn't.
Like Elder Gargaroth. It's not that big.
Or, and I get it, it's the Archer thing. Where's that coming down? Where'd they go grab?
That is a Pithing Needle, I believe, from the Tattoo.
Oh, that's the Secret Lair.
The Tattoo Secret Lair, yes.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's actually probably one of my favorite Secret Lairs.
Wait, how did the Hydra was played, and then Vivian was down-ticked in order to make the Hydra kill Teferi.
Perfect. Yeah, that's the most underrated and overlooked aspect of Vivian, is that down
It is, yeah,
So
I completely
powerful.
forgot. Like, oh yes, you can actually hit walkers with that. It's really powerful. Also dividing you with a metric ton of devotion, right?
And now you can emblem again and keep. Well, they decided to make a warrior, or a knight.
Oh yeah, it comes in with an extra loyalty counter.
Yeah.
Funny enough, on Gideon, sometimes you can pick the 1/1 counter.
Yeah, it's great. I'll do that to flex on Arena. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, 1/1 counter. I don't care. Or I'll put a loyalty counter if I reanimate like an Uro or something. It's
Put a
dying
loyalty
anyway.
counter on it.
It's dying with style.
Downtick Nahiri being revealed. This game one has gone on for a lot longer than I imagined. After
Now
that,
we
after that
understand why
Clarion, I was
this
like, yep,
happened. Match
there
one.
is another Gideon. This Gideon definitely dropped off, right? When Inverter
Yeah.
left the format, this Gideon
100%.
dropped off.
I mean, this was also good against Breach too. So you have well actually, and the mirror for mono white because this was a big walker in mono white. So yeah, when all the combo decks went away, getting the trials went from being a $20 card to like it's $10, $8.
Just back to being like, I mean, it still sees a spotlight in Historic, right, with its interacting with Pact of Negation.
Yeah, which is cute.
But that card, luckily, not existing in Pioneer.
Historic's so strange.
It really is. Please, Wizards, hurry up with Pioneer on Arena.
It's in concept.
The roadmap made it look like it should be by about summer, which is like criminal because that is only Pioneer Masters, which is definitely gonna mean that we do not get all our Pioneer cards on Arena.
No.
It's by the summer.
2022, baby.
I mean, Pioneer is definitely the format hit hardest by the current world events. So
Of course.
I feel like
Historic should've been
Pioneer, when we're going to be able to play their LGSs and stuff again, Pioneer is definitely going to give a bit of an uptick. But in the meantime, we'll just be playing it online on our wonderful MTG at home community.
Of course. And we've got some wonderful games going on. I mean, look at all these Planeswalkers.
Man, this is fun Magic to play though. Like, I know a lot of people comment on Planeswalkers thinking a lot of people don't like it as a card type, but you've got so much like things to do.
Oh yeah.
Once you're playing, oh, I'll uptick this and make a token and draw a card. I'm gonna loot. I especially kind of like Planeswalkers that do like the little things. Right? If you're just like, you just get this incremental value, like, oh, a loot here, a token there. Makes the War of the Spark ones, like Nar said, a bit less exciting to play with. An interesting question in chat: if you're Ori, how do you get back? I think at this point you are looking at a very big devotion turn somehow, making a big play. But it's gonna be hard. But we see here, Crankit tapping out, staring down this Hydra, so knowing one of the Planeswalkers is gonna go. Probably upticking Gideon on this Hydra, which means the Hydra won't be able to do anything. Even the downtick from Vivian, I believe, makes it so the Hydra now still doesn't do any damage because it is the Hydra that does the damage and not Vivian. So that Gideon actually being huge here. Pithing Needle. At this point, this Needle might have to name Gideon of the Trials. Because shutting down your Hydra just means there is no way for you to get back because you cannot kill these walkers.
Turning off Gideon to just keep making it go wide. Now, I think the biggest thing is that Ori here is hoping you don't draw into a Sarkhan when it comes to Crank It, because that's just what kind of puts it over the top.
I mean, Sarkhan is lethal.
Yeah.
We've seen a Llanowar Elf coming down. Not really having a big effect on the game here. Vivian putting a counter on it. Next turn, that could make it a 4-4, which is fairly respectable. Karn being able to turn the Lifecrafter's Bestiary into a creature, which is probably what you want to do right now because Narset's stopping you from drawing cards with it. So if it somehow gets traded off, then okay. Mobilizing District is a 4/4 right now, though, because of this Gideon emblem.
Oh yeah. And it's free to activate.
Yes, so it just 0 mana. Here's your 4/4. And it has Vigilance. So if we're ticking up, I do not know what was named with the Pithing Needle. I suppose we're just going to have to keep track of what Planeswalker does not do anything this turn. Definitely not going to be Narset, but Teferi just allowing this Pithing Needle to be gotten rid of if required.
Yeah, I think they bounced the Hydra. Yeah.
Bouncing the Hydra, yeah. That could mean
Good way
two
to get
things. Could be that the
well, it lets you activate the land to get in damage.
yeah,
on
but
the
it makes you think
too.
that potentially the Gideon was named with Pithing Needle, and this is another way to deal with the Hydra. Then it would have probably just bounced the Pithing Needle, but it is true. Even if it doesn't deal damage, it is a blocker. So just being like an 0/7 wall is still super annoying. But I think that is what dealt with the Llanowar Elf. Was that a Stomp? There is Bone Crusher Giant in this list.
It's hard to see. I believe if there's an adventure card, it'd be on the left of Ally of Zendikar. I did see a little bit of a card over there, so that's probably where it's chilling. We're going to combat though, singing Gideon swinging, killing Karn as well as the token. So Planeswalker's out. This is scooping territory for. I'm surprised. Did they forget that they could activate
territory for a little bit? But
yeah, I think they forgot they could activate the land. No,
the land and Nahiri, right? I think Nahiri's still in 6. Maybe Nahiri was named with the needle. Though I'm a little bit surprised by that because Nahiri is. Well, I mean, Nahiri can. Is it tapped artifacts? Yeah, I think it's tapped artifacts, tapped creatures, and enchantments. So Nahiri would not have been able to actually deal with any of these artifacts anyway. And the only thing you can tutor up is a Bone Crusher Giant or a Brazen Borrower.
There it is. There's a scoop. All right.
That's the scoop, yeah.
Going to game 2. Hey, best part about Mono Green Walkers, there's no sideboarding. Though I do think they might have any type of warrant to bring in the Shifting Ceratops, that one of. That is possible.
Just not having to go through the bother of tutoring it up.
Yeah, because it's harder with Vivian to tutor it up. So bring that in, and then everything else stays the same. You cut like what? I don't know, maybe one Burning Tree or something.
Yeah, Burning Tree is always an iffy card to me in Mono Green. Not that it's not good, because it allows for the super explosive draws, but it's also like the worst top deck ever.
Yeah. They could also just decide to not bring in anything and just stick with it, keep the wishboard intact. So
doing the classic Mono Green, right?
I'm going to charge you $5 for this sideboard guide, and it just says no changes.
By the way, playmat game easily won by Ori.
I don't know the simplicity of the red playmat.
I mean, there is something to be said for playing with a playmat when you're like playing over webcam. Because of the sometimes if like the lighting's really bad, I will also grab a simpler playmat. I don't have any plain ones, but I have one with like a city on it, which is effectively like mostly in light colors. So it becomes a bit easier to see rather than the Bolas, the Deliver Unto Evil playmat that has like a bit more going on.
I have a special playmat coming into the works.
The Pithing Needle named Gideon of the Trials, I've just been told. So yeah, that could be part of the reason why the Hydra was bounced, because there was no easy way to deal with it. It's probably the correct play anyway. But I do think naming Gideon of the Trials with Pithing Needle is probably correct there, because you need to somehow enable your Hydra, or enable your Hydra, or force them to deal with your Hydra, because otherwise you're never killing these walkers.
And we definitely see some sideboard going on from Crank It Man for Jessica Super Friends, while Ori, she has opted to do the best mono green thing ever. No sideboard, just wait, be patient. Yeah, relax.
Gather your thoughts, you know. channel the heart of the cards to give you a Llanowar Elf, because you're on the play now. Like,
Mhm.
and again, as we discussed, even if you bring in Chain to the Rocks, the only card that allows you to deal with Llanowar Elf on turn 1 is Sacred Foundry, because that is both the white source to cast and the mountain to enchant. So there is a really high chance that a turn 1 Llanowar Elf is going to stick. And that allows you to do all your shenanigans.
Literally all of your shenanigans. It's quite exciting.
See in the chat, Sir Epic, I'd exile, I would have named Nahiri. My logic would be that I would have named Gideon because the Hydra is big enough to kill Nahiri. But as long as the Gideon is active, your Hydra never hits anything.
But let's be honest, it feels really bad to grab a Pithing Needle against a Super Friends deck and have 4 Planeswalkers facing you down.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
okay,
it's,
what do I name?
you know, you would need Pithing Needle. Right? Just like
Yeah.
name up to 4 cards.
I'm surprised we don't have a card that just flat out says Planeswalkers on the field cannot activate their ability. Well, besides
We'd
Immortal
have.
Sun.
We've got the Immortal Sun.
Okay,
That
one
would have
that
been
doesn't
one hell of
cost
a card to
6
tutor up.
mana.
Yeah, but he actually would have had the 6 mana. So the Immortal Sun would have actually been a sick card to tutor up. However, you are playing Mono Green Walkers too.
Yes.
So, but I think shutting off the Planeswalker
Hey, turn 1
tribal
elf,
deck.
heart of the cards. Trusted.
Hey.
You got there. Though, I
You
mean,
think he
in the
owns
year
the
of
Millennium Puzzle?
2021 Magic, I'm sure we'd get an artifact that was like 3 mana. The only text says opponent's Planeswalkers cannot be
opponents.
activated.
You know, because
no mirror effect.
you know I don't want
Hopefully it's messed up.
consequences for my own actions. So
No.
I just want all my effects to be one-sided.
There's the card that single-handedly broke 2 decks, and one of them was banned as a result in Pioneer. Look at that.
You will never let that go, Brad, and I can't blame you.
No, I can't. Like, I can't believe they unbanned
So,
Nissa and then just laughed.
But speaking of what's actually happening in the game with this Oath of Nissa, this is not the turn 2 you are hoping for.
No.
I am really hoping, like, is there a Wolf Willow Haven or another elf in here? I think it's just hitting in for 1. By the way, that land was actually Sacred Foundry. Just noticed. That would have worked with the Chain to the Rocks, which would have been quite the tilt, I think. But there is no turn 3 Nissa here, or turn 3 Karn, or turn 3 Vivian if this Llanowar Elf gets killed. And it gets Chained to the Rocks. Rocked. So I guess that Chained to the Rocks was a top deck? Because that would have been played turn 1, right?
Yeah.
Also for the tilt factor. Because your opponent knows it's drawing a 3-off and drawing another 3-off in your opening hand.
Here comes a 3-mana play. Is it a Visionary? Yeah.
At least Visionary sets up the Nissa next turn, but this is not a very quick start.
No.
Right? We could see I mean Teferi bouncing is gonna feel bad because this card draws you a card when it comes in. But the Teferi bounce draws you a card too, so maybe if you're afraid of the Nissa, you still do it. This could also see, but it's tapped. Are we stomping the Visionary? Maybe there's a petty theft being held up for whatever big play comes next.
The bad thing about Petty Theft is that Planeswalkers always get priority when they're cast, so they have the ability to activate.
Yeah, but I'm not thinking of like a Gargaroth, right? Like Gargaroth comes out, it gets
that
bounced, or a Vivian, because Vivian does put some counters on the Visionary, but doesn't do anything wildly impactful the turn it comes down.
Though getting a 4/4 and putting it out of Clarion range is nice.
True. But that's like a problem I can deal with later. Right?
Yeah,
and the only thing that happens in the meantime is that I take a few points damage. Oh, yes, important to note, as we see this being played, that is a Visionary. Usually for the Invitationals, we would like people to have clearer proxies, but Ori did not have access to a printer, and this was the only card that had to be proxied. And at least it's quite cleanly written.
Yep,
right?
Most of my written
proxy, they even like drew little boxes around everything, the slashes between it. Like it looks neat, right? And it's definitely better than the pictures Brad and I draw for our proxies.
Very crudely drawn Tybalt face for my my Valky.
For your Rakdos deck.
Yeah, that was beautiful. little hood, little face going in the background. You see the horns.
Omen coming in, very, very nice card. I'm a big fan of the Omen cycle. They're not all as good, but I like the idea of them.
There's a cool Omniscience combo deck with all the oh no, it's Omniscience, Flood of Tears, and then all the Omens, and it's like a combo kill that I'm super interested in.
Red Omen does 2 damage to someone's face, right?
Yeah, and you can infinitely bounce it and recast it. You loop Flood of Tears, the Red Omen with Omniscience being free.
Ah, yeah. That's
Yeah, yeah.
I like that.
And there's a verdict that comes down. We were saying, hey, Vivian puts the Llanowar Visionary out of Clarion range, but it does not put it out of verdict range. So
And we see 5 mana. Is this a Nissa? It would be huge
Gargroth.
if this is a Nissa.
Nissa.
Nissa. That is really big.
Yeah.
Right, leaving behind his land. If we're seeing like a Teferi Hero of Dominaria that's going to have to tick down in order to only postpone having to deal with this Nissa, the land is immediately just going to go ahead and kill it. And leaving up the mana to do other things. This is really big. And here we're going to see the power that a card like Doomscar is going to bring, right? When the next set comes out. Where you're going to have to tap down less. And granted, this was 4 mana, but imagine you do this at 5 and you keep up a Dovin's Veto after your sweeper. And that's going to make sequences like this less possible if we're going to see a card like Doomscar being played more.
Yeah, we're going to see control decks possibly have a pretty decent uptick in the Pioneer meta.
Shandi is in chat, bouncing something that cantrips. That's the fairy's white coming out. Yeah, that's the white part of the card.
As we see another white card come down, Gideon.
A white card that people would have liked to see banned in its day. Imagine.
What a far cry we are from that today, right? Where we wanted things like Siege Rhino.
It makes a 2/2 every turn. How do I deal with this?
For free.
What?
Meanwhile, we have cards that draw you a card, gain you life, drop a land, come back from the graveyard infinitely. It's
Omnath just slaps the fairy, right? It's like get out of it.
Hey, you go Omnath, you go Fable Passage, you go Growth Spiral, then you go your third land, and the Teferi just dies. Because that third landfall trigger, people forget, hits Planeswalkers, and you're like, wow.
Of course it does, and only your opponents, right?
Yeah,
because of course it does.
And your opponent's face. It's pretty nice.
But
pretty nice
here
card.
is, the person who makes 2/2s every turn while not losing loyalty versus the one that makes 3/3 every turn, makes 3/3s every turn while ticking up while doubling your mana. I believe Ori is in favor here.
Planeswalker design from 2016 versus 2019.
I think even 15. Battle for Zendikar is 2015, I believe.
Is it?
Yes, because Kaladesh was end of 2016, and then we had Shadows over Innistrad block. Oath of the Gage Watch, I believe, was January 2016, so this must be the...
Well, no, Kaladesh was 2017. That was immediately before Amonkhet.
Oh, and I'm just trying to look at the card.
Hour Devastation was the summer.
Yeah, but it's currently being displayed, and I'm trying to read the copyright at the bottom of the fairy. Gideon, which I believe says 2015.
There you go.
What 5 years can do. God, Gideon was printed 5 years ago. Now, I wasn't playing Magic when Gideon was printed yet, but I do remember him being in Standard when I started playing. Though Gideon spent an unbelievably long time in Standard.
Yeah.
I think that was when they changed the rotation structure.
And then they changed it right back.
Yeah, which made Battle for Zendikar less than Standard for much longer than most other sets. Do you think Battle for Zendikar gets too much flag, or do you think it is actually as poor of a set as people remember?
It is actually as poor of a set as people remember. Limited environment's cool. It's just aggro decks
I feel like the set
everywhere.
gets too much flag. I think Battle for Zendikar is a pretty cool set.
Cool set, sure, but power level, no, it's not very good.
No, but also, including the block, people just remember Eldrazi Winter and Gideon. It's like...
There's a Pithing Needle with Karn coming down.
And sometimes with cards like Wasteland Strangler and like the big Titus Renly being tutored up, it's not as bad, but Battle for Zendikar has a bit of that Kamigawa vibe where people are like, oh, this set wasn't that good, but there's this set of cards that is actually like really good. But they sort of, people keep forgetting they're from this block. I think there's numerous Kamigawa
So-
cards that are banned in Modern, yet people remember it as a weak set.
And we're seeing Ori, she's tapping, floating some green, double green, and then reanimating it with Nissa. So she should have 2 green floating currently. And then.
And Karn has been played. No, I think it was tapping 2 lands, play a Karn. And then
No, Karn already got played and she already found Pithing Needle.
Oh, yes.
So Pithing Needle is in hand. So I believe she has 2 floating mana right now with the 2 open lands. So she has 5 total mana, 7, 9 with the creature lands too.
I believe it
But-
was tap 2 forest for Karn, get the needle. So, yeah, no mana floating right now. But still, having access to 6, 9 mana, I think. It's a Castle Garen Break being tapped for the Pithing Needle because that is the only land to not tap for 2 green right now.
Mhm.
Chat, Battle for Zendikar and Kamigawa were hit or miss though, busted or garbage. That's true.
We did get Ulamog.
But like there's the I tried to brew up a deck with processing cards with Wasteland Strangler. And more of these cards had put cards from exile back in your opponent's graveyard because so many cards go to exile nowadays, and I thought it would be very good against Fortel. Turns out there's only one good processor. So that brew was over quick.
Like I said, I got my foil playset of Wasteland Strangler ready for Fortel.
Ulamog's Nullifier
As you
is
see
okay.
a 3 fairy come down. They're
Being
going to bounce
downpicked
something.
to get rid of
A land or Pithing Needle? Oh,
the
Pithing
Pithing
Needle,
Needle, so you can make a token with
another blocker. But you're gonna lose your 3 fairy now. Well, no, they can. No, they still can't
drawing
activate.
a card. You're also just digging for stuff right now, right?
Yeah,
You're trying to find your Elspeth Conquers Death, your Supreme Verdict, that sort of thing. Gideon ticking up, hitting the red zone, probably going after Karn or Nissa. Can't imagine you're going at Ori's life total right now. Trying to force the chump. Because Gideon is indestructible when attacking, so he will not be traded with.
these
So
rounds
Ori's
are.
been giving an option here. Lose your Karn, or take damage on your Nissa, or lose a land. And I would assume Ori will not be going for the block here. Unless there's a very specific card that she is thinking of grabbing with Karn. I'm not sure what that would be. If it's going for the Nissa, you don't care that Nissa goes to 2. Just, well, actually, that opens your Nissa up to be stomped by Bone Crusher Giant. But he was going after the Karn, deciding I would rather have my forest than my Karn, which I would assume is correct. Chain to the Rocks
Chain to the
coming down,
Rocks.
getting rid of one of the forests. Chaining a forest to a mountain, sure.
Yep.
Must do the mountain good. Mountain's nicer now, there's forests on it.
Hmm.
Still having
Gonna
access
get another
to
land.
9 mana this turn, at least.
So I think you just swing right at Gideon, kill it, right, and then save Teferi for next turn.
Yeah, Teferi isn't doing too much right now. It does have the instant speed verdict. You can even play it super safe, or not necessarily super safe, but you can replay Pithing Needle, name Gideon, and just go for face. Because last turn Ori had the opportunity to deal damage to Gideon and didn't, and decided to just deal some face damage. So I can imagine naming Gideon just going face. Right, sending them down to 5. That's getting really scary. No Ballista to tutor up with a future
Nope.
Karn, so the damage is going to have to be dealt, quote unquote, the fair way.
Karn, I'm sorry, Ballista did nothing wrong.
I agree. Heliod did everything wrong.
Yep.
Even lore-wise, right? Ballista's a robot just chilling, right? Just being showed off at an inventor's fair. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Heliod is like, I
A
mean,
literal
in that way,
god.
Heliod is cool because they display that white cards can be evil too, right? Because it's often like black's often seen as the evil color, and white as the good color. But obviously, Heliod showing that that is not the case.
Heliod should have been banned. Should have been Heliod, Oracle.
I mean,
Oath of
Heliod is
Nissa.
gonna potentially enable a nice life gain deck right now with the new Valkyrie.
I do like that, and that does give me that little
I think
twinge
that
in my
would be part of
heartstrings.
the reason too, right? Because they have been printing life gain cards recently. So they're thinking,
Mhm.
even though Heliod sees no play now, Heliod can definitely start seeing play in the future due to all these life gain themes that we're pushing. And if you have the design idea of like, hey, we're going to be printing a bunch of life gain cards, you probably do not want to ban a very powerful life gain payoff. Because it's just going to hinder the future design that every core set you've been pushing towards. Chat asking, where's Maddie? I don't think Maddie made it to the top 8, right?
Nope.
Maddie is our tournament organizer today. So the fact that all the tables, together with Sir Epic, so the fact that all the tables are being sorted out and all the brackets are being done properly is thanks to Matty and Epic.
They're not here to rep their mono green walkers, but thankfully they have two wonderfully skilled pilots, as we see a Supreme Verdict come in from Just Like Super Friends to help
But
play
still,
mono green in spirit for them.
if this and the Teferi was ticked up, little bit surprised to see the verdict now.
Mhm.
You are denying your opponent a lot of mana. Oh, actually, no, because if they want to like ult their Nissa, you could have verdict in response. Like, because you're now still taking this 3 damage unless they decide to ultimate their Nissa. And that is a scary prospect. Because I'm going to assume this Gideon has been needled.
Now, another thing that's a prospect is, let's say they go land drop, tap, float mana, animate with Nissa, and then play another Nissa, lethal.
That is definitely an option. Right? That is definitely something that can happen. And because he's been sitting on this one Nissa for a long time. So there
Yeah,
is a
and
really
there's
good chance a second one has been drawn in meantime. Or Vivian works too.
that's true.
Animate a land, play Vivian, put 2 counters on it, hit for 5. So I think I would have waited for the verdict. I have not seen Ori do particularly gross things with the amount of mana she's had, right? Like last turn, I think she played like a Llanowar Elf and passed. So I think I would be okay with giving them a lot of mana. And we see a report coming in. Sultai mid-range, the deck we have just watched and interviewed, winning 2-1 over Mono Black Aggro. So
And
whoever
then
wins this matchup will be up against Sultai.
And then we also did see on the lower bracket, Mono Green Walkers take down Blue Black Control. So Blue Black Control has been eliminated from the tournament. So in the lower round, too, it's going to be Immortal Sun on Mono Black Aggro versus Mono Green Walkers, which is a terrifying matchup for Mono Green Walkers, if I do say so. Thoughtseize Fatal Push, very good against
Nazis
that
Fatal
deck.
Push. So we see Nissa being ulted. So Crankerman staying on 5, but Ori finding every forest in the deck, and they will all become indestructible. Now, one thing I'm a little bit surprised by is that Nissa was ulted, apparently without floating green mana. So I really wonder what options Ori even has. Like,
Yeah,
if there's no
strange.
gas in your hand, I would have probably ticked up the Nissa.
Could just be a misplay, forgetting to
Could be.
tap and float.
It could be either a misplay or being too greedy and seeing the opportunity to ultimate your Planeswalker and going for it.
Yeah.
But I think Crank it only has like 2 cards in hand.
And
Seems
they have a colorless man
very
available. So the only thing I can
no
is that a
Dovin's
Sacred
Veto.
Foundry on tap? Yeah, no Dovin's Veto. So double elves coming in.
Elf Tribal boys. Let's go.
Yeah, that's a Sacred Foundry. So no Aether Gust either would be even a play.
Yeah, there was the Triome, I believe. I think it was Triome
Oh, is it
Mobilized
Triumph?
District. Yeah,
Okay.
the bottom
So they
card
do
is
have the board.
Triome. There was an Aether Gust possible. But yeah, only drawing gas now. Granted, Gas being Llanowar Elf is also still in the deck. So I am very surprised to see this Nissa being altered. I would have just set them down to 2. And I always see a big Teferi being played. That would have been able to deal with the Nissa. And
Yep.
3 Fairy could, I believe, have dealt. And then the land could have been blocked with the Mobilized District, but I still find it slightly questionable.
Well, now they're in a position where the land only costs 1 to activate. I don't.
Welcome
know.
to How Big is Your Hydra?
Yeah.
Big.
Now, a big Hydra, a Vivian to just kill big Teferi to like make it so they can't really do anything else, or like at
You
least
need to
get
kill
a
Small
card advantage.
Teferi, I think, because Small Teferi is going to bounce your Hydra, and it's going to
That's
just
true.
again push you away from lethal. Actually, if you play Vivian, you just outright kill both Teferis. Oh no,
You're right.
actually, Mobilized District can be activated because there are currently 3 Planeswalkers on that battlefield, so they can choose to save one of them.
Though it feels like they've been forgetting about District. They did seemingly forget about District all last game.
True, but they are still very mindful in keeping it open. So, with
Yeah.
another Nissa coming in,
This had to be a top deck, right? Because if this was not a
or
top
they
deck,
made the misplay last turn. It's either the
I hope
misplay
they
last
didn't,
turn or
because they had
the
lethal.
top deck.
Well, now they have the emblem, so that's an indestructible land. And the fact that it resolved shows me that
two
there are
Chain to the
no
Rocks
Aether
have been
Gust.
played. 2 Chain to the
Yeah.
Rocks have been played. If Teferi wants to deal with this land by bouncing it, that requires Teferi to die. So that would effectively deal with the Planeswalker too.
We're not in combat yet. Looks like she's still looking over her plays. That's a lot of mana she's tapping for.
Oh,
Oh my
Hydra.
goodness.
Are we going to heal Hydra?
Yep.
Kablamo!
And a scoop. All right, we're going to get 3.
Scoop. Surprising enough.
Well, let's see. They would have killed
I
2
don't get this
planeswalkers.
scoop.
Well, think about it. Okay, so they obviously they did not have anything in
Oh
hand to
yeah,
stop it.
you can draw Verdict because the lands are indestructible. So I guess this was gonna do it.
Yeah, and
But
then
I'm
like,
always
they
of
have
the
the
opinion.
elves.
Yeah, but I'm of the opinion if you only get one more turn, I would still take my turn and see what I draw.
I don't
Because
think there's anything
the possibility is
would've.
there to like Elspeth Conquers Death, the Nissa, and Verdict the board. You take the 3, and then you chain to the Rock to land. Like
Well,
just
they
something
had
like that, right?
nothing. They had
It's a
nothing in
perfect
hand, and they were about
sequence.
to
But
lose. They were about to lose literally their 2 cards that would have drawn them cards. So if Big Fair is at 1. That's just an elf attack. And they have 2 elves coming in. You can only block one
yeah,
of
but
them with
you
your
had the
mobilized
district and the
district.
token,
Yeah,
right?
you can only block one of them.
Yeah, but you also had a Gideon token.
That's true.
And I'm always of the opinion, just draw your 1 card, see what it is, then scoop.
Yeah.
Right.
And again, Ori, just staring, shuffling, no sideboard. We love it.
I mean, Crankit being on the play again, pretty big in this matchup. Not necessarily from the Super Friends matchup side, but almost more from the mono green side being on the draw, being a big difference.
That is a big deal. And
Some
I'm
good
looking
magic
forward to
so
this
far,
matchup.
though.
Yeah.
We've seen some really nice matches. On the back and forth, not a lot of matches being decided on like screwing and being flood or something like that.
I will say I'm interested in looking at one of these lower bracket matchups next round. We're going to have either mono black aggro versus mono green walkers, or one of these control decks versus one of these decks we're looking at right now.
Not sure what we would be. I believe we would be looking at the upper bracket. But I suppose we could leave that up to chat too, or depending on what production had in mind.
True. I just don't want to give all the glory to the upper bracket because there's some good players down in the lower bracket too.
True. I mean, there's good players in this entire tournament.
And their games do matter. Those games matter a lot.
They still have one person of the loser bracket still ends up in the finals. So
Yep. And then there's the prospect of watching a game for Sultai mid versus a deck we've already seen. So 2 decks we've already seen. You know, where I mean we would still. I'm intrigued by the mono green walkers and mono black aggro, but maybe Esper control beats against blue white, and then they go up against Super Friends coming up.
That's going to be an interesting matchup, depending on which one it is. Especially because
Mm.
the Esper deck does have 1 copy of Elder Spell, which is nice.
I would love to see that get resolved.
Too bad there's no Nicol Bolas in the deck for the instant win.
Yeah. Too bad there's no.
I have done
Fae
that
of
before,
Wishes.
and it feels good.
Oh yeah.
Like Bolas, Elder Spell, I win.
All right. Tap Hollow Fountain, and then
There's
turn 1 elf
Llanowar
3
Elf.
games in a row. That's perfect.
Do we see an answer to this elf from Crank It Man to just take
Needs
a
a
win?
red source and a Bone Crusher, or a red source and pass.
Pass.
Ooh.
Had the
No
opportunity to
chain
play
to
a
the
chain to the
rocks?
rocks, so no chain there. But also playing this
And-
untapped means no Aether Gust.
Or
And
Bone
it's gonna be
Crusher.
2 mana for a Burning Tree
Oh.
Emissary.
But no land.
Maybe it will be played.
Othanissa.
Gonna use
Okay,
the
so
mana.
they still have red floating.
Yeah.
They could go land, and then maybe they have a. If they have
Wolfwidow
that'd
or
be
another Burning
nice.
Tree, or just another
Yeah.
elf is fine too. Just setting you up for next turn.
Or they got
Finding
Karn.
Karn.
Were there no lands in the top, or do they have land in hand? And they're just baiting us. Because
No, they are passing the turn, keeping a 1-lander and an Oath of Nissa. I'm missing. That is unreal.
and Clarion.
Deafening Clarion.
Oh my god, no!
Yikes. That is painful. No land.
Look, I'm gonna give a lot of credit to Ori though. She saw the opening hand. She's like,
yeah, you keep an
go
Oath of
for it.
Nissa, all right?
You go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, you keep that. That is a correct keep. But just
Oh,
you get a
man.
draw and looking at the top 3. Actually,
and
you
didn't
get
draw
2
a land,
draws.
just passed.
You get 2, so you get to look at the top 5. Putting Yori on
Adding
hand.
Yori in it. That makes sense. You know their opponent's not doing anything. You have the ability to kind of be slow too.
I mean, if they don't play land next turn, do you just play Yorion for the beatdown?
Oh, they do.
Right,
they play land.
to
And there's
Wolfwood
Wolfhaven. Oh, they had and that was a great line too. If they would have hit a land off that Othanissa.
Hit land, Wolfwillow Haven.
Oh my goodness.
That would have been really nice. But, oh.
So a land they could play Karn, but they are really far behind now. 3 fairy. Bounce the Othanissa. Do it.
No, bounce the Wolfwillow Haven.
Oh, that's true.
That is just not even a Karn. You get nothing. That's
maybe they can go land
coming in
like...
untapped.
Oh yeah, this is what they need. They need
we're
Elvish
Aether Gusting the
Visionary.
Wolfwillow Haven, are we? If they don't play a land, we're Wolfwillow Haven. We're Aether Gusting this, right? If we have it.
If you have it, that's
Crank it's thinking about it. Like,
I think
how badly do I ruin this person's day?
Nothing. They got nothing.
Nothing.
Huh.
Okay, that's potentially a Karn coming in next turn.
They're at 6 mana already.
No, nothing
Crank
it can't deal with, right? We're gonna see.
You know what's interesting?
Fires at Chandra.
We haven't seen fires come down yet at all in this fires deck, and there's Yorion.
Yorion, just don't forget to take up your
Teferi,
Teferi, which I believe they forgot. But Teferi being blinked.
Okay.
I mean, that's just staring down Karn, right? And it's like coming back, going to 3.
Yeah.
And going back to their turn. He's gonna play a Karn down ticket. It's gonna be killed by Yorion. No good time. Whatever artifact he finds can be bounced by 3 fairy.
So yeah, hopefully you don't have to play Karn here. Visionary. See, I was saying that's what you want.
That's style points for the art, though. I love those promos.
I do too.
You know these special circuits? They are my favorite ways to bling out a deck. If that type exists for like Heartless Act, Eliminate, Thought Erasure, Opt, I always want those. They're probably my favorites.
Chandra coming in.
Chandra coming down. Oh,
Chandra.
Speaking of cards that I like, Chandra, my girl.
Worth noting that for the viewers, Cranky Man is obviously not at 5. They've just forgotten to reset their own life totals.
There you go.
They're at 20. Now they're at 20. Hey! It's like they heard me. This is feeling like match one or game one a little bit again, and this is just tough.
Update from the side of the control mirror watching. Esper is currently up a game, and game 2 was almost over, but the blue-white deck cracked an Elixir of Immortality and cast the Sphinx's Revan is back up to a healthy 12 life.
Oh my
So
goodness.
that game 2 is probably going to go over for a while.
Oh, I mean, we could always hop into that one after this game matches up or finishes up. Swinging in
Depending
with
on
the
what time
Orion.
left, we also could have an interview with whoever
True.
wins this match, which is very much looking like it's Crank It Man. Not forgetting the Mobilized District. We did it! We attacked our opponent for 7. I mean, that's a 2-turn lethal, right? The Wolf Widow Haven has been bounced again.
Ugh. This is a big feels bad for Mono Green.
New
There's
Visionary.
another visionary, and okay. You can chump block the thing now. It's very strange. Worth noting that our interviewer Scratch is on board with going to watch the ridiculous control mirror after this. I really, man. Sometimes you see a nice back and forth one, but then other times you just have all the advantage for one
It
deck.
seems
and
to the
that's what we're
control
seeing right
mirror,
now.
we are going to game 3. I'm surprised that they even made it to game 3.
I mean, they could. Hey, they could have easily still been in game 1 right now. That would have been impressive.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they were like, yeah, they're in game 1. Yeah, sure. They're both at 20. Yeah, why not? They've been staring at each other playing lands and cycling Shark Typhoons
Land go, land go, land go, land go.
with the eventual shark, and that's it.
All right,
So hitting for another
she's down
7,
to
setting
6.
Ori to 6. What can Ori even draw here?
I don't think there's anything.
There's no out.
Like it's over. Feels really bad. You could also just Chandra uptick, just free damage. Choose not to play whatever.
Yeah.
Like even if you get a blocker down, you go
I believe
Orion over
Chandra
the
might
air.
have
That's
been used-
lethal.
Ramana enchanting.
Wolfle Haven.
Read.
Veto the Wolfle Haven.
Veto
Oh, the
the
disrespect.
Haven.
And
we're done.
oh man.
Clean.
Yeah, there was
Veto
no
the
way of getting
Haven.
out of that anyway. That was incredibly tough. Showing their hand, I see Vivian, Elder Gargroth, Nissa, another Visionary. They just couldn't get their own lands. They had a gas hand. Man. Now imagine if they would it have made a difference if they hit that land?
And sure. But
Wow.
just missing those land drops there are really mattering. Otherwise, it would have enabled a Karn after the Clarion, and that would have been a totally different game.
Yeah, could have gotten the land, the blanking out of the name, the one that's played in Scissors. Artifact land,
Darksteel Citadel.
indestructible. Yes, and that could have actually set him up for that would have been a much different game. Because that hand was gas. I saw 2 Vivians, 2 Nissas.
Yeah, the rest of the hand was great.
Oof. Well, they have a chance to kind of go with it, and this could be interesting. Now, like I said, right now we're looking at Jeskai Super Friends versus Sultai Midrange. So actually, do we want to get the straw poll going now? Also, do you want to hop in and catch this game 3? Because it's probably going to be a hot minute before we...
Let's hop in and watch game 3.
All right. Let's get set up for watching the game 3 of the Control, I guess, pseudo mirror. It's Esper versus Blue White, so I mean, might as well. Though the spell colors are very interesting to me from Esper.
Definitely.
What are you excited to see? Like at this point now, you're seeing both mono green walkers down in the lower bracket. facing off either against another control deck or both arguably bad matchups, right? Looking forward, you're going against a control deck on one side, and then you're going against mono black on the other side. Does mono green just get knocked out here?
Sorry?
I'm saying, do we see mono green just get knocked out altogether? Because the next round for David's mono green walkers is against mono black aggro, which is a great matchup for mono black aggro. Thoughtseize push, resilient threats. And then we have Ori going down to mono green walkers in the lower bracket, facing off either control deck, being a Esper control or a blue white control, which they can have a tough time with some control decks as well.
Mono green's not that bad against control. Like, especially if the control decks don't have push, it can definitely get under. So I think control is a very reasonable matchup for mono green walkers to play, and I wouldn't count them all out at all. I think mono green's control matchup's pretty good. There's a lot of big haymakers, right, that have to be dealt with.
Yeah.
Nissa immediately making 2 threats, for example, being a threat herself, and making a threat from a token is from a land is already really big. Karn regularly 2-3 for wanting. The Pithing Needle being able to be tutored up by Karn can be very interesting, especially to name a card like Elixir of Immortality, or even naming Teferi Hero of Dominaria against blue-white, because the deck doesn't have 3 fairy, it actually has a hard time dealing with that Pithing Needle.
True. Though the Esper one does have a couple fatal push, a couple of eliminates for I guess
a couple of pushes. No heroes downfall.
Spellcore hits Nissa and not Nissa. I'm sorry, Vivian.
Yeah,
and
but
Karn.
that's also killable.
True.
So Spellqueller can still be killed by Hydra or Vivian, which means that the Spellqueller isn't like a good, well, it's a reasonable answer, but not like an answer like how a counterspell could be one.
I got a cute sideboard deck for you from Esper. Kaya can downtick and kill a land. Because it's exile. Even if the Nissa lands are indestructible, you get to exile their lands. Look at that.
That is true.
That's a big brain one right there.
Doing it, Brad.
Really cool. Yeah, we're doing it. All right, so let's go down and check out the battlefield now and see this wonderful, wonderful control matchup. We have Esper control on the right-hand side of your screen and blue-white control on the left-hand side, and they are just now starting game 3. Man.
Play mat game, Brad.
We love the Japanese alternate art of Narset, but we also love the Seb McKinnon art. I'm gonna give it the Narset though. That's a great one.
I think I'm gonna give it to Seb, but it's a close call.
I like Seb, but that's one of his overrated pieces of art because it was only made into a playmat.
I mean, that's just because it was just the promo art for the set.
Yeah. I would say
what would
and
this card be?
I mean, the fact that you have it's weird because you have the Planeswalker symbol in the background, which I think is cool.
Yeah.
But like, it makes the art kind of weird for a card.
Yeah, it makes the card really strange. It's just like this giant advertisement just on the middle of your art.
You have the land taking over a dead dude's corpse. Well, it's a bit
Crispy
more
in chat.
and nice
Just
in
got
the
my
background.
webcam. Need to set it up so I can do some modern/legacy at some point. Yes.
Hooray! We do have our modern and legacy invitational next month. So
are we getting legacy too? I forgot.
We are. So it's going to be Saturday, Sunday combo days. This month was Pauper Pioneer. So Pauper was yesterday, Pioneer's today. And then next month, it's going to be Legacy on Saturday and Modern on Sunday. Wonderful. Hey, maybe you could actually perform well in both and play in both invitationals.
God, that could be exhausting. Like, playing in I've played like tournaments for like 2 days in a row, and it can be tiring.
Oh, yeah.
It's really the point where you kind of have to like prep for the day, but not just in like prep for your deck, but almost like prep for like the stamina, right? Like make sure you get some good sleep the week ahead, don't eat crap. Go to bed on time, make sure you get some good snacks, drink a lot of water, right? That's the type of stuff that suddenly starts mattering, which like might not at an FNM. Legacy is kind of small on the server, it doesn't matter.
Let's see. We got
Chris said
Temple
legacy is
Command.
kind of small everywhere, though. It is. The Netherlands actually has a really reasonably healthy legacy community,
What
which is
was
really
that?
cool.
What was that? What did you
Being
just play?
played was an opt, but I don't know where their graveyard is.
OG opt. See, this is what I was talking about with you, Alex, earlier when we are kind of going over this Esper control list. This mana base is a mess. Like, I'm sorry, Black.
The Prairie stream is at least have the basic land types, right?
Yeah, but this is quite the cluster.
It
of
seems
random
like an
lands.
attempt at making your mana base less painful, because 3-color mana bases can be very painful. And this seems like an attempt at trying to make your mana base less painful, which is like kind of respectable. And a worthwhile effort. I don't know if they succeeded, but it's definitely a worthwhile effort to reduce the painfulness of your mana base. Like, if you're playing a 3-color deck, I've tried this, for example. I've also really tried to trim on the amount of shock lands that I run. Right, I used to just run, like, my initial risk immediately just ran 12, right? Just 4 of each shock, they're the best duels. I think I've trimmed it down to like 10. But it can really make a difference. When I went to a tournament the first time I tried it, I actually made sure that the sulfur falls that replaced my steam vents had different art. And I remember drawing the different art sulfur falls when I was at 2 life. And I needed that untapped land, and that won me the game. And that was really like, if this was a shock land, I would have lost because it's a sulfur fall, I win. So it is a worthwhile effort. I'm just not sure if Prairie Stream is the way to go.
Yeah, makes sense.
We see here a Spell Queller coming down, getting Mystical disputed, potentially. I don't know why this Queller came down, maybe just for a clock? I think they were going to cast an Azorius Charm to draw a card. And in response, they're like, this is time to get the Spell Queller out, get the clock in. And goes out the veto. But this is a strange time to pick a counter war. Because this is the fairy territory. But for 2 mana, we are seeing... I have no idea. Search for Skanta? Search for Skanta, yeah. Scary, scary time to pick a counter war there. Like, holy. Fighting over an Azorius Charm? I'm not sure about that. As people, you can see the vote in the chat. Quick for the straw poll. Next match we can pick between is Jeskai Super Friends versus Sultai Midrange, Mono Green Walkers versus Mono Black Aggro, or Mono Green Walkers versus the winner of this match. So the lower bracket will be an option here for what match we are watching.
I would like to see some mono black aggro action. Just a classic deck.
Mono Green Walkers versus Mono Black Aggro is currently up.
Look at that.
Just overtaken. Jeskai Super Friends versus
Oh,
Sultai Midrange.
man.
One more vote. As I said that, it was like, whoop.
How do you break my heart like this?
People want to see the upper bracket, Brad. It's pretty clear.
Yeah.
And nobody wants to see Mono Green Walkers versus the winner of this match. Poor control players.
Can you blame them? I truly can't.
Not really. I like seeing it, but it doesn't make for the most entertainment Magic. I agree. People slamming turn 2 Nissas is more entertaining than people passing and Dovin's vetoing that Nissa.
Very true. But hey, look at that. Kaya did come in. I don't know why in this matchup.
It has the opportunity to deal with the sharks that come down repetitively.
True.
Which can be pretty nice in that way. It exiles cards from graveyards, which works against the Elixir of Immortality plan. And it's also just an alternate way to win.
Yeah.
It's a fairly common thing that used to happen in Control is these cheap Planeswalkers coming in as ways to steal games. And Kaya's no exception. I wouldn't say she's particularly great at it, but I do find that being able to deal with these sharks is quite nice. Because it's definitely happened that people take out all their removal and you just cycle a shark, and you're like, crap, there's no removal in my deck.
And I suppose being able to kind of chip away slowly at the elixir plan is nice.
Field of Ruin being deployed. Is that being deployed before the Ascanta flips? I am a little surprised by that. Because there's only
Would've been a
one. I
really
believe
good
there's only
target.
one Field of Ruin in Black's Esper deck. I'll see if I can find it real quick. Yes, the one-off Field of Ruin is being used to do something. Fuel a dig through time, I suppose.
Hmm.
However, Kaya is keeping the Surge down, right? So Surge is not going to flip anytime soon.
Hey, Alex, the straw pool's 50-50 right now, 9 versus 9.
Ooh. Well, then I get to decide. We're watching the control deck.
Oh man.
If anyone here was bringing Grixis, there was no choice. But now I will allow you people to choose.
I don't think anyone wants to watch a Grixis matchup either.
Well, the thing
At
is, the Grixis matchup probably wouldn't end up in the top 8.
Yeah. Yeah.
I could just use the excuse that I cast, right? It's like, yeah, I don't really play in the tournaments. I wouldn't make the top 8. I'm casting.
Mhm.
Hiding the fact that I would just never make it.
I would just I would be bringing Forkorek if I was not casting. It's a very good deck.
I did actually 4-0 one of the 3-0 or 4-0 one of the weekend events during the inverter time. I don't know how I did it. I somehow did it. And
Yeah,
I'll
on
just write
Grixis.
and I'll just write that high for like the rest of eternity.
See Azorius Charm come in on one of the Quellers. What did they get back though? Or
I
was
think
it just
another Azorius Charm. One of the Quellers earlier got rid of an Azorius Charm.
Mhm.
And I probably just used that to draw a card or something. Like Azorius Charm this one and then draw a card with the original charm I had.
That makes sense.
Actually, if there was a charm under it, they could have actually charmed the one with the charm under and then charmed the other. And here we see my least favorite card of all time, Dovin's Veto.
Dovin's Veto.
No, we are not going to interact today. There will be no
Just wait.
interacting or difficult sequences made today.
We're gonna have to get a card that says counter target non-counterable spell. Or you get like a 1 mana choose card on the stack, it can't be countered kind of thing.
Ugh.
And we see a scoop. Wait. Esper 1?
Esper 1.
Out. We are going to see Esper Control going against Mono Green Walkers, which is probably the better option of the two in the matchup, favoring the control side at least for
Yes.
Mono Green.
So I don't know what's up next. Are we going to have an interview or are we already set up to go for the next round?
Let's go ahead and get a quick little word in from our production team and we'll see where we're going. It looks like as of right now, Jeskai Super Friends versus Soul Type Midrange is the pick for the next round. All right, so we're going to need a few minutes. I don't know if that's enough time for an interview, but we did get one vote. Hey, one vote came in for the control matchup with the Mono
That
Green
was not
Walkers.
me. I'll tell you, that was not me. That's probably the Esper player. Came into chat. Hell yeah! I want to see me.
The best part is before you click on a vote, it doesn't show the results. So I'm sure they're like, yeah, I'm going to give myself a vote. And it's like, aw. It's only me.
Only me wants to see me.
All right, so we have our bracket ready to go. The one on your screen is not the up-to-date one, but we do have Crankaman on Jeskai Super Friends versus Sultai Midrange, Mono Black Aggro versus Mono Green Walkers, Mono Green Walkers versus Esper Control. This is cool. Now, is it fair to think that the winner of this upper bracket will probably be playing? Okay, I think there's a very good chance that this matchup right here in the upper bracket, Sultai Mid versus Jeskai Super Friends, could just be the grand finals too.
Yeah, that like even if whichever one wins, the other one goes into the loser brackets and just comes back with a vengeance.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we
that
could
would
see
not surprise me.
match twice. Double check draw poll. We are still sitting at Jeskai Friends and Sultai Midrange as the winner. So it's most likely we will be watching. We might be watching that match twice. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of this. Now, I will be honest. Prior to this tournament, we have our discussions internally for the production team and things like that. Like, who's your pick? What do you think is going to happen? And I was actually rolling with Ori's Monogreen Walkers list, which she's still in it. She has actually both Walkers lists are in it. We actually might see a mirror matchup next round if both Monogreen Walkers prevail here. And I said I was actually kind of low on both Jeskai Super Friends and Sultai Midrange, mostly Sultai Midrange. And here they are. Here they are looking to see who's going to be representing the top of the winner, the upper bracket.
Before we move into the next round, we're going to quickly head to a break for a couple of minutes while we get everything set up, get everyone to their table, and then we can bring you the next round of the Season 8 Pioneer Invitational.
So stay tuned. We will see you in just 2 or 3 minutes. All right, so we're back.
Hello.
We got a matchup in the upper bracket. The straw poll has been decided once again, so thank you to the viewers for picking our next matchup. Jeskai Fires and Sultai Midrange. We know the decks, we know what's in them, so let's quickly just go over the matchup real quick. Alex, what's getting brought in for this sideboard against Sultai Midrange when it comes to Jeskai Fires?
I mean, it seems to be the standard, right? Again, it's your opponent has Mystical Dispute, so you probably should too. Ether Gust is a good card. Ashiok is potentially a good card. Rest in Peace is potentially a good card. Trying to shut down the graveyard a little bit if you have difficulty dealing with Uro, which this deck probably does. There's not that many exile effects ready to go, so you're probably looking at some sort of exile effect to shut down that graveyard. Shuts down Jace too, so he just becomes a Merfolk Looter, which is not a particularly great Magic card for this format. So that's the card I'd be looking at. To cut, maybe you're shaving on a few of your Deafening Clarions, maybe some of your smaller effects. Chain to the Rocks is probably also a card you want to bring in. So there's quite some game to be had here. So it really just becomes a matter of like expertise with the deck, really. Like this person knows what to trim. I personally don't.
I would imagine you trim some of the Bone Crusher Giants.
Borrower doesn't seem great either.
Yeah. I mean, you have some nice exile effects. ECD, Rest in Peace, Chain to the Rocks, and Aether Gust to hit the stack. And like,
yeah, there's a lot to bring in.
Yeah,
main deck
that's some nice stuff.
But let's have a look at the Sultai Delirium deck, because the players are waiting.
Sounds good. Now, when it comes to Sultai Delirium, we did note that they have main deck Abrupt Decay and Assassin's Trophy. Abrupt Decay seems good now, like it was not the last time we saw this matchup. Or last time we saw Sultai Midrange, so that's good. Merge Ride on the main's great. I wish there were more ways to kill Planeswalkers from the sideboard, though Disdainful Stroke looks very good here. Of course, we already noted Mystical Dispute, and I suppose you could also do some Liliana shenanigans, and the same thing we saw against Blue-White Control, Tyrus Tracker to get some threats down. So it seems pretty straightforward as what we saw the first time around with Sultai Midrange, and the same kind of plan for the sideboard. I think it's going to be a good matchup.
Yeah, I think there's also here again, we do have some pretty clean sideboarding, right? Pushes out, strokes, disputes in. I'm not sure about Liliana in this matchup in particular, because a lot of your opponent's card advantage will just be sitting on the battlefield.
Seems slower, so I'd probably cut that too.
Yeah, other than that, seems like pretty clear sideboarding and a pretty interesting back and forth value matchup. So let's head into the match and see how this all shakes out.
All right, real quick, while we're transitioning to the match and before they get started, everyone in chat, spam what you think is going to win. Who do you think is going to win this matchup? Is it going to be Sultai Midrange on your right-hand side of the screen with Wentworth being the pilot, or Craigitman on Jeskai Super Friends? We're back with another plain red mat versus a dragon mat, just like last round.
It does seem like Wentworth's screen is the other way around.
Is it?
I think
it is.
They're both playing from left to right.
Yep, let's flip Wentworth around real quick, give that proper perspective going, and we'll be good to go.
Chat's thinking Sultai is going to take this down?
Are we thinking that the winner of this wins the whole thing?
Potentially, yes. I'm just seeing this matchup being played twice. Like, I'm with you. I can imagine this. Whoever loses this goes through the loser bracket and then just plays this matchup again. But
definitely be interesting.
Chat seems to agree on Sultai. Sultai. I don't see Fires being able to outvalue this deck.
Which is such a strange thing to say, because Fires is such a value card. Like, I'm not saying... Yeah, I'm not either. I'm saying in the idea of like what they're saying, it's weird to hear it. Because like Fires is so good.
Yeah, and I think this deck can outvalue the deck with 25 Walkers in it. It's like, what?
Yeah. Man. Uro is a very good Magic card. So
yes.
The Uro deck is probably favored.
Game 1, I think Wentworth has an advantage due to Crankit's inability to deal with Uro very well.
And Thoughtseize is just a great card against this
Yeah.
deck in general. So yeah, I agree with you.
Thoughtseize even being able to clear out the way and get rid of the very few cards that can deal with Uro.
Yeah.
You know, getting rid of Elspeth Conquers Death, potentially Teferi bouncing it. You just don't want the time to be used. Nahiri is also a way to do with Uro, but that is after it entered the battlefield and
Speak
attacked you once.
of the devil, turn 1 Thoughtseize from Sultai midrange. So we see Double Land, Deafening Clarion, Supreme Verdict. Oh my god.
If you're Wentworth, you are praying for a turn 3 Liliana.
Oh man. What did they take? Was it one of the Supreme Verdicts, I guess?
Think so. I'll be honest, I missed it, reveling at the idea
That
of
was
this Liliana being
wonderful. Oh man. Snap keep, I guess, from our Jeskai Super
Uro
Friends
will
player.
win since it's his birthday.
Oh no. Oh no. The birthday boy.
I'm not gonna sing happy birthday for Uro.
I'll sing happy birthday for Uro.
Tapped Watery Grave, so no play. Hey, birthday Uro being pulled up again.
We love it. And then land go. We're seeing Uro.
Uro.
Sweet.
So Brad, if you play Deafening Clarion or Arena and you sweep the board and you have no creatures, do you still pick the lifelink?
Yeah.
I'm always afraid I accidentally click the wrong one, so I just click both.
Yeah, I do too. And plus, it's just like
I'm
it
a little
says one or
surprised
both.
lifelink is an option.
Fires. The first time we've seen Fires cast from Super Friends.
And Nahiri. Nahiri being a very nice card here. Being able to loot. Again, the value, what I also discussed in the first matchup where we saw all these cycling lands, is to very quickly add some new gas to your hand. Makes the information gained by Thoughtseize less valuable in the long run. Because we now see a Fires that wasn't there. We see a Nahiri that wasn't there. So we can determine quite a few of the cards in the hand. But if you start looting every turn, like the value of the information gained by Thoughtseize like very quickly declines to like pay you off in the long run. Right? If you uptick, get rid of a Clarion, uptick, get rid of a Verdict, your opponent is immediately in the dark. But speaking of, I wanted to say something related to Dark, but it's Questing Beast. Dark art, I guess, dark backgrounds. Immediately putting Nahiri to 2, and it has Vigilance, which means Nahiri actually will not be able to kill it. Cannot downtick Nahiri to exile a creature because the creature has to be tapped.
Eldraine was such a good set.
As in power or fun?
I mean, Avengers are fun. So kind of.
I'll go with the power good.
Yeah, power
Adventures
great.
are okay. Fires,
Fun somewhat.
Questing Beast. Oko.
Questing
Once
Beast
upon
is
a
a fun
time.
card.
Yikes.
Okay, the latter two. Let's just ignore those existed. Oh, and Mystical Dispute. Hey.
Oh yeah. Okay, Eldraine is one of my least favorite sets of all time.
Says the control player.
Here we see. I hate the card. I hate that all my sideboards start with 3 Mystical Dispute at least. Here we see Yorion being added to hand, 5th land being played. So now, are we going to see the Yorion? Because the Yorion would be able to block the Questing Beast and protect the Nahiri. But we see a Verdict. I believe there is still a spell left to be cast. So you could even just play your Yorion, but you probably don't want to. You could play your Yorion, try and protect it from a second Questing Beast, but there are only 2 in the deck. The odds of staring down a second Questing Beast are very low.
My favorite thing about Yorion in this deck is the fact that you can, as we see a Jace come down on Sultai side, I love the fact that you can blink your Fires, and then with the untapped mana,
yes, you can cast 3 spells.
Exactly.
Super good.
Based on the clapping in my household, it sounds like the Bucks did something good. They are in the NFC Championship today, playing against the Green Bay Packers, so go Bucks.
Yes.
Sports.
I know Bucks is another word for money.
Okay, but this is the Buccaneers. They're Pirates.
Ah.
Yeah. As we see Teferi come down, gonna bounce this Jace.
Because why not?
And bye-bye, Jace. Not to be confused with the Bucks in the NBA, who are deer as their logo. See, this deck is night and day for Jeskai Super Friends with fires on the field. We watched 3
Yeah.
games of no fires and just having to like grind through these games and figure out how
It's
you kind of
effectively being a
manage everything.
Jeskai control deck.
Yeah, and now it's just like, haha, free things.
Everything.
And then you get to blink and get to fairy again back
Dorian
to 4.
blinking the Teferi, that's pretty nice, allowing it to
Yep.
bounce another card again next turn.
And this
I
is also
assume the
why
fires will be blinked, enabling that 5 mana to play something like a big Teferi.
yeah, and this
Or
is also
just
why I
nothing to
wanted
do.
to see
Nothing to do.
more triumphs in this list, like the teamer one, because cycling those triumphs with the mana you're not using because fires is so strong.
And more mountains for Chain to Rocks.
Exactly. Abrupt Decay hitting 3
Okay.
fairy?
Well, there's no other target.
Yeah.
I find the Nahiri kind of funny in this deck because there is nothing scary to find. -8, Bone Crusher Giant. Ooh.
Oh, fun with the dice. Yeah, I don't know about Nahiri. I would just maybe rather have more shot, but I guess it is Super Friends. You want to have as much of a variety of cards because
One of a variety of walkers. The looting is nice, kind of in a
Mhm.
similar vein as why I want the Triumphs. Get rid of
Well, then
access
why not
lands.
play 3 mana Sarkin?
The down tick's pretty reasonable too, because all the other Sarton modes are bad. I mean, the ultimate's pretty good, but it's an ultimate.
Yeah. Bounce again. Bye bye.
So bounce.
This
But no
Teferi
other
is
plays,
bullying.
or are there? Ooh, Gideon coming down. It's
Ugh.
the Gids making blockers.
This is where we start to see Jessica
don't
Super Friends kind of pull
Yeah,
ahead.
we're not immediately seeing the Gideon being altered again. Yorion is at the corner of our screen. Remember, for the sake of the broadcast, our screens are sometimes cropped a little bit, so it might still be clear for Wentworth that there is a Yorion there, but we're just going to have to remember it's chilling there.
That's a relevant 4/5 flyer. Fatal Passage. Cracks it. Goes and gets, I guess, a forest. I would imagine. They get an island. Okay.
Is that enough for... I don't think that is enough yet for Uro, because it's 5 and Uro, and there's only 5 cards. There needs to be 6 cards in the graveyard.
Yep.
Because this Jace is being bullied, but it's not actually dying. So, no fuel for Uro.
There's the cut. Do they play like a Nissa or something? Fatal Push.
Push the token.
That kind of feels bad that you revolted the push and still had to kill a 0 mana converted.
Yeah, but you only care about Uro. That's the 5th card. Uro.
Yeah, that's true.
Do we see a land being played, or do we see a hand full of gasoline? Maybe thinking about it. No. There's Jace again. There is Jace. Please don't bounce me, Prince Prodigy.
They still have a verdict in hand, don't they? They've only cast 1? Oh no, they got rid of one of the other verdicts, so they had 2 Deafening Clarions.
Yeah.
So they have 1 verdict. And they could Clarion and get rid of the Jace for good. Or they could double clear. They could double
After
Clarion
bullying him for
Uro.
so long, they're like, no, now you actually die.
Oh, they could double Clarion. They lose their Yorion, but
I guess.
I mean, they have no cards in their grave, so
Does burn up your whole turn worth of fires. I believe that is Nahiri being altered. That could find a Brazen Borrower. And if we pull up Nahiri real quick, I believe the card you search up with Nahiri gets put back into your hand afterwards. Which means if a Brazen Borrower gets tutored up here, that gives you an answer, at least something to stop Uro from attacking. And making sure that Uro is gone for a little while.
Hmm. I kind of
Now
want
we
to
are at
just
the
see.
point where there is enough mana for Wentworth that we could see something like, even if Uro gets bounced now, play Uro, Grizzly Salvage, escape Uro, and there would actually be like enough fuel to do something like that.
Well, looks like they have 2 cards in hand right now. Only 1 open mana.
Yeah, so the
Um,
Borrower coming in with Nahiri's ultimate. That means his Brazen Borrower has haste.
Yep.
It can swing, and at the end of the turn, it will be returned to Cranketman's hand. So I guess the Nahiri actually paying off. Now, Cranket, don't forget to attack. Your Borrower has haste.
Borrow gets returned at end step, right?
Yes.
So
I
that kind
believe
of
it
gets
is.
rid of the. Well, no, they can clear on twice instant speed on. Oh, now they're doing a. Oh, they can't put cast on or spells on the opponent's turn because fires.
Yes.
Very relevant.
God, imagine you could play 2 instants in your opponent's turn.
Well, fires would definitely be banned in Pioneer.
Fires would definitely be banned everywhere.
Yeah.
I think at
Do you
that
think
point you ban it in. You need to ban it in Modern.
Do you think they tested it without the your own turn thing, and they're like, oh no,
And they're
no,
like,
no,
nope, no, we're not doing this one.
This is scary.
I would really like to know, like, are there any cards that they started working on and everybody was like, yeah, that sounds amazing, and they started playing and they're like, oh no, no, we are not printing this card.
Oh yes, they did.
Yes,
Have
return it to
Nahiri.
the hand at the beginning of the next end step. Nahiri's ultimate. Just checking. As the card is being pulled up, and a new Nahiri gets played. Also a reason to get rid of the old one, I suppose.
Yeah. You would like an ECD if you're Cranky Man, but you know.
You will settle for bouncing it for now. No surprise, do you upkeep bounce it? You do,
You
right?
can't.
Oh, wait, yeah, because of the Teferi, of course.
They could have end step bounced it, right? Like still on their turn, or they already played two spells. Never mind, they can't. Wow.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if you play the Omen there. You could have just waited till end step, put the Brazen Borrower in your hand, and then Petty Theft.
I
Still in your
still
end step.
think that they played either of those Clarions that we saw turn 1 on that Thoughtseize? Because if they haven't, I think the play is double Clarion, uptick Nahiri, make a after the Clarion resolves, kill the Uro and the Jace, then you just make a warrior with Gideon, or even just swing it with Gideon, and you kind of go from there. I mean,
Yeah, I
hindsight's
can see the
2020 because then
value.
we see Seder Wayfinder fill the yard again for Uro anyway, but still, like,
Yeah.
I would rather have, I don't know. It seems like a very awkward line of play to kind of go for. They had a few different plays. We don't know what's in their hand either, so
Maybe they looted one away that we don't know about. Because
that's
they have
true.
been
And
tipping up
there's
their
the
Nahiri
Jace
for a while.
flipping. That Jace flipping is so that's why I would like want to get rid of the Jace now, because now they can Thoughtseize. Or no, they exile the Thoughtseize. Never
Yeah.
mind. Though I didn't
Their
see exactly what
graveyard
they
was empty.
put in. Yeah, I didn't see exactly what they put in the grave though, with Seder Wayfinder.
And the Jace did end up getting ticked up. Not the biggest
Another.
problem.
Was that
Playing
another
another Uro Legend ruling it.
Yep. Getting some life.
Draw a card.
Hey man.
Best words in Magic. Draw a card.
It just does so much. If
Wonder where
Uro
the
was on
arrow
that,
is going. I'm gonna assume it goes at Nahiri because Nahiri will get to exile it.
yeah, I agree. Nahiri is the biggest threat right now. Shark Typhoon.
Cycling Shark Typhoon. That is a nice one. So that is a
1, 2,
4/4
3, 4,
shark.
5.
One of the lands was already tapped. He just put it on top of his lands and then tapped everything, so it looks neater.
Oh, I see.
The Sacred Foundry was tapped already. So it's a 4/4 shark, presumably blocking the Uro.
Why did you tap for Max then? I don't get that.
Yeah, I don't think there's any like disfigure style effects, right?
I mean, maybe like what if they got into another shark?
Update from Mono Black versus Mono Green. Mono Green won the game 1. Mono Green being up against Mono Black aggro. Surprising.
It is surprising.
I suppose Mono Green did Mono Green things. Make land drops, top deck well.
That's what you can hope for if you're the Mono
That's
Green
one way. That's one way to dodge Thoughtseize. Just top deck better.
Hey, just be better at the game. There you go.
Just have better performance, lol.
Favorite line of Magic is when like you Thoughtseize a thing away and they just have that
Thoughtseize
bug, and you're like, you're just better at Magic than I am. I'm sorry, I can't do anything about that.
Better lucky than good.
Literally, they're Yami, just using their Millennium Puzzle to cheat.
Such a strange plot device. How does this guy keep getting lucky? We've got this
He
item,
cheats.
and that's why he basically cheats.
You love it. He just wills it. All right, making a token with Gideon. And we did see Nahiri downtick to get rid of the Uro.
Get him out of here. Nahiri doesn't care for your birthday. Nahiri's evil.
Nahiri is evil.
Or should we
Killing
say
her
that
own
Nahiri
friend.
is? Should we say Nahiri is good to the core?
Would you say she's kind of like an anti-hero because she's doing it in like the sense of
She's
like...
straight evil.
Okay, well,
You watch the Zendikar trailer. There was no reason
Yeah.
she had to shove that guy down there. Like, he was
He
like
was her friend.
frozen. Like, he was stone. Could just be like, yeah, see you out there. Like, still leaving him to die is kind of cruel too. But maybe he lives. But now she's just like, nope. Hell
just
out of here.
imagining the like shattering like glass once he hits the ground.
Ugh.
Yeah. All right, upkeep. Draw time for Sultai.
Oh, also, I don't like Sorin. Therefore, I'm going to murder half your plane full of innocent people. While
that's
only
fair.
like semi affecting the vampires, aka Sorin hardly like got affected by it at all.
But
Oh, but I've also killed some of the vampires, and Soren's like, yeah, but I literally hated all of them, so I don't care.
Krasis
For
for
6,
a lot.
draw 3, gain 3. Look at that! It's a
Abs.
6/6 Simic card that draws you cards and gains you life. I've seen this before.
Yay! It's like the Back to the Future meme. Hey, I've seen this one. Oh, wow, what's going on? Is that only on our end? Or is it everyone? That pixelated stuff.
I didn't see it.
Oh, I see it on my end. Never mind.
Still?
Yeah, technical difficulty on my end. No worries. The entire bottom half of the screen is pixels for me.
No, fine for me. If anyone in chat has issues, please also let us know in chat, because we don't always pick up on things because we watch it through the Discord while you guys watch it through Twitch.
I fixed it. I'm the greatest.
You did it, Brad. As we watch a 6/6 Hydroid Crisis staring down the Super Friends, the Avengers.
The Gatewatch.
No, actually, yeah. The Fairy is also part of the Gatewatch.
Mm-hmm.
Except he has never seen Seagate. But he's like, yeah, I'm part of the Gatewatch. And they're like, watching what gate? And he's like, I don't know.
Dominarias, clearly. And here he's like,
Teferi's powers lore-wise are so crazy. Like almost in every fantasy setting, once you get like mastery over time, like how could you ever lose?
Ask Thanos.
Yeah, but he was not the main protagonist, so that's why he lost. That's how you lose. If you can manipulate time, but you get relegated and you're like not the main character, and you're like, no. You have to be the hero.
Oh, so what you're telling me is the writers have complete control over everything.
Oh yes.
Yeah. It's like people that say who's gonna win in a fight in like between superheroes, like during comic books, and I'm like, whoever writes the comic book.
Oh yeah, I mean, comic books are fun and all, but man, they can find some backwards reasons to why anything works.
Oh yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, but I, went back in time traveling through 7 dimensions, and then, I made your mom trip on a banana, and now I can beat you, like
The butterfly effect. Yay.
it's like, okay. But don't worry, because even though I've already died 12 times, I'll be back.
If anyone ever wants to read a really, really bad comic, we use The End of Days for Spider-Man. It's not good.
As we see the hero of this story enter the battlefield, it is Teferi, hero of Dominaria.
Goodbye,
Coming
Krasis.
down ticking. Goodbye, Krasis. You'll be back soon.
Drawing more. That's a weird position to be in, though, right? Because you're like, get out of here. But it's gonna come back. You kind of want to kill that one.
I mean, there's a lot going on there with all these planeswalkers.
So we can name him with the big old dead guy.
It's the Gits and the 2/2 soldier, which is a 1/1 soldier from Dominaria. But this is, in fact, a core soldier.
The flavor fail. They're not playing the SDCC zombie Gideon.
Maybe they're not made out of money.
Yeah, but Gideon's dead.
So?
You have to play the zombie one now. I don't make the rules, I'm sorry. Flavor judge. Appropriate.
That card is amazing. I've seen it just as a joke, but I didn't actually know what the card did. So
I
I
didn't read
just
it at all.
asked someone outside the game if this makes sense.
Oh man. This is the longest Firestorm I've ever seen.
Mono green versus Esper Control appears to still be on game 1. Of course.
Hey, it looks like chat made the right decision in not picking that matchup. I mean, we're also still in game 1, so who's
Yeah.
ready to talk?
Jokes on us. We are watching the Avengers, the Justice League, the X-Men, however you want to call them.
Oh, that was all deciding if they're going to chump block or not? Oh my god.
And they did, going down to 7. Because otherwise you would have just played a Chandra, ticked it up. Haha, you're dead.
Oh yeah.
I am still sad that Chandra no longer hits Planeswalkers. I am really sad
I know you
about
are.
that.
But I think it's okay.
Because you don't play Chandra.
Playing Arachnos. Nissa coming down is pretty nice, but too little too late.
Yeah, this is just... I mean... Yeah, you're going to have to find a way to deal with... I mean, you could chump the Gideon, right? You tick up...
You need your Murder Strider.
You kill Narset?
Yeah.
I guess. I just look at like what you can actually kill rather... Oh, you kill Teferi, I think. Long term.
Oh yeah, Big Teferi is on the board, that's right. And is that Little Teferi to his right?
I think that's the Fires.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right, that is the
There
Fires.
is Tireless Tracker, a Clue.
I'm the kind of person that plays the value enchantments down by the lands.
No, I play... How do I do it? I have obviously lands at the back, creature at the front. I tend to have planeswalkers and artifact to the left and enchantments to the right. But enchantment to the right just became a habit of playing Search for Ascanta, and every time I would go and look at my deck to draw, I would see Search for Ascanta. Like, oh yes, that. And mana artifacts I tend to play with my lands in Commander. But that gets annoying when someone Shatterstorms and you forget that you actually just lost half your mana. Go on tap and you're like, oh yes, I'm not supposed to have any of this. And something else coming down.
Crisis again? For a certain amount because of Nissa, so for 4?
Oh yeah, Saheeli doesn't hit walkers anymore either. The 3 mana Saheeli. For the 3 people that play that. Cool card though. I really like that card. It's just it's hard to make work. But the ability to just downtick and make a copy of something is really cool. At a time
Yeah.
in Standard, in Teamer Energy, it was sometimes boarded in, so you could like copy your Glory Bringers.
Well, while we were talking about planeswalkers and cards that we like and placements on the battlefield, Sultai had themselves a pretty nice turn.
Yeah, this is like, getting some chump blockers down, so defending life going up to 9. Not sure what they did. Oh, no counter on the Tireless Tracker yet. Gonna be able to crack that clue on end step though, or during blockers, depending on if the land is chump blocking. Crank just thinking of what to do. Playing a Chandra. Oh, nice. The foil from the spellbook.
Nice.
Killing the Crassus. Too bad they discontinued spellbooks, but I understand why.
I mean, they were kind of like, okay. They're just like bling, really.
Yeah, but like, they were a bit restrictive what you could pick. Like the Chandra one didn't have Lightning Bolt because Chandra doesn't cast Lightning Bolt.
Still kind of dumb.
So they couldn't put fire. So they put in like Pyromancer's Ascension, a card nobody plays anywhere, and you can't even play it in Commander because, well, it requires you to have multiple copies of a card, which means you would be cheating. So
Did Sultai scoop?
I'm not sure who scoop. I cannot imagine you don't scoop if you're Crank It Man. I mean, you scoop if you're Crank It Man because you had plenty of life to work with. So I guess Wentworth did scoop up.
I'm not sure why. It still looked
Did
like
they
they had
like
ways to.
review a Supreme Verdict?
I didn't see. They did have a Narset trigger, so I mean, maybe they did reveal Supreme Verdict on Narset. All right, going to game 2. Still no updates on any other game going on. They're all still playing. No one's won yet. Nice.
So how do you think this matchup changes post board, Brad?
I would imagine that it kind of swings back in favor of Sultai a little bit. I think Sultai has a little bit more straightforward tools to deal with Super Friends. Uro is very powerful, but
I feel like Jeskai gets favored because it gets very nice ways to deal with Uro. Chain to
That's
the
true.
Rock, Rest in Peace. They both get Mystical Dispute, so I don't think that makes too big of a difference. 3 Fairies shutting off the Mystical Disputes by Wentworth is very nice. Also shutting off the Disdainful Strokes that could potentially be coming in. And having access to Ether Gust too.
Yeah, I'll actually change my. I'm going to lean back towards Jeskai because the thing I made a note of earlier, the lack of ways to deal with planeswalkers from the sideboard on Sultai.
Yeah, no Elder Spell or
no other copies of Murder Shrider or anything like that.
no Eliminate.
Nope. Yeah, that's kind of where it kind of falls flat. So you could argue that Jeskai stealing game 1, at least the expectation was that Sultai would have the edge in game 1, is very big.
The Kranka just dealt with Uro very well, which was going to be a big problem in game 1 potentially, but just very cleanly managed to work his play his way around Uro. Allowed Uro to attack him once, but that was just, calculated risk. Could have potentially been prevented, but not a big problem in the end. Managing to just go away with the game, running too many planeswalkers, protecting them well, jumping with, for example, the Gideon tokens, meant it was just very easy for him to just cruise on out there. A little bit surprised to see no oaths in this deck. I'm thinking oath of no in Super Friends.
Oh, like what, Oath of Chandra?
Oath of Chandra or Oath of Gideon. Oath of Gideon sees like very little play, but
I always wanted to play Oath of Nissa in a Super Friends deck.
like I see
Torko
Oath
Super
of
Friends.
Nissa and I see Bone Crusher Giant in his deck. I was like, do you really care about Bone Crusher Giant?
I don't know.
Like
Yeah,
I
Bone
haven't
Crusher
really
Giant
seen
seems.
Bone Crusher Giant doing that much. Where Oath of Nissa works together with your plan quite well, also being able to close out the game. Being a better thing to blink with Yorion too.
Are you referring to Oath of Nissa or are you referring to like Chandra?
Oath of Chandra, sorry. Oath of Chandra is the one I'd be mainly thinking of. I can imagine Oath of Gideon, and I don't think Oath of Jace is good enough. But Oath of Gideon is also a little bit iffy. But Oath of Chandra, definitely a
What
card
about
I
Oath
would
of
like to see.
Teferi?
5 mana, don't. Like, this is your removal spell early. Oath of Chandra keeps you alive. Turn 4, you play your Fires. Turn 5, you play your Yori and blink your Oath of Chandra. Oath of Teferi would be awesome in this deck. But way too hard to make work because of its restrictive mana cost in the sense that it's a high mana cost. You would
Yeah.
rather just play a Teferi rather than an Oath of Teferi.
True. Remember the
Or
Oath
in
of Teferi lock or whatever you did? Oath of Teferi, you did Sexy Jace from Ixalan, and then you did Nicol Bolas the God Pharaoh.
yeah, and you would plus old over and over.
Yeah. Fun.
Sexy Jace. Jace kind of
There he is. He didn't know where he was. Dementia Jace.
Very good story, Ixon. No. I mean, this Bolas is amazing, but it's the other Bolas.
No,
It's Dragon God.
it's the Dragon God. Did I say God Pharaoh or did I say Dragon God?
I am not sure.
Oh well. Well, if I
God
if
Pharaoh.
I
The card that got me to play Grixis is God Pharaoh.
there
But
it is.
my boy, my actually playable boy, Nicol Bolas Dragon God.
Sort of playable.
Hey, Nicol Bolas Dragon God's a good card. Its mana cost is just very restrictive. And
Yeah.
you partially pay for a static ability that hardly ever comes up. But it's cool when it does.
Now this is a Super Friends list I can get behind. Bolus Super Friends.
Ooh.
Or I guess Super Villains in that case. We have to play Nahiri. Okie dokie. So I'm gonna go check over and see what's going on. Ignore me. Ignore me at all. Strange miscommunication between our production team and what's going on with us. But hey, they're shuffling up. They are done sideboarding. Are we going to see Jeskai Super Friends move on to the finals?
I mean, it looks like it. It really looks like it to me. But would that already be going into the finals?
Yeah, they'll have like a bye, basically waiting for the
Oh yeah. We've got that one, and then they're waiting for the lower round 4, and then they're gonna go into the grand finals. Yes. I was thinking I saw 5 rows, but the 5th row is just if necessary. That's not necessarily a thing that is necessary. Okay. I could look at that card all day. Can we just have him there? Like, can you pull up the stained glass one?
Stained glass one is nice.
The stained glass one is, oh my.
Oh, it ain't that one. Oh, that one's really nice too. Actually, I like that one a lot.
I really dislike that one. He looks like a mantis. Like his thin arms.
Mantises are terrifying.
Oh, there's a lot of versions of this, aren't there?
All of them expensive. I just think this one's awesome. That was the best.
I think it's a secret lair drop. I think it's the top one.
There's so many versions.
So
Look
many.
what you've done.
Yeah, there you go.
How's that Pringle? Is it nice?
It's actually okay.
How long was it under a book?
I put it in my deck boxes in the deck, and I just crammed as many cards as possible on the side. I think to like a super trained cheater's eye, from my opponent's perspective, and if you have like zoom in vision, you might be able to tell the difference because stupid Pringle printing. But like realistically, you can't tell the difference.
I really like the Japanese Karn the Great creators. I would love to have those.
They're nice. Don't pull those up. Leave the bolas here.
How selfish. Just like
Got
a
gi-
Bolas player.
Just like a bolas player. Got given this one by a friend. He had the God Secret Lair drop, and he got this one. It's like, I'm never playing this, and you are literally you are like being the dedicated Grixis player I am. He's like, you should probably have this. I'm like, oh my god, I will treasure this.
I would just not pull it out of my deck box for a good month before it's not pringled anymore.
Yeah, exactly. I will treasure this in a month.
Yep. So we're seeing some mulligans happening from both parties? No, the Salt I keep. Jessica's always mulliganing.
I think Salt I kept. Winner of this match has a 2-round bye. Ooh.
Look at that. Nice chance to go
road.
eat some food, relax a little bit, not think about Magic at all. So I don't know about you. Whenever I played in like larger events that had many rounds, between rounds, I just turned my brain off on Magic. I just did not think about it.
I mean, my rounds usually go quite long.
Oh yeah, you don't have that luxury.
Unless I get stomped by an aggro deck, and then I'm like, I can relax for a bit. But yeah, sometimes I tend to like, if there is an opportunity to go out, if I'm in a venue, I will go out.
Jace? There's Jace, turn 2. That's pretty good. We have the water
Sometimes if I'm messed
biome,
up around, I'll like ring my girlfriend, and she can cope with my bad
Chain
beat
of the Rocks.
stories.
Nope. Bunkers Giant? Yeah, Bunkers Giant.
Bone Crusher Giant.
The cool showcase art. Oh, show the showcase art. That's what they're running. The good spirally vine art that Eldrin has to offer. Nope.
Don't worry about it.
We'll get there eventually.
God, there are
Plenty of
so
time.
yeah. There
There
are
it
so
is.
many versions of cards now.
I know.
Unbelievable.
And Hardcast Bone Crusher. Cool.
There he is, the boy.
The first time we've seen Bone Crusher do literally anything.
The man, the myth, the legend, the blocker. It's Bone Crusher Giant.
Feel bad for that guy underneath his foot though, in both arts.
Whew.
That is not a good way to go.
I mean, it's probably at least in one go.
You hope Jace comes back.
Guy seems big enough that you don't like survive it like bruised, with like a lot of
Well,
broken bones and whatever. Like you
I
are
mean-
just gone, right? You're done for. The giant will make sure you are. If he lifts his foot, you're still there. Now you're not.
Yeah, but that second of which you're still there. Ugh.
I can imagine it's
Coming
so.
in.
Sometimes it can be like so painful. Those things you don't feel it. I once broke my leg and I didn't even feel it that I broke my leg because it was probably so intensely
Idiot.
painful. I went from like the pain scale went just off the charts and I just didn't feel it. So I came up to this like it hit me later, right? Because
Yeah.
it's like once the pain dial goes back and it goes back into like the feelable zone again. It's like ooh, then it hits you and you're like, what the?
These matchups are wonderful because we have so much time between plays being made that we can just talk about random things like broken bones.
While still having good magic to watch too.
Yeah,
It's the best of
and
both
Gideon's going bye-bye thanks to what looked like the Disdainful Stroke.
Disdainful
Cool.
Stroke.
Nice. Really taking their time to think about countering that Gideon.
Yeah, like definitely two very deliberate magic players. There's no rush here.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you were in the Invitational. winner gets some time off. You might as well play like you want. What is discarding another Jace?
No,
He had
he's
all
just
3
he's
Jaces?
legend ruling his Jace, so he can
Is he?
now transform. So he just spent 2 mana, played a Jace, immediately legend ruled into the graveyard.
Oh,
Now
okay.
he activates Jace, and that gives him exactly 5 cards. Can be worth it if you want to get
Did
your
he just
Jace out of range for
pitch
any.
Murder Strider?
I think he did.
That I disagree with. Your hand must be amazing
Loaded.
if you're pitching.
That must be a
Murder
loaded
Strider.
hand. So having the Jace
Wow.
plussing on the Bone Crusher Giant, which means the Jace will still lose 1 loyalty per turn. Because the Bone Crusher Giant's still hitting him for 2.
Yeah. The point
While
I
the
was
Jace
making
only
though
takes
about the Jaces was the fact that he had all 3 copies of Jace in the top 12 cards, 15 cards.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, Jace is the type of card where it doesn't matter because you get to loot. So you can get rid of excess copies. It's like Burgie from the new set from Kaldheim, where when you play the Horn, you can just discard excess copies of Burgie. It in a way, it's kind of like the Grandeur legendaries from Time Spiral, where it doesn't really matter that you have multiple because you can discard them for Grandeur.
Having Narset come down is pretty nice for Super Friends, being able to just grab any Planeswalker you want, potentially.
Yeah, I know, man. The static.
Everyone loves Narset.
Definitely, no exceptions. I think we are seeing a land drop being missed here. At least it seems like it. Or maybe just thinking if he
to like play something maybe tapped or untapped.
Yeah, exactly.
Could have Dovin's Veto in hand, trying to see if it's
putting
worth
an ECD in hand. Would not be able to.
Oh, they're also still deciding on grabbing what they wanted for Narset too. That's worth noting.
Well, now they grabbed the Elspeth Conqueror's Death, right?
Yeah, I'm saying that might be why they're trying to figure out lands.
Yeah.
And there's a Hall of Fame
and then playing something tap, probably considering maybe there was like a Dovin's Veto in there, or another Bone Crusher Giant. Actually, you can't grab that, but maybe an Aether Gust. I just think, like, what should I be grabbing here?
So that Jace is going to die? I don't know.
No, the Jace is going to take 2. The Jace ticked up on the Bone Crusher Giant, going up to 6, making the Giant a 2/3.
Yeah, you're right.
Which means the Giant will hit him for 2. Which I assume will still be going at Jace.
Probably. Another Swift
Actually, taking 4 in total. Where did this Murderous Rider go? Oh, on an adventure, of course.
Yeah.
It's hard to see because some of these cards just depart. Like, see ya.
Casting.
They're just off the screen. Yeah, just casting it. Oh, killing the Narset, obviously.
Yeah, you killed the Narset on end step.
Seems like the Bone Crusher went, not towards Jace. I assume he's gonna kill the Jace with some sort of effect that immediately gets rid of it, right? Like a Teferi. So it just isn't very interested in dealing some chip damage to it and would rather just hit Wentworth in the face. So here is Elspeth Conqueror's Death. I assume going to exile the Murderous Rider, because that is the only legal target.
Disdainful Stroke.
Disdainful Stroking it. Okay. Keeping the blocker, because it's now a 2/3 matching a 2/3, right? Because of the Jace ability. So there's actually no use in attacking. That means Jace is going to swiftly get up to that ultimate. We're 2 turns away from Jace ulting, if he doesn't decide to play any instant or sorcery from his graveyard, which seems he doesn't.
Seems to showcase how important Jace is for this mid-range deck.
And I see a Questing Beast. Very importantly, see keeping up that island, making me think there is a mystical dispute here.
Yeah.
Because the Bone Crusher Giant has been ticked down, it actually cannot kill the Questing Beast. So it just gets to freely chip in.
Good.
Block the Questing Beast, excuse me.
Yeah. We love to see it. And then just continually upticking on this Bone Crusher Giant is making. It's worth noting that like Jeskai over here isn't doing a whole lot. Like they're doing stuff every turn, but it seems like they're not making enough impact on the boards. Though
No.
that's also thanks to the stubborn Jace as well as double disdainful strokes have been pretty nice.
Passing back, that's gonna be a Jace ultimate, I assume. Ticking up Jace to 9. Thinking, well, if you can't deal with it now, can deal with it next turn. Which is somewhat
Fair.
risky.
He would have to Shark.
Because, there you go.
Shark.
That was probably drawn this turn. Cycling Shark. Going to 4. Preventing that Jace from ultimating. Unless it gets killed here. But I assume that is very unlikely. He's trading for
he's
the
trading the
questing.
questing beast.
Okay.
That one,
That's interesting.
do
I
they
would
have
be
a card in hand
inclined
to kill this Jace right now?
Yeah, I would be inclined to take the 4 and kill the Jace, because your opponent's very much signaling that there's a mystical dispute there. So you're going to
And
have
then
to
you
be
could
able to... If you
potentially
make a
kill the
land
questing beast
drop,
later.
you can play a Hero of Dominaria and pay for the dispute. So...
No land
let's
yet.
see
Turn to
here.
tap.
Yeah, no lands while trying to tap for a spell. See 4 mana
Taking
being
4.
tapped for.
So Chandra, maybe?
That could work. Chandra, kill the Rider, hit Jace for 2. Gideon. That's not going to cut it in terms of killing Jace, though.
No. Do you see response from Wentworth?
Making a guy.
So Gideon sticks. There's a land.
Gaia
Arch
Reach
of Araska?
Sanitarium.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Arch does not see play. Oh, how far we have come from the most powerful
I
set
mean,
in Magic.
Arch was
It's gone.
fringe in Standard.
Yeah.
Now do we see the Jace being altered?
I think you have to.
Yeah, at this point it's going to be unrealistic to protect your Jace. And this ultimate just means that you're approximately 8 or 9 spells away from winning the game.
For the
Kind of
viewers at
regardless.
home, Alex, what is the ultimate of Jace?
Jace's ultimate gives you an emblem that says whenever you cast a spell, you get to mill your opponent for 5.
Yeah. Yeah.
Target opponent
That's
puts
good.
top 5 cards of his or her library into his or her graveyard, which would recently, if you play this on Modo or watch the Oracle text, will now say mill 5.
Yep.
But mill was not a keyword until M21.
Imagine
Also,
if it's a
still
target
a
player.
little bit surprised if they did it, because I mean, I guess it's just accepting your own slang, right? Because I think even referred to it in other games, mill originates from Magic, I think. From the card Millstone.
Yeah. Like milling is referred to in other TCGs like Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh. The
same
players
as
say
that
mill.
Zoo decks that we talk about. Zoo decks, which I believe also comes from Magic with the deck that ran like Curd Ape, Wild Nacatl, Savannah Lion.
Yeah.
Those type of things.
Well, unless you're
Just
talking about
what a
Yu-Gi-Oh, in
great
which there's
name for a deck.
actually a deck called Zodiacs that is banned
Yes,
into the
but
ground that does not see play anymore. Rip Trident. and
Actually, by the
Rapier.
way, we saw Jace being ticked up again. I am very surprised that we didn't just see an ultimate from the Jace here. Someone has to
The
remind
ultimate greed.
Wentworth that there is an ultimate on Jace. Because so far, Jace has looted, cost him another Jace to start flipping, and has then been shrinking a Bone Crusher Giant. This Jace has actually done very little.
And now there's the potential of it getting hit by
I mean,
one of these
plus
cards.
Gideon, right? Go in with a Soldier and a Bone Crusher, and then Jace gets hit down to 6, presumably, if you chump.
Yep.
Is
Now,
he
do they
just
have...
gonna go in with the Gideon? I guess you chump with the Murderous Rider, and then you can still... Or he's going to...
Is that... What was that?
I'm not sure. Is that like a... Was he like attempting to Assassin's Trophy it and realized that Gideon's indestructible?
No, he tapped Island and Swamp.
Oh. And it's actually, he's not even attacking Jace, he's just
But
attacking
he
White.
tapped Island and Swamp and drew a card.
Cycle? And maybe just cycling
What?
a land.
Do they
Is
have
there, like,
cycle lands in the
is there
deck?
fetid pools in this mid-range deck? There is a triome. There's triomes. And there's also, I think, a tapped land off to the side. So I guess he's just keeping the Jace around to protect his life total, right? Because he's at 7.
Yeah.
He's just trying to protect his life total with this Jace. I mean, if your hand is really that poor, I guess this is the correct play. Keeping this Jace around. Because it's clear that Crankit doesn't care about this Jace. And you need to stabilize before you can start winning the game. But are there like no instants or sorceries in your graveyard to even contribute to that? Like, makes me think Wentworth has some really poor draw.
Satyr Wayfinder.
That's potentially finding fuel for the Jace. I see Liliana, Waker of the Dead,
I see
Thoughtseize,
Thoughtseize.
land. It's not really the card you're going to be casting right now. You could, but your life total is very much under pressure.
Under pressure.
Dun, 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 dun. Burrow.
Takes the life issue out of the equation, sort of.
Yes. Has Jace been activated this turn?
No, not yet.
No, because if I'm at 10, I've got 3 chumpers, and one of them is Uro. Now I would
Ultimate.
be interested in ulting Jace to really start.
Yeah.
You need to start winning this game at one point. And now you feel like you're comfortable enough that it's almost impossible for you to die.
Is that an ultimate? There it is.
That's the ultimate. I think he took 9 off. I think he did it from 10 to 1. And the ultimate is
No,
-8.
it's 10 to 2. It's on 2 right now.
Oh yes, I got the angle wrong. I thought I saw a 1 and then another dot on the side. Yeah, am I not correct? I think Jace is on 1. The angle makes it hard to see. As
it's on
Brad and
2.
I, you guys all can't see the webcams anymore, but we both have our head like sideways, trying to figure out. It's interesting how Brad does his head sideways the other way around than I do. We're looking at it from both ends.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh,
on 1.
Jace's ultimate is a -9. I am a dummy. I thought it was -8. So it is on 1, and that is correct, and I am stupid.
We do have the card right dead center of the screen for us too.
Well, now, not when I said that.
No,
I
it's
am now
been
being
up for a hot
fact-checked by the
minute.
screen. Yeah, but I was holding my head sideways, Brad. I didn't see it.
Hey, I chose to not look at it, so I couldn't see it. We see a Chain to the Rocks for that Uro. And we hear a crack of a can in the background.
I wasn't sure if the stream could hear that.
Oh, it definitely picked it up. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a Coke, just to let you know.
Ooh. Yes.
A Omen of the Sea. And again, this is going back to what I said earlier. Night and day between having fires and not having fires for this
Yeah,
Jeskai
this
deck.
seems so fair. Like, he's tapping mana and casting cards, and I'm like...
Repeatedly bouncing things.
Yeah, having to think about Mystical Dispute, and it's like...
We need Mole Drifter and
Oh, bouncing the Murderous Rider is interesting.
I agree. Because now you can just kill your Gideon.
Wait. You seem like...
Jace is gone? Okay.
I saw all the lands being picked up. I was like, is this a scoop?
So some trades going on.
Who scooped?
Did Wentworth scoop? Seems like Jeskai would have been in the bigger spot.
I mean, Jeskai was doing very well, right? But I wasn't seeing lethal. So
I wasn't either.
like Wentworth just not reduking it. He's seen the writing on the wall. He's like, it's over.
Yeah, but didn't you just get your thing bounced? Or was he picking that up before the scoop? Jeskai Super Friends getting some time off, moving on into the next rounds. Let's see. They do usually put in the results. We do have results from the other games, though. So we saw. So Jeskai Super Friends has reported it has won. The Immortal Sun with Mono Black Aggro took down Mono Green Walkers. And then Mono Green Walkers on Ori took down Black on Esper Control. So the next matchup in the lower bracket is Mono Black Aggro and Mono Green Walkers yet again.
Yes. Must be a comfortable position for the Immortal Sun, having just taken out Mono Green Walkers, which is probably a pretty favorable position.
Yep.
So I would assume Mono Black Aggro to win, then having to go up against Sultai midrange, which is actually
is a rematch of earlier.
Is a rematch of earlier. Yes.
All right, so let's get the battlefield ready and get the players ready for Mono Black Aggro and Mono Green Walkers. In the meantime, let's pull up the Mono Black Aggro list. We've seen this Walkers list a few times. We'll go look at that in a moment. But let's pull up the Mono Black Aggro list and get that up on screen and go over what we have going. Now, we did make some interesting notes of this deck earlier before the stream started. It felt like the sideboard is that of one that would have been prevalent a few months ago in Pioneer, but maybe not right now.
I'm thinking of like, how do you even play against Mono Green, or what do you bring in? You could bring in Heartless Act, deal with the larger creatures coming out.
Yeah, but that is so bad with Vivian resolving, and that makes you just want to cry.
True, but I think you probably still want to bring it in. Legion's
probably because you have no other option. Now,
Legion's End seems okay because of the Nissa lands.
That and in the elves at the worst.
Can take multiple elves. Self-inflicted wound I'm not a really big fan of, because once you're playing it on turn 2 to kill an elf, you'd rather not. And when you wait longer, there's probably gonna be an elf to die to the Edict, which you also don't want. Aethersphere Harvester is not very good, I think. It's not fast enough.
This deck already has an advantage by running 4 Fatal Push, 4 Thoughtseize in this matchup, right?
I mean, the main thing I'm thinking is you're probably favored game 1. You don't have the sideboard. Mono Green doesn't change post board.
We see a screen up.
A Firefox being pulled up.
Hello. Somehow that is showing up. Hey, things happen. Back on. Still see Firefox.
Here.
Firefox gone.
And it's gone. Good.
Okay.
Alright, so I don't really think there's much sideboarding you have to do. You're probably favored game 1. Mono Green isn't going to sideboard. So why should you? You're already favored.
Agonize Remorse.
Do you think that's even good?
Yeah. Yeah, because the biggest threats are the walkers. And things like Gargaroth too. So
I suppose you could
snipe those out.
Yeah, what do you cut? I'm thinking maybe a card like Skyclave Shade. Maybe you don't need that lot of recursion.
Yeah, that and like maybe another Scrap Heap. Like cut those two. Or even a yeah,
a full playset of Murderous Rider in this Mono Black Aggro deck, by the way.
Seems very nice.
Very good here.
Yeah, I think you cut a Scrap Heap, the Skyclave Shade, and then you bring in the Agonizing Remorse, and I don't think you have. And then maybe you could argue cutting the main decked Heartless Act for something else, but I mean,
I kind of like the Heartless Act. I also see 4 Rankle against a deck that's probably not gonna be that good at dealing with it.
I don't know. Once you get the Rankle going and you're able to kind of loop Rankle on like your
Oh yeah, I suppose
your
Rankle also
current
has the
stuff.
effect with the legendary, right? Because if you have more Rankles in your hand, you just pick the discard mode and discard additional Rankles.
Exactly, and then making them discard and keeping them off that is pretty good. And then, like I said, you can loop it with things like Dread Wanderer and your Blood Chief Champion, whatever.
Bloodsoak champion.
Bloodsoak Champion. I was thinking Blood Chief's Thirst. But yeah, being able to loop that and be like sack and make them sack their big things or their elves and like just dwindle their board down and keep putting pressure that way. Also, let's not forget Knight of the Ebon Legion is really good in this matchup too, just because it allows there to be a threat and forces trades for things. I just think Mono Black has such a good matchup here.
The Immortal Sun in the chat. Thanks for all the tips, lol.
Oh, beautiful. You're welcome. That's what we're here for.
I guess that's the nature of this type of broadcast. You can technically be listening to our great advice on matchups with decks that I've never played. Played
Or you
against
could be
a lot,
listening. Yeah, that's true. And that goes for advice to everyone else watching. If you ever want to get better about understanding your opponent's decks and how to sideboard against them, if you pilot a certain deck, start piloting your opponent's decks. Play some games with them.
Yeah,
Get
like
that inside perspective.
I would say I'm pretty good at playing against mono black and mono green because I've played against it a billion times, but it would have been more efficient for me to just pick up the decks, play a couple days with them, and then learn about them that way.
Yep. Seeing the lines of play are really nice. Now, while we're waiting for the battlefield to get set up, let's take a look at this wonderful mono green list again. And this was my favorite of the mono green list, Ori. We're seeing her right back up on the stage again with arguably her toughest matchup of the day, mono black aggro. Of course, like we just said, mono black aggro the round before just took out David Oyuki on mono green walkers as well. So they're right back at this too. The biggest difference, though, is the fact that these main deck Elder Gargaroths are quite a big change.
Yeah, the Gargaroths are great in this matchup.
Yes.
There is the one Heartless act in the main deck to get rid of him. It has Reach, no dealing with this with Rankle. It's a 5-drop, no Fatal Push. There is the full play set of Murderous Rider, which is also going to be very good at dealing with the Gargaroth. But the Gargaroth is definitely a great roadblock, and more effective than like the Hydras and the Nissas that the other list has.
The only thing that can deal with this would be a Pumping Knight.
Oh, yeah. The Pumping Knight, Murderous Rider, and the one Heartless Act. So there's quite a few ways to protect it, but it only takes like one swing, right? With Gargaroth, it takes one swing.
And you have 3 Gargaroths. So what's going to balance out? Are they going to draw all their removal, or are you going to draw all your Gargaroths?
Ori's a mono blink player. Gonna draw all their Gargaroths.
Also worth noting, 2 cards in the sideboard that I would definitely, if I was Uri, bring in and not try to tutor out would be, well, I would first bring in Scavenging Ooze, and then be wary of grabbing that boat when you can. Because that boat is a house against this deck. An absolute house. Well, it's a boat, but yeah.
You can live on a boat.
That boat you definitely could live on. Look at it.
It's huge.
I wonder how much pollution it's causing. Well, it's Kaladesh. I'm sure they have a nice, clean way of doing it, right?
It's powered by ether, right? Aether.
I don't know the effects of Aether on the atmosphere.
True. I don't know either. I don't know how blue glowy stuff affects the climate.
Apparently positively, I guess. All right, so let's go ahead and see. Real quick, streamer, are we ready? 1 sec. Good stuff. Alex, this is a tough road for mono green here on out. Do you think they can do it?
Yes. It's mono green. At the end of the day, mono green does mono green things. Now, one thing I do not know about how we decide the bracket. If we're playing the finals, how do we decide who goes first? Is it the person from the upper bracket going first, or do we still decide by die roll?
I believe it's still decided by die roll for right now.
Because that makes a big difference. Because mono green's gonna have to win the die roll twice, I think, in order to make it through anyway. Because that advantage in game 1 is huge. And Yeah, that just makes a big difference for the finals, whether or not it's still decided by die roll, or if the upper bracket person gets it. But you can. Mono green can do mono green things, right? You can always play turn 2 Nissa. Or turn 2 Gargaroth, right? It can happen.
Well, remember, you have waiting for both these matchups. You have mono green walkers potentially in the grand finals taking on a match they lost earlier, or you have mono black aggro facing off Sultai midrange in the lower finals before we get to the grand finals. So these
yeah, both of these decks have a tough road ahead.
Yeah.
Right, like.
All right, table is ready. Let's jump in. Let's see some magic. Congratulations to Wentworth and Crank It Man on some rounds of rest. Crank It Man, you earned 2 rounds of rest. Go get some food. Should get some food. And the same for Wentworth. Both of you, just please drink some water, go to the bathroom, get some food, and we see a flip.
Do the things that we cannot.
Yeah, in our very brief intermission, Alex and I both ran and got food. I devoured a bagel in 2 minutes. Alex ate cold spaghetti, and yeah.
I still haven't even managed to finish it. There's still some cold
spaghetti. It's been
spaghetti
like 4
on my
hours.
desk. Yeah, but I've been constantly talking. Been on screen. I'm not gonna eat spaghetti on screen.
Proud of you.
I'm not saying I don't occasionally take a bite during the matches while people can no longer see my face, but I'm not gonna be like, "Hey, welcome to the."
Hey, this is a mukbang stream now. Though, speaking of being proud, my Tampa Bay Buccaneers are currently up 14-10 in the NFC Championship 2 minutes ago in the second quarter. Go Bucs.
Yes.
Tom Brady GOAT. Though we do love Aaron Rodgers in this house too. So
again, Brad, play that game. Dragon or Domri?
Dragon.
Same.
I hate Domri. Like Domri is like, you don't ever say you want to punch a kid, but like Domri has that face. So like I think you could arguably punch Domri. Is that legal at this point because he's killed so many people?
Yeah, you're at the point where like you probably deserve it. I don't know how old Domri is.
All right.
Well,
all right,
dead
streamer.
Now.
Get the food token out of here. Don't play with us like that. We're hungry.
That's me right now. This pie.
Oh, I can't even eat pie. I'm on a dumb diet. Soul Diviner. Hey, thanks. Yeah, Domri dying. God, the flavor text of that card makes me sad for Domri though. Makes me so sad.
It's like, oh no, I served the big evil dragon and he turned around on me. What a twist.
It is quite the twist. I never would have saw it coming.
No.
Speaking of saw it coming, just wait till that's in the deck's next Pioneer Invitational.
You think it's gonna replace the Void Shatters and the Neutralizers?
Void Shatters, no. I think it's more likely to replace the Sensors. As we see, a turn 1 Elf from Green Walkers, and then a turn 1 Knight of the Ebon Legion. Oh my goodness.
Replacing Sensor is an interesting take. But yeah, we see the good starts here. You know, we're starting off with I would say the best 1-drop in Mono Black Aggro.
Oh yeah.
And the best 1-drop obviously in Green Walkers, unless you are a bigger fan of Elvish Mystic. Yeah. Findhorn Elves when? Weren't they from Cold Snap? No, that's Boreal Druid.
Something like that. Scrappy Scrounger coming in. Is that a Mutavault? Swamp Mutavault?
Yes, it's a promo.
That's a
it's
nice
like the
Mutavault.
full art promo.
Those are the expensive Mutavaults.
Yes.
I have the regular promos, which I think all the Mutavaults are technically promos. They're all foiled.
Almost all of them, yeah. I think that's like 2 printings and the rest is all promos. There's, I think, Morning Tide, M15, and then it's all promos.
Gross. Burning Tree? Okay, do we see anything else besides the Burning Tree? Because if it's just pass,
Are we gonna
Uh,
see a visionary? Is that attacking or casting?
3 mana. A visionary would be cool.
Something's being grabbed here.
Suddenly there's a companion adding to hand.
No, that was attacking for 1. No bueno.
At least the burning tree trades with scrap heap.
Yeah, you trade
Though,
with a recursive creature. Good job.
yeah, I know. But there's consideration here to based on what they do. You could pump the knight. I think that's actually a valid option of
Oh,
pumping
yeah,
the
yeah,
knight
yeah.
here. I think I would pump the knight.
I think I would too. I'm greedy like that. Like, yeah, value.
Though, I mean, you could leave up 3 mana for a Murder Strider in hand to potentially hit a turn 4 Planeswalker.
Yeah, but you might as well wait.
Yep, there's the trade, like I said. Look at that.
No
It's like I'm
pump.
piloting these games. There's no pump, leaving up. I mean, to be fair, if they don't block, then you get the 4 damage in anyway. You grow. So it's a
Thoughtseize.
Thoughtseize. Okay.
Hey, that's a proxy. Because it's the Amonkhet art.
Yeah.
Oh my.
that's the good
Vivian,
art.
Hydra, Guard. The Hydra would only be a 1-2, so a 2-3. That's very inconsequential.
I think you take Vivian because that's the one that's most immediate threat right now. Because they draw a land, you get to play it.
Yeah, I think so too.
Though if you have a push, if you're the mono black
Actually,
player,
yeah, if you have a push
taking
or
Gargroth.
something. Because the Hydra
they do have a
now
push.
trades with your how do you call that? That now trades with your knight if they draw
Yeah.
land. They go land Hydra, it kills your knight unless you have a response, but 2 mana being tapped for a Wolfwheel Wave.
Oof. So it doesn't look like there's a push from the opponent because I would
So
imagine
cool.
you would
Yeah, I
main
would've-
phase push the elf.
Yeah. Oh.
Blocking
I think we
with
see
the
a mistake here. Attacking with
Ooh,
the.
They didn't realize the Mutavault was in play.
Oh, that is
are those elbows on the table? Is that the regret face?
Yes, that is
Yeah.
elbows on the table.
Yeah.
That is
She
the
knows she just
oops,
misplayed.
I done goof.
Yeah. Just I know that face.
I know that so
I know.
well.
Yeah. It's like, oh my god, no. You think she's going for the face or hands on chin or rubbing temples? Like, oh my god, I can't believe I did that. So I go for the temple play because I really,
No, I
really
tend to go for the full like face
And rankle.
buried in hands.
Rank 1.
Rankle, probably just double discard, would assume.
Discard's probably good, yeah. Well, you get a. She's gonna get rid of the Vivian. I think you get rid of the Vivian, right?
No, I did the Gargoth
Keeping the Vivian.
redundancy. The Gargoth, the Hydra.
Oh, I thought they got rid of the Gargroth Thoughtseize. It was a Hydra.
Yeah, no, you're right. They got rid of the Gargoth, but like I would get rid of a Hydra here. Redundancy. The Hydra doesn't look very good. To be honest, you're kind of toast. Anyway.
You have 1, 2, 3 mana right now. 4 mana, so you can Hydra get this. You can't even get the Knight. The Bucks just got an interception because I could hear someone in my house screaming it. So, if anyone wanted to know, Bucks got an interception. So go Bucks. Defense wins championships, baby.
I mean, it's an important sort of like skill and stuff to have here, right? If you're RE2, you made that mistake. You can, and there's 2 ways to go about it, right? You could just fully justify it for saying, "Oh yeah, I was losing that game anyway," and just like rub it off and just don't think about it. You can also look at it in a sort of more methodic way. Like, yes, I lost that game anyway. I probably did it and didn't think about it because I knew I was going to lose that game, but it is still a thing to be mindful of in the future.
Just double the counters here. I mean, if she didn't swing in with that elf, that's a fighting Hydra that kills Rankle right now.
Yeah, but it might have also changed the way Immortal Sun plays game. Yeah, you are right. You are right.
And
So
Rankle
it
doesn't.
is
Or not
big.
Rankle, I'm sorry, but Immortal Sun doesn't seem to have Fatal Push unless he's drawn into it at this point, because we would have seen Fatal Push earlier. And then you have the maybe ability to play Vivian, and then also minus on the Hydra onto something else.
Yeah, like it definitely all makes sense, but I'm just thinking like from the perspective of Ori, because this game's probably over now, right? So you're gonna have
Yeah.
to start thinking like, how do I, you have to get into the right mindset to win game 2 and 3, right?
1,
Game 2, you're
2,
gonna be able to
3,
play.
4.
It's gonna give you a good chance.
Swinging with Rankle. They're gonna. So now she's like, do I trade with this knight, or do I? If you don't
even
block, the
trade
knight
with the knight.
pumps.
If you try and trade, the knight pumps, and it kills your Hydra and it lives. So
Didn't she double the counters though? Isn't it a 4? Oh, it goes to 5.
yeah, but it's a 4/5.
Right. Yeah, it goes to 5.
The knight
You're right.
becomes a 5/6 death touch. God, knight is so good, isn't it? Knight of the Ebon Legion.
And it's a pretty fair card too. It's not anything overtly like busted.
It is. Yeah, it's fair but unbelievably strong.
Mm-hmm. I love it in vampires. Putting a counter on it with Soren is nice.
Nice. Oh,
Yep,
he's
down to
paying.
6.
Pump the knight down to 6. Now we're getting a Rankle trigger. Would you consider animating the Mutavault here for 1 mana? Second Mutavault, getting rid of the Hydra. Oh, he's just gonna get rid of his knight.
Makes sense.
I'd have arguably just paid 1 mana, but maybe he's holding like the Heartless Act, right? Got a 2 mana open.
Well,
Heartless
now
Act
you're
is for
forcing a
taking it
top
out.
deck here, and it's Elena Elves. So
And
if you have removal,
bring back Scrap Heap. Bring back Scrap Heap. Animate Mutavault.
and then
deal
you,
1 damage with draw a card, lose a life with Rankle for
that's lethal. Yeah. I love that so much. I love winning games off Rankle's draw card thing. And there's a scoop.
Hey,
Yeah,
and there's the Urbor coming in for perfect mana.
Yeah, this is such a hard matchup for Greenwalkers. And I do think if you're Wentworth watching this right now, you're rooting for mono black aggro.
I think Sultai's pretty good against both, but I think you're right. I would probably be rooting for mono black aggro.
It's just I'd rather play the more streamlined deck where it's like Uro is. I'll put it this way: Uro is way better against mono black aggro than it is against mono green walkers.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
So the game in which Uro is just way more dominant.
Because Uro kind of rules the battlefield even against walkers.
Well, walkers have some way. I mean, they both have ways to kind of get rid of Uro, I suppose. But I mean, also Uro is just a very, very good card.
Yes, Uro is very, very good. Can we pull up the birthday boy again? While we're sideboarding, giving some show. Right? We all hate Uro, but it is his birthday. It's like going to the birthday of like that family member you don't like. It's like, I don't like you. I'm not gonna say that I don't like you, except I will outright tell Uro that I don't like him. But it's your birthday, so we're gonna have to be kind of nice for you. Right?
It's more like it's your birthday. I'm here for the free cake.
Yes.
So that being said, Uro is a very good card. I will play Uro. I do play
Here we see, by the
Reclamation,
way,
so I do
shuffling
play
up with the Immortal Sun. Obviously, I would safely assume that this is not the case, especially knowing Immortal Sun. But here's a real downside you see with art sleeves. Some of these are upside down. And because they are art sleeves, you can clearly tell.
Yeah.
As opposed to blank sleeves. At a tournament, this can get you into trouble if your opponent is a bit of an ass. But I'm saying a bit of an ass, but sometimes rightfully so, right? There's definitely, sadly, there is enough cheating going on in Magic. And like having specific cards be upside down can really make a difference. And your opponent's going to be like, hey, this specific card is upside down, judge. And then you're going to have to look through your deck and see if it's all the same card. And if it's not, you're probably okay. I'm sure this call has been made plenty of times. I'm not a judge, but I have been told that type of thing could get you into trouble.
I've dealt with rule sharks plenty of times. It happens.
And I have while we're waiting up, Shovlik, I have another tip. If you're like me and you want all your cards sleeved in the same type of sleeve, I use KMC, the black ones. If you buy a whole bunch of sleeves at once, let's say you buy like 5 or 6 packs, actually shuffle up those sleeves. Because there is a small chance that your sleeves are going to be like damaged in some way, because that just happens, right? And I've been told by a judge that if there's like something wrong with your sleeves and like one pack of those sleeves is damaged, and let's say all your fatal pushes were sleeved in these damaged sleeves, then and if someone notices it in a tournament, like you're in bigger trouble than if random cards are in damaged sleeves. Because if the same cards, like all your fatal pushes and all your thought seizes, are in damaged sleeves, and the judge is going to be like, "Hey, this seems suspect." But if random cards are, I think it's like only like a warning, and they just tell you like, "Hey, dude, just get new sleeves," and the other one can be like a game loss or more, depending on how it escalates. But the best thing is, before a tournament starts, if you're playing in like a bigger tournament, you don't have to do this for FNM. If you play like in a GP, just buy one pack of sleeves and just re-sleeve your deck for the tournament. Just make sure they're all in the same sleeve. If they're all broken, at least they're broken in the same way, right?
Yeah. And we see a turn 1 Oath of Nissa down for Mono Green
That
Walkers.
is not the start you want.
Nope. And you know Immortal Sun's going, oh yes, 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 yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Oh, if you're playing against Mono Green. Turn on Forest, tap it. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oath.
Thoughtseize. Nissa, Karn, Visionary, Vivian. Oh, look at the trifecta. The
That is
trifecta.
a one-lander.
Again. An Oath missing on
Take the Visionary. Let him sit there.
Yeah.
Gonna take a decade before you can play any of the other cards.
Oh no.
I just probably take the Visionary and just take my win, most likely.
I don't want to see Mono Green go out like this.
If you take the Visionary, even if every coming draw is a land, which is probably what they want, what are they doing? They're gonna play 2/2. Like,
yeah. All right, then we got the Visionary out of there, so they did go with it.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't a land, so they missed a land drop. This is
not like this.
Yeah, I feel so. Ugh.
I feel sorry for Ori. Right, this is not a good way to go. There's been 2 games like this now that Ori's had to play.
If that land was that other one was Wolfville Haven that they drew, that would have been great.
I think the first time this happened, in the first match we watched Ori play, I think the one-lander she kept was 100% justifiable. That was a one-lander that I am perfectly okay with keeping. Looking at this one-lander, I wasn't.
Yeah.
Like, you start off with 1 land, Oath of Nissa, and a bunch of 4-drops. I cannot agree to that one-lander, especially because it doesn't even start with an elf. And Mono Green is kind of a combo deck, as we see a Legion set coming out to even get rid of this Burning Tree Emissary. Mono Green, you almost have to see it as a combo deck. And with a combo deck, you can win with 5 land hands. You don't need a good 7. You can win with a good 5. And I would yes, it leaves you open to Thoughtseize, but this just seemed like a super questionable hand. That was just too slow and it wasn't really going to get you anywhere fast enough. So I would have mulliganed that hand. The previous one-lander, totally justifiable. And in both, even in this game, it's not like, oh, she deserved it, right? No, it's sad. This is not how you want to lose a game. Ori making it to top 8, getting into the Invitational, clearly a player of high caliber. Because the competition can be very, very rough on this server. There's a lot of good Magic players here.
Yeah.
I mean, Epic won the last 2 Pioneer Invitationals, didn't make it this time. Granted, the difference was 1 match, but still, Epic didn't even make it this time, even after winning the last 2. So the competition is rough, and it gets rougher like every season.
Well, we see Rankle swinging in and just going to start picking at
Yes.
that hand.
Discarding, I guess.
If you don't get a land here, is that another oath? An oath would be kind of okay. It's an elf.
Llanowar elf.
Oh. Not digging it. Not digging it.
Immortal Sun so far taking a bit of a mono black control matchup approach.
Yeah. Which I think is the correct
Thoughtseize,
thing to do.
removal spell, rankle, chip away your hand. Yeah, for sure. And that's what makes mono black such a good deck, because we call it mono black aggro. But it's definitely like it can take on a very controlling role with all these very, very powerful, efficient black cards.
Here's the aggro part though. Mutavault, Mutavault.
Yep. By the way, if they don't block with Llanowar Elf, which you don't, you 100% sec one of your Mutavaults here to kill the elf.
Yeah. Keep them off.
Because even if they, keep them off Nissa. You don't want them to play Nissa here.
We did say this was going to be a tough matchup for Ori. There's the sack. Oh no, she's blocking.
Blocking. A little surprised by that. I would have him lose the Mutavault. Oh,
I
I
know,
guess
it was
that
a
actually
sack.
happened.
It was
Yeah,
a
it
sack.
was delayed. And discarding the, I would get rid of Vivian, I guess.
Yeah, the Vivian doesn't do anything.
Karn can like find you a boat or something to play immediately. Actually,
Discarding
getting rid of the
Nissa.
Nissa.
I mean, yeah, because you're probably gonna have to discard it in a turn anyway.
I would think you get rid of the Vivian if you draw a land, which I'm not even sure if that happened. If you draw a land, you play the Karn, and you put a Karn in your hand, and it almost doesn't matter what you grab,
Another elf.
because you grab something that makes it so Rankle doesn't make you discard your Nissa.
Yeah.
And then you hopefully draw another land and play Nissa, and then hopefully find something good off the top. It's a lot of hopefully and maybes and probablys, but that is how I would go around playing it. But a land wasn't drawn, it was in fact a Llanowar Elf, which is probably going to seal the deal here. Because we're just in the same spot now.
Yep.
Get in with that. I don't know if there's a
swing in.
1-drop currently in hand. He could just play as the sacrifice fodder. Something like a Dread Wanderer, but just rumbling in.
And I think you still sack the Mutavault here. Because they have to discard Karn now.
Yeah. Oh no, you sacrificed the Mutavault here, 100%.
Because the only hope that they have now is you discard Karn, and then like you're able to play Vivian and pump your elf, and like have a blocker.
Did he just make everybody lose a life and draw a card? Because Ori drew a card.
Yep.
And no sacrifice, playing these creatures post-combat? I am very confused by this line. I would have played the Bloodsoaked Champion or Knight, I don't know which one was drawn, before combat. Swing in with the Mutavault and the Rankle, and have everybody sack a creature and discard a card.
I think no matter what, they still win next turn, right? There's no way out of it.
I don't think it matters, but for the sake of clean play,
unless they drew land Gargaroth.
Yeah, if they went like land Gargaroth, that actually, I don't think there was a chance to draw land. Maybe.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah.
Because they drew off of Rankle.
Yeah, because if they go land Gargaroth and you don't have an answer to the Gargaroth, that's just a problem.
It's a.
But,
ugh.
I mean, still nothing to block the Rankle, which is gonna try and finish the game off with the, what is it? The everybody draws a card, loses a life.
Well, she now could play with the 2 floating and the 2 lands. She could play Vivian and pump her team.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because it doesn't block.
Rankle gets the one extra damage in for the draw.
Rankle will deal 4 damage. I don't know if there's something to be found with Karn that costs 1 mana. I can't think of anything.
She doesn't have one mana. She played the land. She has 2 floating, and then the 2 lands untapped.
Yeah, and then you've got the Llanowar Elf.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, but then you don't even have enough blockers. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
this is over.
And like the only thing you can grab is a Stone Cold Serpent for 1 to block the Rankle. That's the only thing she can grab with Karn.
I cannot imagine this game even like. There's no out, right?
Karn. I think she grabs Stone Cold, and then
Oh yeah, Stone Coil.
yep,
Stone
There's
Coil
Stone
for
Coil.
1.
Has
Block
reach.
the Rankle. Block the Knight. Oh, and then you take 4 from the Mutavault and the
Yeah.
champion. So it's still
Unfortunate.
exactly lethal. Alright, Immortal Sun, finish it off. You know what to do.
Pull the trigger. Do it.
Heartless Act. Get rid of the Burning Tree Emissary.
Also works.
Or
And-
remove the counter from the Stone Coil. Works too.
Yeah.
And swing. Doesn't even swing with the Mutavault. Come on, Immortal Sun.
That's unfortunate. Well,
Unfortunate way to end the run for Ori.
yeah. This is the sleeper deck, though. Mono Black Aggro. We've said it before. It
Well-
just doesn't
Well
go
played, well played to Ori, though. Good job on making it into the Invitational and still making it all the way here.
Of course. And the same goes for all the players that have been knocked out so far.
Yes, obviously.
Where mid-range took it down 2-1. Now, do you think there's going to be a repeat?
The sideboard doesn't seem super suited here, right?
No.
Do anything
you,
in particular?
you bring in the Soul Guard Lanterns.
Yeah, maybe the
And-
self-inflicted wound.
I actually like the Soul
that's
Guide
kinda-
Lanterns and the Agonizer Remorse. Because Uro's so detrimental to your plan. I think you could fairly attack
Yeah.
everything else in the deck, and you just go
Yeah,
all
and
in
the
on your sideboard
lantern
with
always
doing
cycles.
that. Yeah.
So the lantern doesn't like get sort of stuck. But what do you cut?
Oof.
That's a tough one.
You can't touch any of your rankles. You can't touch your Heartless Act. I mean, there's actually justification to bring in Heartless Acts too. So you have 7 cards you're looking
Now
at.
we're really talking mono black control. Maybe in that vein, you cut some of the recursive 1-drops.
Yeah,
They're going to be
maybe
very
trim.
quickly like blocked by Seder Wayfinders. And just kind of costing you a lot of time to make
Yeah.
work.
Honestly, I think you do this. You cut all your scrap heaps, your shade, 1 of each of the 1-drops, and you try to run it like that. Or 1 of each of like the recursive 1-drops. You don't cut Knight.
I'm not sure if you cut all your scrap heaps. I would probably keep like 2. Because it turns your rankles and your knights and your spawns into recursive threats too, in a way.
Yeah.
But I can imagine getting rid of the shade probably. 1 or 2 scrap heaps, 1 or 2 Bloodsoaked Champions, 1 or 2 Dread Wanderers. In that way, you are really becoming mono black control-ish.
Yeah,
you're
with a
really
top
taking
end
the
plan.
you're really taking the aggro out of your aggro deck, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean, you could go
I am
2
not.
of each of the
The
1-drops.
problem is, I'm not sure if that's a match you win. You could consider, I'm going to do none of this and just try and go underneath and sideboard like very minimally. In which case you probably do actually take out like 1 or 2 scrap heaps, the Skyclave Shade, bring in a couple of removal spells to get blockers out of the way and just leave it at that. I can imagine that being a better plan. Mostly having to do with the fact, like, I don't know if you can match mid-range, or if you'd rather just go under.
How well does this go under?
Maybe, I'm not saying that is a plan that like has a good chance of winning you the game, but it might be the plan that has the highest chance of winning you the game.
Well, I'm going to ask you a question, Alex. We've been asked by our production team, do we need a break? Or do you want to just go right into it?
I could do with a 3-minute break and then head into it.
All right, 3 minutes. We're going to go to the welcome back screen, or we'll be right back screen. We will see all of you in 3 minutes. Stay tuned for the next match between Sultai Midrange and Mono Black Aggro. right, and we are back. On your right-hand side of the screen, we have Mono Black Aggro and Sultai Midrange on the left. Wentworth, Immortal Sun, the Battle of Thoughtseize, and one deck has Uro. So, early predictions, Alex?
Sultai. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Sultai. But Mono Black, it's Mono Black. You can never count it out in that way. But I feel like Sultai is going to be able to take this down. It depends on how much they fumble. Sometimes you get your Jaces, they get pushed. Your Wayfinders, they don't hit Uros. And you just kind of sit there and twiddle your thumbs for the first 4 or 5 turns. And then Mono Black can definitely capitalize. But overall, I would say Sultai.
I'm in agreement.
So just
Yeah, Fatal
determining who
Push.
goes first.
You got Fatal Push, you got Abrupt Decay, Assassin's Trophy, you got a Murder Strider, you got relevant blockers and attackers. Murder Strider being a relevant blocker, Tyler's Tracker being an underrated blocker in this, and he also turning aggro to a certain point. And Uro being Uro.
Uro being Uro. Yes.
Nissa coming in and just saying, no, I do a lot of things. And is that a tapped land to start? No, that's a turn 1 Thoughtseize. Man, has Wentworth not had turn 1 Thoughtseize at all so far today? We see
Has
Red
any
Wanderer-
player with Thoughtseize in their deck not played it on turn 1?
Look at this curve. Oh my god.
That
Dread
is
Wanderer,
the
Scrappy
good old
Scrounger.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That is an amazing curve. Wow.
Man, this almost makes you tempted to take the Dread Wanderer and just be like, I just don't want you to curve out. Screw you.
Yeah. They take the was that the Spawn of Mayhem that they
Spawn
took?
of Mayhem, yes.
Underrated card. I love that card. I played this in Standard. No one played it when it was in Standard. I don't know why. It was amazing. I was so high on this card. I'm biased because I love demon cards though. So
You must be happy with Kaldheim then, with all these random demons.
they're all bad.
True.
I like good demons like Doom Whisperer and Spawn of Mayhem. But those are still barely playable.
Right, so we see Theta Wayfinder,
Uro.
most importantly hitting Uro, but guaranteeing the next land drop too.
And now it's awkward to swing in with your Dread Wanderer because they have a 1/1 that's easy to block and filling the yard for Uro.
Yeah, if you no, because they don't have the 4 mana yet, but I'm inclined to swing.
Scrap Heap pass.
Just so next turn there's a chance your Scrap Heap connects. I suppose they wouldn't be jumping it. I don't think it really matters, but I would have probably swung. Just deal with the fact that this guy's going to be able to deal with one of your cards easily.
Another Thoughtseize. Bye-bye, Rankle.
Oh yeah, but wait, actually you don't have the Spawn of Mayhem anymore. Obviously that was Thoughtseize, so it doesn't really matter. No, so I think it was
Land, Murder Strider, and Rankle. You take Rankle.
Probably a very difficult decision here. I would be inclined to take Rankle. Really depends on the context of your hand. I can see Thoughtseize being taken.
Yeah. It always feels bad though when you Thoughtseize someone. You're like, I guess I'll take your Thoughtseize.
I think it feels good. I have info, you don't.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like just probe, like and then you mental misstep their probe.
Fair.
And then
I like taking their good card, and I'm like, hey, you can Thoughtseize me. That's fine. Look at this hand of lands that I have. Haha. I'm losing, but I'm also winning.
Yeah, that is sometimes a good feeling, right? Your opponent Thoughtseizes you, and you're just like, ha, behold my shit hand.
It's 4 lands.
It's actually better if they cycle then, right? You look at it, it's like, take nothing, cycle, I still have spells.
And the trade was presented and taken. Oh, you know what we need for our tournament structure,
going
Alex?
down to 13. I mean, 2 Thoughtseizes already.
We need, in order to set up who goes first for matches, instead of a die roll, you play a game of chess, and that's how you determine.
Oh yeah, you play an entire game of chess. This
Mhm.
tournament's already going to go on for approximately 6 to 6.5 hours, Brad. I think it's enough.
Grizzly Salvage and Nissa, we think we know what's getting taken here.
Yeah, obviously the salvage. I mean, come on.
You got to respect it.
You got to respect
I mean,
the graveyard
the
fueling.
salvage could find the last land that they need, fill the yard, and Uro comes down.
So they already
So
had 2 lands.
what?
They already had 2 lands, right?
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't see the lands. I just thought he had 2 cards in hand. I was like, oh, nice. Look, my point still stands. Salvage fills the yard.
True. Now you might have to deal with Uro twice.
You've heard of first Uro, but what about second Uro? Bucks are currently up 28-10 in the third quarter in the NFC Championship. They very well could be the first NFL team ever to play in their own home stadium in the Super Bowl. Knock on wood, though. As we see Murderous Rider, Swift End, the Uro. Scrappy going in.
Gonna go back
And
to
I'm right
13.
back down to
I think-
13.
Yeah, you were at 13. Go back to 13.
And stay there. Well, actually,
No,
you want
go
them to
lower.
to 0.
Stay there. Okay. Yeah, stay there so you can beat them with your Triskotetophobia. What is it?
Triskaidekaphobia.
Triskaidekaphobia. Right? Keep them at exactly 13. That'd be tech.
Salvage.
Just Triskaidekaphobia, Tree of Perdition. Nobody expects it.
That could be a deck in Pioneer. It's legal. I want it.
Apparently, there is 13, like... There's like 13 references to the number 13 or something in this art.
As
I
there
think
should
it's
be.
like... I think it's like 13 13 logs in the fireplace, 13 like stripes on the wall. Like it's all 13s.
And you see the guy running out and freaking out.
Because he is afraid of the number 13.
That's just his neighbor messing with him, right?
Scary number.
Ooh.
A 1, then a 3? Oh my.
Hey, there are some hotels still in the US that do not, and buildings in general, that do not have a 13th floor. They just skip it.
From the people who brought you the number 13, the number 31. What? Another 3 and a 1?
Okay, so we see another Thoughtseize come down. Getting rid of the Hydroid Graces.
Good idea.
We do not want more life gain and card advantage for our opponent when they already have an Uro on board.
Do you think
And they
that's
can't
why
even double
Emrakul was
block.
13-13? It's from the same block.
Also for 13 mana.
Yes. Very scary card.
Oh, so
Not really
Emrakul-
related to the number 13, but definitely a scary
Rest in peace.
card.
So
Rest in
Emrakul's the
peace,
one
Conrad.
that made the dude's room full to 13s. I
Yeah,
got
yeah,
it.
had nothing better to do. You know, was just chilling in the moon. Was like, yeah, I'll just mess this guy up.
I like how Emrakul can just freely come out of the moon at any time.
Yeah,
Like they chose to prison themselves there by like just Jace convincing her.
no. Emrakul decided it herself.
Yeah, but wasn't there some convincing? Like Jace was talking to her.
No, well, it's more like Emrakul was just messing with Jace. But Emrakul realized that something was wrong, and Emrakul should not be on Innistrad yet, but was somehow was drawn here to be earlier, but should not have been on Innistrad because usually, I think it's a theory. Yeah, we immediately saw when we started chatting. Once Uro starts attacking, right, the game ends relatively soon.
Understandably so.
Value. Questing Beast alongside of it, trucking along. But I think the going theory that I read, it was very well written. I'm not sure if that meant it was actually correct or just like well presented. Is that usually the idea is like Ulamog destroys everything. Kozilek turns everything into building blocks, and Emrakul turns the building blocks into life. And that's why everything on Innistrad is so weird, because Emrakul is trying to like make life out of it, but it already is life, and that's why you get like these weird abominations.
Yeah.
And that's why Emrakul was like, it's not my time yet, and then just like, so I'll just chill on the moon. Which doesn't really make sense, because she could also just leave. Jover, where do you learn about all that lore? I think this was a write-up someone did on Reddit, but I have listened to a lot of YouTube channels with lore. I think Aether Hub is a series. I think is it from Cool Stuff Inc. or from Star City?
There's also a YouTuber that literally
Magic
reads
Arcanum.
out all of them.
I think, yeah, Aether was. I think it's called Magic Arcanum, or
TCG Player also has some lore stuff. Like
yeah,
they'll explain
it's with
sets.
Ryan Gomez, but yeah, Magic Arcanum also does a lot of cool lore videos. Let's say Aether Hub, Magic Arcanum, and Flavor Text. They actually, and up until recently, but they've actually picked it up again in Zendikar. Also, just the stuff Wizards publishes. But the whole Eldrazi thing was more of a fan theory than it was actually, actually like canon, as far as I know.
Yeah.
I assume there is also a Reddit Reddit for Magic lore. But what cyber?
Probably.
We already talked about the cyberding, so I don't think there's too much different to be expected. Do you think it all changes much post-board? Do you
As
think
in, like, who's favored?
Yeah, do you think anyone like really swings it in their favor post-board? Because we're talking about Sultai being favored overall, but like favored pre-board. But post-board, is Sultai like even more favored? Or do you think Mono Black is like more favored? Do you think they sort of both gain something and in the end not much changes?
Sultai becomes more favored because they have Elder Gargroth to grab, Extinction Event because there's a lot of 1-drops to call odd, Taros Tracker, and Legion's End. And even if they really wanted to or they cared about the recursion, they could bring in Soul Guide Lantern, but that's pretty narrow. So I'd say Elder Gargroth and Extinction Event alone can be calls, but Legion's End's also really good. Like, they just have so many tools. So yeah, Sultai is very much favored.
You're welcome, Jumfcar. Jumfcar, the one who asked about all the where I find the lore pieces. There's also books being written. Please read reviews. I know some of them are awful, some of them are pretty good. The Professor also did the lore videos, I believe. I think I got those from Ryan Gomez, though, on the War of the Spark books and the Eldraine book.
Yeah.
But they are very questionable in quality sometimes.
Unfortunately so. The War of the Spark one with the decidedly male thing was a work of art. Uh-huh. Yep. Yep. As we see our opponents shuffling up. It's going to be great. But yeah, I mean, it just comes down to the Sultai draw the cards that they bring in, as well as the cards that are already good. Pretty likely. Like, they just have so much early game stuff where like you can just chump block or like start filling your yard and doing things that progress your game plan while just holding off mono black aggro enough to where you recover and kind of, stabilize again thanks to Uro, thanks to Elder Gargroth, thanks to Extinction Event. Like, you have so many ways to. And can you imagine if they bring Legion's End and they go, turn to Legion's End on one of their 1-drops and they have another one in their hand for mono black aggro?
Oh.
Like, that's just backbreaking.
Yeah, Legion's End is an exceptionally strong card in the right matchup. It's like the collective brutality for mono black aggro.
Yeah.
Right. Usually, if you really want to prepare against burn and you need like a really good haymaker, you might be
Turn
interested
one
in a
Dread
card
Wanderer.
like Collective Brutality. If you're up against mono black and you really want to like hit him where it hurts, it's where you go for the Legion's End in that same like 2-mana black sorcery spot.
Yeah.
Or if
Medieval
you play a lot against both, put both in your deck. Nothing's gonna stop you.
down 18. And
Agonizing
Agonize
Remorse
Remorse.
coming in.
Told
Let's
you
see
they
if
would
we
play
see
that.
anything in response. We're gonna see.
Oh wait, Morrison was
Legion's
also listening to
End.
us. Hey, look, there's the Legion's End. Look at that.
We're so good, Brad.
It's
So
like
if
I
the
played this game or something.
Yeah, I was thinking if the Legion's End gets taken, that is another Dread Wanderer in their hand.
Oh yeah. That's worthy of crying over.
And then I guess I'll let you have the Euro. Because I need to be able to kill you at one point. Right, so what is happening here?
I mean,
So
I
the
wouldn't
th-
mind a Legion's End coming down.
No,
Like
I
State
agree with
Wayfinder
it
is perfectly fine.
because they didn't take the Legion's End. That makes me think I'm not going to get additional value out of my Legion's End. So I'm fine just playing the Wayfinder, potentially trading for the Wanderer, and just going from there. Right? Because the Dread Wanderer is not the best recursive threat. Their hand needs to be empty, and then it costs a grand total of 4 mana. So it's probably the weakest recurring threat in the deck.
No, it comes straight to the battlefield for 3.
Oh, does it? Oh, okay.
Yeah. It comes in tapped.
But still, 3 comes
The
in
same.
tapped, where your
Yeah.
hand needs to be empty or 1 card.
Yep.
Which can happen, but like, you know, if your opponent is at the
This is the
point where they
target
are
for,
recurring, yes.
Yeah.
Also, Knight of the Ebon Legion, Legion's End, flavor.
Amazing flavor.
Get him out of
Revealing
here.
the
What's in your hand, buddy?
Okay, that is moving off screen.
Spawn
That's
of
it.
Mayhem and a Swamp. So gonna
Right,
untap
here
Swamp
comes Spawn of
Call.
Mayhem.
Unless there's a Rankle. It's the only card I could see you playing instead.
Yeah.
But no, instead it is Glare. The hard counter to any broadcast. Glare.
That is very true. There's the Spawn.
Powerful card, but will it be able to stick around? I think if you kill the Spawn here, you're in a really good spot. As went
the way that we're seeing,
or just race.
Yeah.
Bring it on.
The way that Wentworth is playing his lands though is making me uncomfortable.
I mean, he's making it clear for us, so thank you, buddy.
That's true.
So we can clearly see that he does not have the double blue to bring back an Uro, even if it was in the yard.
Yep, Swamp, Forest, Blooming Marsh, and a Triome.
The moment you see a Swamp, you know that's not going to work.
Yeah, of course. So each person takes a ping. No, in theory, if this is the race, Mono Black Aggro has the race. Because eventually the spawn will keep growing. And you'll start to get in more damage later on. Starting next turn, actually, it's going to grow to a 5/5 and then so on and so forth. Though I will say, a removal spell of any kind on this spawn is... Oh!
Legion's End is Crowner.
Goodbye. Cards in hand. He's empty-handed, right?
No, he's got 2 cards in hand. I think Immortal Sun is empty-handed.
That's what I'm saying, yeah, Immortal Sun. Because the Legion's End effect. That's what I was saying.
So going down to 10.
Jace.
So going down to 9, Wentworth going to 10. That's going to grow the Spawn of Mayhem, turn it into a 5/5, which means it is a 2-turn clock.
That is true. The race is on. And the race is in favor of the Immortal Sun.
Yes, he's going to take Wentworth to 5. So Wentworth's actually going to have to deal with this Spawn or die.
This Jace is going to be pretty clutch. Well, no. Can Jace flip right now? Next turn?
I'm not sure. But even
if he can, what
and we
does
know
he
we know
have
that
in the
Went
yard?
has 2 spells in hand. Because Wen
Oh.
didn't play a land last turn.
Down to 5. Oh, there's also Mutavolts too. Dread Wanderer.
Oh, look at that! The Dread Wanderer coming back.
So next turn could potentially be.
Looting.
So even if they kill the spawn, it's Dread Wanderer, double Mutavault. Not quite
Yeah, but
enough.
the Dread Wanderer is going to go down to 0 attack due to Jace.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what they have in the yard. If they have anything that they can grab from the yard to kill the spawn.
Crack a Fable Passage.
Go get an island.
So that's just the
Now they can
lower or
escape.
upper bracket. This is the lower bracket. Whoever wins this will play in the finals against the winner of the upper bracket, which was Jeskai Super Friends.
Well, they just found the Fatal Passage to go get Uro out.
Is there an Uro in the yard right now? Because it was there was one exiled with Agonizing Remorse. Did they find one?
Oh, that's true. I don't know. If they did, it would have been off of that Seder Wayfinder earlier.
Seems they did.
They have an Uro.
So that's going to make them go to 8. Going to 7 due to the spawn. And the spawn's going to grow into a 6-6. Which means they would actually be 1 off lethal.
Well, hold on. Do they might have it. They have double Mutavaults.
Yeah, but the Mutavaults can be blocked by the Questing Beast and the Uro.
Yeah.
And the Dread Wanderer does no damage.
Wanderer...
Because it's been plus Jace plussed on the Dread Wanderer.
Okay, so you're hoping to top deck a Rankle here.
Yeah, but Rankle means you don't get to act. I mean, Rankle's just lethal because you can skip the Mutavault stuff. You either need a removal spell, a cheap removal spell like a Heartless Act, actually exactly a Heartless Act. So Heartless Act does it, Rankle does it. So there's 5 outs here that I can think of.
Well, considering I'm not seeing anything get Windmill slammed, I don't think he has it. Though, it's very possible that they just don't get anything else next turn through the draw for Uro, the draw step, and then because like this is still a 2-turn clock.
True, but the Questing Beast can be blocked by the Mutavaults or the Dread Wanderer because of one of the 7 lines of text.
That's true. We love SA green cards.
Brad, we're gonna have to teach green players how to read somehow.
Man.
That is a joke. I have no disrespect for green players.
I don't know what he drew here.
Having a long, hard think about it, that's for sure.
Having no Walkthwain kind of sucks. That would have been nice. So he's swinging in with that.
Setting Wentworth to 1. This Questing Beast has been doing work tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's really like been closing games out quickly, being a good blocker. Paying for another spawn. I don't know if he made a mistake. Yes, that is only 3.
So that
it
would
chumps the Questing Beast. Actually, no. If Wentworth's got it, you plus the Jace on the spawn makes it a 2/4, which means it can't block the Questing Beast, just like your Mutavault, just like your Dread Wanderer. Let's see if he sees it.
Oh, wow.
So there is a line on board. He's dead on board, but Wentworth has to see it. You have to remember your own essay.
One of the few instances where the math is actually for the attacker.
Yes.
He didn't see it?
He didn't see it. Swinging with Uro. Oh my. And this could just be jumped with a Mutavault. But like, the spawns just kill him here, right?
Yeah, they do on the swing back.
Or is he gonna...
You just chump with a Dread Wanderer and a Mutavault and you're good.
Dread Wanderer's effect... Oh, he was also attacking with that.
Okay.
But still, is there a card here that kills the
Fatal push
fatal
on the
push
spawn.
the spawn? I mean, this is a lot of work for simply lethal, though.
Yeah.
But it's an
And
odd
then
line to spot. It's an odd line to spot.
Rankle on the top wins it for mono black. If you go
Unless there is
Rankle-
other removal, but you would have played that by now.
Yeah. And he's tapping out for a Nissa, maybe? Oh, Hydrocrisis.
Crisis for
All
3, just gaining 1 life, drawing 1 card.
All right,
Getting
that's
an
gonna
extra
do it.
blocker.
The Crisis is gonna do it.
Yeah, that's gonna block the Rankle. This should be it.
I do hope that Wentworth eventually rewatches
Evidence
this
that Wentworth isn't stream sniping. Well done, buddy.
game. The good thing is stream sniping wouldn't do anything because we don't show hands, except for us giving
Well,
up
Yeah.
ideas. Yeah. So we're gonna
Oh, well,
enter.
and chat is yet to correct me, so I think I was actually right.
Yeah, I think you were as well.
Sometimes I'm a decent Magic player.
It's because you play so much Grixis. You're forced to be at half good at the game.
Yeah,
Because your deck is half
I would
bad at the
I would
game.
never win a game if I wasn't somewhat decent. Sideways bop it. Animate mutable.
Go down to 1.
Yep.
What is
Don't know
that?
what that is.
Elder
Gargoyle.
Gargoyle. Just for fun. Just showing off now. And
And here he plays Death Cloud.
extends the handshake.
Digitally.
Metaphorically speaking. All right.
That's
We're
it.
going to have a rematch. Like we said, Sultai mid-range versus Jeskai Super Friends. We're doing it again, boys and girls and non-binary individuals. This is going to be wonderful.
I think they're gonna fall flat again. I think Jeskai Super Friends is very much favored in this match. But after seeing how the matchup went last time around, I would be surprised if they managed to pull it off.
Yeah. I mean, we saw Mono Black fall against Sultai. Good effort by the Immortal Sun, playing a deck that they don't usually play. At least to my knowledge. They could
Taking
play
it
more, I
to
think.
technically ending 3rd.
Yeah.
Go by it that way. Yeah, pretty much. So well
3rd
done.
place. Not bad. This still shows off. Because, I mean, look, Mono Black aggro, it was 2-0, right? But it wasn't like it was dominant in favor of Sultai. Mono Black had plays. They had ways to kind of go through it. And it shows that the deck is resilient. And anytime we get a really good black card in sets, everyone's like, Mono Black's got a new toy. We have a joke like that too in Pioneer. Modern has Dredge got a new toy. Legacy has Delver got a new toy. Pioneer has Mono Black got a new toy. Standard has a Dumpster Fire. So, but let's go to the production company. Let's see if we get this match ready to go, and they'll let us know. And then we'll get ready to start moving forward with, I guess, the grand finals. We should probably ping. What was it? I'm blanking out on names. Crank It Man. No, Crank It Man, just to make sure that they're present. All right, they're in a game. All right, so we'll be ready just in a few moments. We're going to take this time to thank everyone so far who's watched these wonderful games. This has been a lot of fun. And remember, this was all made possible by the MTG at Home Discord server. you can come in, join the link in the chat that's available right now in Twitch, and you can hop in, play some Paper Magic just like all of these people have been, and you could have a chance to participate in one of our 4 invitationals, be it Pauper, Pioneer, Legacy, or Modern. Pioneer will always be cast by myself and Alex. Alex, have you had a good time today?
I've had a great time. I've had some. I think it's really good matches, and I also really like the change in tournament structure.
I do too.
Like this double elimination setup has been very nice. It flows better. The fact that we can with chat we can decide what match we're watching, so people can see what they want to see. I think also really helps. Yeah, there's just a more constant stream of games of Magic rather than waiting for a round to end every time. So it looked to be going on for a long time, but then you see here at the end, right? If there's only one match, if that's decided in 20 minutes, there's no waiting for 30 minutes for a back table to end or something.
Exactly. And keep in mind for all the viewers watching right now, if you ever want to hear more from myself and Alex, we do run a podcast. We are the Pioneer Perspective, and we are always happy to talk about Pioneer. Every single week, we put it up on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, literally anything that makes podcasts or runs podcasts. So again, Pioneer Perspective. And with that, Alex, it's time to go to the battlefield. You ready?
Yes. Let's head out there. Oh, there. I do not want to find.
Here we are, the grand finals. Now remember, everyone watching, Jeskai from Crank It Man, being the upper seed, only has to win 1 match. Though for Wentworth, in order for them to win the championship, they have to win 2 matches, because remember, it's double elimination, so you have to lose twice to get knocked out. Crank It Man being undefeated has a little bit of a mulligan in terms of match options. So
yeah,
this is
which
make it a lot more
really
interesting.
Which almost solidly makes me think that Crank It Man has it. I'm gonna assume Crank It Man wins it in this round, but winning twice from the Sultai perspective, it's gonna be hard. But we've seen this Sultai deck pull off some miraculous things.
Oh yeah, because off the backs of cards like Uro, and I will
And
say
off the
that
back of
Krasis,
very good piloting by Wentworth. I
yes,
think Wentworth's done a very good job piloting this Sultai deck, which honestly is one of the more difficult decks to pilot. But Crank It Man's deck's not easy to pilot either. So we're seeing 2 good pilots playing relatively complicated decks, and their prowess with the deck shows off.
Did you get a chance to check out the Pauper at all yesterday?
I got to see a little bit of it, but the main thing I got to see was the double Thunderous Wrath in the Izzet versus Tron matchup, which was a thing to behold. And the typical thing where I haven't played Pauper in 2 years, and I look at Thunderous Wrath, and it's like, that is a common.
Yeah. Pauper's an amazing place. The fact that Tron scrubbed out O2 immediately out of the tournament was surprising. They had 2 really tough matchups to start, but normally there's a spam call for Crank It.
Getting a phone call.
Well, that was a spam because the little thing on the top had the little red, because my phone is the same thing. But yeah, seeing Tron scrub out immediately for that match or that tournament was impressive. And
it's also cool to get all these formats, right? There's something for everyone.
Oh yeah, of course. Slivers took down the entire thing, which was impressive.
I'm still surprised.
Slivers.
Especially because Slivers is such a strange deck in Pauper, as far as I remember, because it effectively just runs a bunch of lords, right? It's like the most straightforward aggro deck ever. When in Modern you get all these weird Slivers, but they're almost all rares. So I think this is much more of an aggro deck, but Slivers is kind of a beloved tribe, isn't it?
You could say something like that. Depends on who you ask, I guess.
Yeah, I mean it's love it or hate it, right? There's no in between.
If you're an EDH player, you probably hate it.
I mean, I like the idea of it, but it never turns out to be fun. Because people often run the Tudor Sliver for the commander, and then it's like, Haste Sliver, Shroud Sliver, Indestructible Sliver. You can do anything about my board state Sliver. It's like, cool.
And here we go. Sultai Midrange starting off with a Triome. And actually, Jessica started off. My apologies. Jessica got the die roll. They're going first. Turn 2, a Interplanter Beacon. Interplanter
After
Beacon.
a clifftop retreat, entering the battlefield tapped.
Not the best start for lands. And we see the beloved Thoughtseize. Shark Typhoon.
Chandra.
That tells me the Thoughtseize was drawn off the top.
Yeah. Thoughtseize,
Chandra.
another beacon, and some Walker all the way in the corner. No idea which one that is.
Interesting. Well,
My guess is
they can't
Nahiri. I believe
cycle.
I can see a 4.
Yeah, they can't cycle the Shark anytime soon. They can't do anything with the Supreme Verdict anytime soon.
The Gideon can be played next turn.
Yeah. It's either the Gideon or the Chandra. I don't know what's on the end, though. If it isn't Nahiri, I think I'm more inclined to stick with those two either way.
Or
if that
if
one
it's
of
a 3 fairy.
If it's a 3 fairy, that's also worth considering. But Chandra is
Here you kind of see this problem. The problem in this matchup, like, really displayed, right?
yeah.
You're like, man, what do I
Chandra.
pick? It's all good.
That's probably what I would have picked too, to be honest.
Yeah, it's the card with value, right?
Yeah.
Depending on if the one on the side is the fairy. If it's the fairy, I'd be inclined to pick that.
Let's see if they shift everything over. Still on a phone call. They must be phoning a friend. Trying to get some idea on their play.
Is this like, what's that program? Weekend Millionaires?
Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Yeah, I hear it's called Weekend Millionaires, but I think it's the same idea as Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, where you've got like a 50-50 to help you out, and then one option where the audience can like give their answer, and then one where you can ring someone. Yeah,
you are correct.
So Wentworth at one point gets to use. Wentworth should have used his 50-50 last round to find the lethal.
I couldn't see the card. I tried.
Me too. I was really waiting for it. I think you and I were both a little bit quiet, being thinking like, "What's that?"
Oh man, there's Gideon
of the trials. Suppose you go ahead and make your emblem.
Yeah.
Gaining 2 life. Actually pretty powerful here. The double Interblender Beacon. I'm gonna buy you a lot of life over time.
Satyr Wayfinder, go get a land. There's a forest on top.
Gideon staying on
passage,
3.
A Satyr Wayfinder. What was the last one?
Smelled.
Hinterland Harbor. So they had 3 lands and a Satyr.
Yeah, so the Gideon being on 3 makes you think like they made the emblem, but they just don't own the emblem.
Yeah.
I'm real bad about, well, depends on how you consider bad, because I do always have one. But the moment I buy a card, I make sure to have the emblem, even if I'm like trying some sideboard tech with a card that has like some emblem or token attached to it that's unique. I'll make sure to have it. Right?
Yeah,
I had Yosuves in standard, so it's like, yeah, I'm gonna get my 8 Zombie Knight tokens.
There's 3, so we can maybe assume that was the 3 fairy on the end, unless you drew it.
And anything makes me think, like, what are you gonna do here? You gonna down ticket to draw? You're not gonna bounce the Wayfinder, but you can just plus your Gideon on the Wayfinder if you want.
That's
Seems a little wonky, but you could try it. Because I kind of would want to start getting in there with the Gideon, setting up for those Sarkon turns. Maybe you bounce the Wayfinder and you don't mind him replaying it, because it's 2 mana for a 1/1.
Maybe the line should have been, before you play Teferi, don't do anything in main phase 1. Go to combat, you plus Gideon, swing with Gideon on combat, and then see if they block or not, and then do your Teferi thing next on.
Because this opens your Teferi to be killed with a Murderous Rider and then it not doing anything, or by a Questing Beast. Because it seems like the Gideon actually plussed on the Wayfinder. Actually, no, it didn't. He just didn't do anything with the Gideon. I think it's still on 3 and it's not sideways.
Interesting. So this would kill Teferi.
Yes. Yeah, I think that was a mistake by Crankitman not activating the Teferi. I mean, not activating the Gids. Let's see if he does actually kill the Teferi or if he decides to go after the Gideon.
Well,
Because
you sent the
Gideon,
Seder Wayfinder. Yeah, but yeah, the Gideon's worth consideration. I think that's what he's thinking about right now. Because you saw him take damage from Questing Beast and Seder. So
yeah,
we're trying to
like
figure out where
the
the rest
Seder
of it
obviously
goes.
tries to dent the
And it's
Teferi,
Gideon.
but yeah, because Gideon would just shut off the Questing Beast. See if he
And
top deck to Chandra.
you're not gonna bounce Questing Beast here.
I mean, you can if you just want to buy the time. Right, time walk your opponent. They're gonna have to tap out again to play it, or
True.
mostly tap out again to play it. But remember,
Yeah,
this is a Supreme Verdict deck.
that is true.
So ticking up to Fairy with the idea of trying to go Supreme Verdict might also be pretty good. Taking 2.
Sacred Foundry.
Tick up. If he passes, I'm assuming Verdict.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah, passing, this is a Verdict. So what do you had straight to combat. Yeah, Verdict. There you go. Had to shock in the land in order to play the Verdict because the Interplanar Beacon taps for colorless.
Yep. Liliana.
So down ticking and probably just buying back. Ooh, milling 2, including an Uro, and buying back the Questing Beast. That is a lot of value right there. Liliana, the Last Hope, very, very powerful Planeswalker. This really sort of, I mean, Liliana herself, right, with Liliana of the Veil included, just set it off the sort of, she was the OG super powerful 3-mana walker.
Yeah.
Right, Liliana of the Veil still being one of the stronger Planeswalkers of all time, though has definitely lost a lot of leeway in Modern recently. With cards like Uro, just really like having a go at like the powerful effect she has of discarding and sacrificing, which like, yeah, I'm just gonna come back, so it doesn't matter, right? Liliana the Last Hope also really not seeing as much play anymore in Modern, but definitely finding a home here and there in Pioneer. And I'm sure Liliana of the Veil would be very powerful in Pioneer. Most likely a defining card would this be in Pioneer, but we're gonna have to do with Liliana the Last Hope. Not a bad alternative. Really, really cool ultimate to play with. Very flavorful and unbelievably powerful. And it's time in Standard, plenty of control decks just relied on ultimating Liliana as a way to win the game.
Oh yeah. Liliana's great.
The fact that her plus
Always
can
love
kill
it.
things with 1 toughness is really strong.
Oh yeah. Because a lot of the cards that have that ability where it takes away power, it usually doesn't touch the toughness at all. It's like -2, -0, or something like that.
Yeah, but just that -1. So you can deal with all these very tiny creatures that would normally like slowly peck away at your planeswalkers. But we see Questing Beast. Teferi has been ticked up again. I wonder if we're just looking at another Verdict. Or we're just cycling a Shark Typhoon. But I think this is where we're going to see an Abrupt Decay or a Fatal Push.
Push.
Yep. Push, I guess he wants to get the Revolt in he doesn't need. I think he just cracked a Fabled Passage, didn't he? I'm not sure. Hey. Why is the Questing Beast hitting the yard?
Good question. I'm confused.
Me too. Oh! Yeah, Teferi. Teferi means he can't Fatal Push in combat.
Oh, you're right.
So he just gets the block for free. That's right. How can I forget Teferi's passive? I've lost so many games to it, but
Probably the idea of casting for nearly 6 hours might have something to do with it.
that might have something to do with it, yes.
As you see a Grizzly Salvage come in for Wentworth?
So definitely, like we're talking casting 6 hours, but imagine playing 6 hours. Now they probably haven't been playing for the full time. They might have had some time for free, but still, right? We're
Yeah.
quite some rounds in. Like it's definitely gonna take its toll on you.
Oh, I agree. Which, I mean, you could argue you give the advantage to Crank It Man for having 2 rounds off, kind of rest the brain a little
Oh,
bit.
absolutely. You know, he could have gone. You know, if there isn't a curfew where he lives, gone outside, gone for a walk, or even I don't know, sit in the garden if you're not allowed to go out. Just get some fresh air, get a drink, maybe watch some telly, right? Watch an episode of whatever show you're watching that isn't Game of Thrones, and then like, reset, like go into the game fresh. Whereas Crank It Man, Wentworth has to, had to put in the hours. So the odds are definitely against Wentworth, but this structure again does mean that the odds are there, which is makes everything much more exciting, right? It's so
Oh,
much
yeah.
better that losing your first round doesn't make you feel like you can never win again.
If I would have told you in the weeks coming up to this event that your finals of the Pioneer Invitational would be Jeskai Super Friends and Sultai Midrange, would you have believed me?
Sultai mid-range, sure. Jeskai Super Friends, not so much. I'd have thought like Jeskai Luca. I mean, I'm always like, where's the Omnath deck? But hey, nobody registered an Omnath, so no Omnath, no Niv. Definitely a different dynamic to your field, right? For your tournament field.
Yeah. And like what, 4 control decks?
No Wilderness. Yeah, a lot of control decks. I've heard. I don't know how true this still reigns because there's a lot of people playing now. But this is obviously a combination of the people playing in the North American, well, the American time zone. Obviously not restricted to North America, more like the American time zone or the European time zone. Where I've heard that in the American time zone there is a lot more control players than in the European time zone, which is kind of a interesting regional difference.
Yeah. But you see Uro sticking. That's always big for any Sultai deck or any Uro deck, period.
Yes. And Liliana
I
just
do-
still hanging out there, potentially
do have a
minus
question
again.
for you, real quick. So we had this talk about Teferi, right? With 3 Fairy, saying like decks that kind of simply fall apart without him being in the deck. Like Niv to Light is an example we've said, where it becomes a much worse deck as we see
Because
Abrupt
there's
Decay
not
come
this
down.
protection from your haymakers, right?
As we're talking about
Teferi gives you a
Teferi
sense of
dies.
safety. Hey.
Exactly. And Teferi was also the glue that held together Kethis, which is why Kethis in Historic is nowhere near as powerful as it was in Pioneer, yada yada.
Yeah.
Now, Uro, we don't say that as much because Uro is such a dynamic card on its own that it's a card that you can just simply play by being in the colors. It's not a
It's a
glue
card.
that holds.
Yeah, it's a card you just chuck in the deck, and it just makes your deck better.
However, when it comes to Sultai midrange, do you feel that Uro is kind of that glue for the deck? Because this is a Uro deck if there is one in Pioneer. Like all the other ones use Uro as a nice gravy card because you can. This deck is certainly built around Uro.
In that sense, it kind of depends how you define glue. What I mean by that is like Niv sort of just like doesn't work. Well, it probably would be a deck, right? Would Teferi not be there? But like it really like changes it solves a problem the deck potentially has, whereas Uro just adds a lot of power to Sultai. So I think if Uro would be out, I think Sultai would have a harder time existing just due to a loss of power, but not really due to a loss of like a piece holding the deck together. Right? Sultai Delirium without it would probably be more of a Delirium deck then. But Sultai Delirium without Uro functions, right? It does what Sultai Delirium does. It doesn't need Uro in order for the deck to just does its thing. But
Like
it
play
would
Questing
be
Beast as we see now.
yes, but it would just be much weaker. So it might lose playability just because the power level of the deck drops so much. Because it's in that way sort of more carried by Uro, but not its functionality doesn't change with or without Uro.
Worth noting that those tokens cannot block Questing Beast.
They are 2/2s.
I do definitely think that Sultai would be virtually a non-existent deck outside of Reclamation without Uro.
I mean, it's hard to say because if there's no Uro in the format, that is also a good thing for Sultai because it's also a deck that has to
True.
compete with Uro.
What about
So-
Egon from Kaldheim? I was wondering about that in Sultai.
I mean, that would be a pretty powerful card in Sultai, but I think currently your graveyard is taxed by Uro.
Yeah, but I'm saying no Uro. Like I feel like that could be a
no
good replacement.
Uro, Egon would be a card that definitely would be very interesting. Actually, also fits the role of being a 6/6. Same,
Yeah,
same
and
power
the
type does.
other side, Mills actively fills your graveyard for Delirium. So if you go back into the Delirium shell,
Exiling a creature card every once in a while to draw a card is also no problem.
my favorite
Yeah,
thing
I
about decks like this is looking at the board states for either other side. As we see a scoop from Super Friends and Sultai gets game one. Just look at the board state of Sultai. Look how many just things they have. Truly is a Sultai good stuff deck when you think about it.
Yeah, there is a lot going on with this deck.
That looks like we got the one in the wrong spot. That game did go to Sultai, not
Production
Jeskai
making
Super
assumptions.
Friends. Now, we've seen this matchup before. We already know about the sideboard plan, but for those of you who did not stop by and catch the first time these two went head to head, Alex, what do you think is going to be brought in when it comes to either side? We know both sides are bringing a mystical dispute because that's
they
the
are
rule.
blue decks. They are blue decks against blue decks. So the rule, it's like a courtesy, right? Do you think at one point, have more fun? You just tell your opponent like, we both do not bring in our disputes. We both don't, like a gentleman's agreement. No, but all jokes aside, Jeskai has access to Aether Gust, a very powerful card, dealing with all these green and blue threats. It also runs Chain to the Rocks, which is very good at dealing with Uro and other early cards like Jace, Questing Beast, etc. And it also runs Rest in Peace. And Rest in Peace is a card you might want to bring in order to deal with the graveyard shenanigans, being Uro, and the flipping of Jace. Right? Jace doesn't flip either and just becomes a Merfolk looter as long as there are Rest in Peace in play. So those are cards I would definitely consider bringing in. I'm not too sure about Rest in Peace because I feel like through cards like Chain to the Rocks and Aether Gust, you might simply have enough ways to deal with Uro, and you don't really mind about a rest. Maybe you only bring in one. Sometimes you get it early, nice slam dunk, leave it there. Other cards coming out of the Sultai deck in order to take on the menace that is the Super Friends. Elder Gargaroth is potentially playable, being just a very big threat. I have my doubts, mostly due to things like Supreme Verdict and Teferi bouncing it being a big tempo loss. Isn't really bothered by Gideon because it still gets its attack trigger, which is nice. Disdainful Stroke can be coming into this matchup. There are big cards to deal with, like Fires and Big Teferi, and Yorion potentially if it goes that late. And then Tireless Tracker is just a nice value piece. And I would say that is about all the cards they could bring in.
Yeah.
A lot of one-offs, two-offs, very reminiscent of a mid-range deck.
This matchup is one of the most interesting matchups in the game.
Oh, actually, another card that could be brought in by the Super Friends is, I'm not too keen on Chandra Awakened Inferno, but Ashiok Dream Render can be a nice card. Shutting off Fabled Passage can actually be kind of funny. And being able to mill your opponent, then exile their graveyard is just a good way to eat away at their graveyard and just their strategy as a whole. Right? If there's an Uro already in there, cool, it's gone. And there's actually the chance that you mill over an Uro and then get rid of it, which is also very nice.
It being a one of in an 80 card deck, though, is always Proves to be difficult.
It's a thing
Oh,
I
81 card
experienced.
deck.
Yes, it's a thing I experienced playing Yorion decks, which I thought was a legitimate downside to it. Is it's not that the main deck doesn't work, but it's very often, if you look at the type of decks that Yorion would go into, for example, control decks at first, especially before the companion nerf.
Yeah.
Control decks are like notorious, right, for having 2-offs and 3-offs. It's like almost never having play sets of cards. So when I built my Yorion deck, I converted my deck into a Yorion deck. My 2-offs became 3-offs, my 3-offs became 4-offs, and the deck was actually like almost as consistent, except for finding some 4-offs, right? Like Thoughtseize and Fatal Push that tended to be 4-offs. But overall, the consistency hit wasn't that big.
Well,
What I did,
speaking of consistency, hey, look at this on this
wow.
Thoughtseize. There is the Ashiok we were talking about, the one of, is in the opening hand, as well as a Rest in Peace.
So everything I said, I'm about to say, can be thrown out the window. No, but like this, like quote unquote stroke of luck aside, the main thing that I noticed playing Yorion decks was the inconsistency of hitting sideboard cards. So because your sideboard doesn't grow, I felt like my deck changes less after sideboarded games. When usually your sideboard can have a very big impact on your game plan, my sideboard felt like it was less impactful because like my 1 or 2 of Kalidas that I needed an aggro matchup just wouldn't show up that much. Now here we see the Narset being taken, which I think is an interesting one. And I think it has to do by the fact that we noticed there was both a Rest in Peace and an Ashiok.
Yeah.
And that
They
makes me
just kind of
think,
accepted that the graveyard's turned
yeah,
off for now, and they're
exactly.
going to just
They
deal with it.
accepted the graveyard is not a thing anymore. I'm not going to be able to play these cards, or I'm not, like my Seder Wayfinder is going to be a bit poopy. My Burrow isn't going to work. However, this second Thoughtseize would kind of change my way of thinking. Because this felt like it was a top deck. Because otherwise, I
Yeah.
would have probably taken the Rest in Peace, then taken the Ashiok.
Looks like they didn't
Depending
have
on
it looks like they
depending on where
didn't
your
have the
hand
white
was
mana anyway to play Rest in Peace.
at. There's a Triome underneath. It's a Jeskai Triome.
Oh, they chose to. Interesting.
But they didn't play it because they had the Omen. And there's not really a reason to play Rest in Peace now.
True.
If they
Because
would have played
unlike
a
Wayline,
Seder,
it actually hits it right
yeah,
away.
exactly. It ETB gets rid of all the cards in the graveyard anyway. And you just want to have the Omen to smooth out your hand. And also, what I mentioned earlier here is the idea of, because Omen, like scry to draw a card, you can probably find a pretty powerful card with that, which will be a card that is unknown to your opponent's Thoughtseize. Granted, they now cast the Omen into the Thoughtseize, but with that, you can even hide a card. If you find a good card and a mediocre card on top of your deck, you just scry the mediocre card on top. You actually don't bottom it on purpose. Draw it, and now your card is protected on the top of your deck. Very similar to how in Legacy this would happen with Brainstorm decks. Where in response to a Thoughtseize or a, whatever hand attack spell displayed there, potentially an Unmask or something, or Cabal Therapy, you actually purposely like Brainstorm and put the cards on top of your deck so they are safe from hand attack. Which is like a pseudo version that you can do here with Omen of the Sea.
They've taken their time. They take the Ashiok. Which
I
makes
think at this
sense.
point you take the Ashiok. Because Ashiok just... If Ashiok goes off for like 100 to 0, it actually just eats 20 cards. So it eats a third of your deck.
That's a terrifying prospect. There's a very good chance you hit all your Uros in that.
Yes.
Also, a Fatal Passage coming in from Wentworth shows me that they don't have a lot going on in terms of lands in their hand, and that's concerning. Like this seems like a desperate like.
Do you bounce your Omen here, or do you feel like you're gonna cast your Yorion before you're gonna use your Omen? I think that's actually plussing, upticking the Teferi.
I kind of like the idea of bouncing the Omen, to be honest.
Yeah,
even though you've gotten Thoughtseize twice, that Fatal Passage from Wentworth makes it feel like that was the only other land that they had in hand. You have the way to turn off the opponent's graveyard as well, with Rest in Peace coming down soon. I feel like I want to take advantage of any stumble possible and get as ahead of them as possible, especially considering how we saw last game turn out where if you give Sultai the chance to stay in the game and keep moving forward, they will gladly take that advantage and swing it right back around on you, even if it seems like you're in control for the first bit. You have to capitalize against Sultai. Because
Yes.
right here, look, here's a turn 2 Satyr, or not turn 2, but a turn 3 Satyr Wayfinder. They're already behind. You're forcing them to find lands, and look, they hit an island. This is awkward mana. This is incredibly awkward mana for them because they have one green source. I'm sorry, they found they have a water
I
grave
think
in
that
hand.
was in
Good for them.
hand. They just played it first, see if they potentially found a triome, which has to be
Mhm.
enter tapped.
Yeah,
They didn't, so they decided to play the water grave, giving a little bit of information to your opponent, but nothing too relevant. Especially in a deck like Jeskai Super Friends that isn't too heavy on the counter magic. It's a very sorcery speed based deck, so it kind of just deals with any problem as it runs into it.
no, they're
Bouncing the
bouncing the
Wayfinder.
Satyr Wayfinder.
I can agree with that, just to buy time. Might also want to find the land. With the extra draw. 2 mana being tapped, or maybe the Rest in Peace coming out.
Yep, there it is. Hit the yard. This Bucks game is quite tight. 28-3.
But are we seeing a land drop being missed here from Crank It?
It does
Or
seem
is
that
it
way.
just deciding what land to play? Yeah, just
And
deciding
tap.
what land to play.
Defense. Nice.
Tap Stevens, no double white for a potential verdict here. And Teferi here being very exposed to a potential questing beast. But Abrupt Decay coming out, presumably getting rid of the Rest in Peace.
Yep. Well, I mean, at least Rest in Peace does have the ETP trigger, so it did kill the yard. I don't think there was an Uro that was hit, but you still empty it and you set their Uro plan for later to be take much longer.
Yeah,
Though
exactly.
Jace helps a lot. So now you're in a position of like, okay, do you have a way to remove this Jace?
I
Because
mean,
we've
Brazen
seen,
Borrower, Petty Theft, Stomp.
yeah,
I think the Fairy Hero of Dominaria, you don't carry, just tick it up. Potentially ticking down a Chandra if you find that one. Another Interplanar being really just gaining a lot of life. Very powerful.
Yeah. A card that's not used as much as I feel like it should.
But there's enough decks that abuse it.
Back in the
This deck
day, we had
definitely
Esper
does.
Bolus. That was just Esper, and then you played
Ugh.
Bolas, the Dragon God, and then you played 4 Interplanar Beacon, and that was how you got your red. That was it. That was the whole thing. It's pretty great.
I hate those type of decks. They always piss me off because I know if I play them, never finding the beacon. My first 3 draws are boluses, and I'd never find a beacon. And I'm like, yep.
I think you also played like a one of Golas to also search up a beacon. But it's very much a greedy thing because you play like 3 boluses too.
Interplanar Beacon, a fun, strange story bit too. Initially, like, oh no, he wants to use the
Satyr
beacon to
Wayfinder.
get everyone here. Let's switch it off. And then it's like, oh wait, we need everyone's help. Let's switch it on again. I mean, that's gonna be a flip Jace, potentially in response. Verdict?
You would
No,
love
no
to
double
see it.
white. Clarion?
They could Clarion. Come on. And the flip
No.
resolves.
The Jace getting flipped.
Oof. Big old oof.
And immediately doesn't even make it come in with 5 loyalty. Apparently, this Jace enters with 2 loyalty and immediately gets you card for. Oh
He
no,
knows
wait,
what he's about.
that was a mistake.
Oh,
I thought it was
okay.
like I thought it was like a thought seize, and he's like, "Yep, doing that."
Now, these decks normally take a little bit longer to make decisions, but we expect these decisions to be a little bit more elongated because this is the grand final, so every decision
Yeah.
matters.
Actually, I just think here's a line with I don't know
Swift
how this.
End on Teferi.
Oh, I was about to say I don't know how this interaction with Sarkon works. If you play Sarkon, your Teferi becomes a creature, can you then -3 your Teferi, setting it to 0 loyalty, but bouncing it because it's a creature? Because I think it doesn't leave the battlefield for having 0 loyalty because it's also a creature.
Huh. I have no idea.
I have no idea if that works, but it sounds cool.
Judge, where you at? All right,
I've been
our
told
judge in our
that is
ears
how
just
that
said that's how
works.
it works. Nice.
Magic is weird sometimes.
Oh, truly.
There is honestly some very strange plays you can make in Magic, which I think is part of the appeal of the game.
Like chess, except
Narset.
not fixated.
Darset coming in. Oh, a mistake in tapping the mana base. Should have tapped the Steam Vents instead of the Triome.
Oop. Oh, they just realized that too.
He was like, oops.
Can't take that
Probably
back.
like minus found a chain to the rocks. It's like, no.
That is a.
Oh, that is a Gaia
Sanitarium.
Reach Sanitarium.
We love
is-
Narset locks. We
That
love
is
Narset locks.
nice with Narset. Like,
How many cards in hand?
Because
3 cards in hand for Sultai. Looks like.
the Wayfinder isn't hitting it that hard, right? So your Narset's going to stick around for a second.
You also have a 3/3 shark to block.
Yes. But I think you might want to send the shark at you. Here's a problem anyway. I think you want to send the shark at Jace, because I'm assuming a downtick on Jace for the Abrupt Decay,
Yeah.
which I believe is still there. I believe the Abrupt Decay hits the yard if it kills Rest in Peace. Because while it is on the stack, Rest in Peace gets rid of dies as it resolves, which means after resolving, it will go to the graveyard. Tapping 3. What's going to be played? Oh, he's just activating the Gaia. Is he activating the Gaia Reach? Oh, he's activating it on Wentworth's upkeep, I believe. So they both get to loot, but that means Wentworth doesn't get to draw for turn. And, interestingly enough, he actually didn't downtick his Narset,
Abrupt Decay.
which is going to be punished by this Abrupt Decay. He was playing around Questing Beast.
Yeah.
Which is the correct play, in a sense, because there would be, well, also Assassin's Trophy, but you don't mind it as much if that hits your Narset, because there were 2 Abrupt Decays. Sorry, there was an Abrupt Decay. Actually, did the Abrupt Decay happen in response to the Gaia Reach Sanitarium? I'm not sure if it did, but I assume so, because that would have still given Wentworth the draw for turn, meaning the Narset had absolutely no value.
Mhm.
Which is a rare thing to say. My Narset had 0 value.
Well, I see 1 card in hand, so according to the players on board, it was the pseudo lock did go in.
Yeah. Because there's no Teferi on the board. So he was allowed to use the Abrupt Decay.
Yep.
And in a matchup like this, that type of stuff can matter. Even though he simply discarded a Hinterland Harbor, just discarding that Hinterland Harbor, not having that extra land drop to get that extra draw out of your Hydroid Graces is just really big in this matchup.
Yeah.
Also, trying to protect his Narset, not attacking with the Shark, and Jace now upticking it, means his Jace is at significantly more loyalty than it would have been. Jace could have been at 3 loyalty, going up to 4, and instead it's now at 7. Where it could have been at 4 loyalty. Because you didn't get the hit in, now it's plus. Now your Shark's only going to hit the Jace for 1 if you want to hit the Jace.
Mm-hmm.
Which seems to not be the case, as a Uro is being cast.
Looks like there's a mighty need for Aether Gust.
Aether Gust hitting the Uro, putting it back on top of the deck.
You may not draw cards or gain life or play more lands for now.
You are allowed to do that next turn.
Yes.
just some communication between the players. No, Wentworth being like, you really don't want to put my Wayfinder on top? It's a good card. Mills 4 fuels my yard. You know that's what my deck's about. As he plays another one, putting the Euro straight in the bin.
Beautiful.
No respect for our birthday boy.
Well, if anything, it is respectful.
Being like, no, in the bin with you. Taking up Jace to 8. Because again, the Shark kept back for blocking purposes, as our birthday boy is put on screen.
Woo!
Yeah, so like, the Shark is being held back to block the Satyr Wayfinder, but meanwhile, this Jace is just ticking up. And being the Super Friends player, Crankit should know better than to have Planeswalkers sit there ticking up for free.
That's a very good point.
It was.
Who's the Planeswalker player now?
Oh, he's reconsidering. How am I tapping just the Gaia Reach? And 2 of these. He's
Oh, now he's reconsidering
Fat
his
man in chat.
reconsideration.
No way, Uro's been out for a year. It feels longer.
Welcome
I
to
mean,
the year
that's
2020.
2020 for you,
Yeah.
and continuing into 2021.
Day
Everybody with New Year's.
310 of the pandemic, at least in the United States. Let's get a nice bell rung for day 310.
Mood in chat, yes. Look, I am not sure how long exactly it's been going on over here. I think it's sometime in March, so I assume we're at roughly the same amount of days. As you see, Crank It Man having a good think. Difficult matchup. It's running a little bit late. I don't know if either of these players are playing in the US, but it's already 12 o'clock over here in the Netherlands.
I think Crank It might be in EU.
He's probably the same thoughts crossing his mind as mine. He's like, I need to be at work tomorrow. It's already 12.
Oh no.
I'm not gonna get 8 hours of sleep.
He knew what he signed up for.
I mean, we have been running for a while. This has taken quite some time, this tournament. I do feel like this invitational has been significantly longer.
It has. But I think
But
that has to do with the amount of mid-range and control-y type decks.
yeah, especially this matchup. Both players taking their time, making sure they make all the correct plays.
Which is, what they should be doing.
Exactly. At the end of the day, the rounds are timed, so there is still a thing to consider with keeping up the pace to be able to play all your rounds. See, Narset being dealt with. Uro still sticking on the field. That's going to be chained to the rocks. I'm fairly confident. Slapping the Uro onto one of the steam vents.
Worth noting that they the only 2 EU players in the entire top 8 were Civilian or Ari. So these 2 are both NA. Did a quick little look see.
We need more EU representation in these.
Well,
Quitting
I
the
mean,
casting. I'm gonna represent
Invitational,
EU
there
here.
was
It was
wasn't
4-4
there, like-
split, right? Last time.
yeah, it was even split last time.
So 3 mana. Oh, you're almost added to end earlier. 5. Gonna blink out the Omen of the Sea. Nice bit of value.
You sure you don't want to blink out your token there, bud?
Another way to finally start putting some pressure onto Jace, but it might be a little bit too little too late.
Oof. And I mean, this game has gone on for a decent amount. But look at the life totals thanks to these interplanar beacons and Uros.
Yeah.
Who would have thunk?
Chat calling out Civilian and Ori are actually a couple. That's a power couple, then.
Yeah,
It's both making their way into the Invitational, you know?
good for them.
No one cheering on the other. Just both get there. I love it.
Did they play each other at all? That would be nice.
I'm not sure if they did. I
They
can
did
imagine they
not.
get a lot of practice in together, though.
I would imagine, yeah. Especially if
Make
you're.
me think, because
Oh,
like,
they did. They played round 1.
oh,
Ari 2-0'd.
huh. This make me think
The civilian was on Demir control.
the first time I took my girlfriend to an F&M, she doesn't play that much Magic, but you know that was in college time. She played Black Green Constrictor, and it was a nice Fatal Push promo, and just sort of like an extra motivation there to finally come down to the LGS for a while, for the first time in a while. We play the first round. She absolutely slaps me. Like the best of 3 is over in like 15 minutes. I just get like humiliated. And I end up 6th and she ends up 2nd, goes home with a Fatal Push promo. I don't.
Nice.
I wasn't even mad. I was like, you know what, I'm proud of you.
You're in putting in some work, as well as that shark.
Yes.
Chains of the Rocks
Big-
putting in some work as well.
The big old bird serpent. I will say, not that many super friends so far.
Yeah, we saw no more than one planeswalker at a time this game so far.
Yeah, it's more
Or-
been like super friend, occasional super friend.
They're basically acquaintances at this point.
Just guy acquaintances.
As you see, another super friend come down. It's Narset. We've seen this face before. And you still have Guy Reach Sanitarium out on board.
One redeeming factor, as much as Narset is an annoying card, that art though.
It's
Oh my.
really cool.
Oh my.
I still like the Japanese art a lot. The
Jeskai is
Japanese
so.
version is like 100.
Yeah, the Japanese version is expensive. Fatman and
Yeah.
Jeskai Associates. I like that.
They just work together. That's it.
Jeskai colleagues.
Who brings the water cooler?
I guess Narset, it looks like she's stepping out of one.
Oh, Sarkhan!
Oh,
Yes!
gentlemen!
There's that beautiful
Behold!
Japanese art. God, I love Sarkhan.
I love Sarkhan so much. Give me that
And a
dragon. Give me that random
Hey, it's a
piece of
rules
cardboard.
it's a rules one. This is how you
Yeah.
tap a card. There you go. What's the Japanese Sarkhan look like?
Actually, kind of interesting, which means that at the moment, as long as the dragon token is there, the Satyr Wayfinders can no longer pressure the planeswalkers because they will die.
Hey, let's hope for Craigman's sake that Wentworth does not remember that Sarkhan has a line of text on it. Because I have won so many games when I played Sarkhan in Standard, and I had people swing in with their 1/1s, and I was like, bye-bye. Oh, that's awesome.
That is good.
And I'm sure it's the cheapest one out of all the War of the Smart Planeswalkers.
I will say the
Ooh.
stained glass one for the Sarkhan is also good.
The stained glass ones are okay. 44 cents. Oh my god, what
All
are
right,
the foils?
Brad. I know what your next. What your next purchase will be, Brad.
What are the foils?
Who ended up
44
scooping
cents.
here?
Wentworth?
It makes me feel Wentworth because he was staring down Sarkhan lethal.
Yeah. $1.50 for the regular? Cool. Easy.
I mean, worth.
So looks like we're 1-1. Wentworth is staring down the possibility of going home. Well, or just, going to his kitchen. Man. You ready to strap in for another potential 2 matches if Wentworth wins this one?
I am very glad that I finished my internship research. So if tomorrow I'm a little bit cranky, not that productive, it's like I'm in the last 2 weeks of my internship and I don't really know what to do with me. Because most of our
Oh,
work
no.
that comes in, we have to like discuss it with like advisory bureaus and stuff, and it takes 3 weeks for them to reply. So it's like you can give me these assignments, but the moment I contact someone from the other advisory bureaus, I'm not going to read their email because I'll be gone by the time they reply. So,
Did
judging by the
Bucks
fact
might
that
have
they're
just
still
won.
boarding like this, it makes it's 1-on-1. Okay.
Yeah.
I will say the bed behind me is rooting for Crank It Man, but I just want to see some good magic.
All right, we're seeing the shuffle up.
Do you have any of the Japanese War of the Spark cards, Brad? I believe I
No.
own a Vivian somewhere.
I do not have any of the Japanese arts, but all of the Nissas I own are all in Japanese.
But they are the regular art, but they are in Japanese.
Yeah, regular art. I do like the Japanese art, but like also I enjoy paying less money for cards because for some reason Japanese and Chinese cards are just like 40% less than the English printings. Like I have a beautiful Aetherflux reservoir in Japanese. I think it's awesome. Beautiful.
I own a Japanese playset of Disallow, but I actually bought those in Japan.
Nice.
So it makes it feel extra special.
Oh, also I have
I tend to buy
3
a
Japanese breeding
booster.
pools.
I tend to buy a booster. If I go to a foreign country where they have like non-English magic cards, I always tend to buy like a booster or two of the most recent set.
Yeah.
And I actually had like some pretty nice pools from it. I also
Mulligan
at one
down to
point when I was in
6.
Japan, I was like, you know what? I haven't played in years. I'll
Try
buy
'em.
a Yu-Gi-Oh booster. And
Yeah.
then I opened a Link card and I was like, what's this? I had no idea. Just this new game piece, and I was like, I'd have no idea how this card works.
And it's not even in a language you can read, so.
No,
And we see a Jace come down turn 2. This is a great start for Wentworth.
Luckily, all Yu-Gi-Oh cards have serial numbers, so I could just type the entire number in, and then I got the English version.
Perfect.
But we see, Jay, this can be
Tap
changed to
land.
the rocks, but
Pass.
pass. That's big.
We're gonna see our boy start looting.
By the way, do you think they went for the gentleman's agreement? Because we didn't see any mystical dispute, did we?
Maybe. Would you in the grand finals?
No.
Okay, yeah. What if they extended the offer?
I can be boring like that, but I just no, I want to play it the proper way. Like I would play how I would normally play.
Yeah.
Right? It's the same as like when I
Thoughtseekers.
go to an F&M, I generally don't do the like gentleman's agreement, we both mulligan and grab a new 7.
Oh, I don't do that either.
It's like no, we just both go to 6. Like if it's an F&M and my opponent has to mull to 4, I would be like, keep like a 5, right? Keep
Goodbye,
5
Supreme
so
Verdict.
we can play. But
Or was that the fairy? I thought that was Supreme Verdict that they got rid of.
not
Though if it
entirely sure.
a Teferi would have made more sense to an extent. But whatever. The game continues, and we see 3 fairy come
Teferi.
down, so it was the Supreme Verdict that I saw.
Oh, no gentleman's agreement.
Mystical
That is
dispute.
a mystical dispute.
Bye-bye.
Imagine Crank It Man is like, come on, man, we agreed to this.
Possible insta scoop, and then just leaves, gives him the championship, doesn't even play the next 2 matches.
Can't believe this guy.
The nerve.
Now we're gonna have like a reasonable opportunity for Jace to flip. I think if he plays any spell, then flips Jace, Oh, he just cracks a Fabled Passage, finds a basic, flips Jace, Thought Seizes. Taking down the Crank It Man.
Do we get the flip?
Yes. We do.
Beautiful. Beautiful flip.
Into the Thoughtseize.
The amount of times that I have seen Jace flip while Sultai's been on camera has been astounding.
Yeah, it flips like every match.
Not in the decks that I play, because I usually play black in some capacity, so Fatal Push is always in my deck. And I'm always, every time I see Jace come down, I'm like, no, you, no, no, we're not going to let that happen. I'm sorry. I played against Inverter way too much to let a 2-mana Jace resolve, or stay on the board at least.
I think that was a Thoughtseize showing a hand with 3 lands.
Sad.
Yes.
For both players, actually.
Yeah. I don't think Wentworth's that unhappy about it.
Yeah, you kind of look and you're like, huh, I like your basics, though. Those are nice.
Yeah. Sweet. And that, I think, came off the top.
Sanitarium.
Oh, adding Yuri onto hand?
Yuri, yeah. Yeah, it's never great to watch you grab your companion because you're just like can't. Oh, Questing Beast. Oh my god.
Man, Wentworth's draw is on fire.
Yeah.
And like Crank It Man's draw is like wet. I just wanted to say the opposite of on fire. I didn't quite know what to make of it.
It's like a leaky faucet.
Yeah.
It's very disappointing, very frustrating. Something that seems like an easy fix, but a continuous drip over and over again. In this case, the continuous drip is the land he keeps drawing.
And there is the
Chain to the rocks.
On the Questing Beast.
Goodbye, Questing Beast.
See you soon enough.
I mean, he only runs 2, so unless he abrupt-decays the Chain of the Rocks.
Yeah.
And then you're just like, huh.
Huh. That thing has haste.
I guess you can have that.
See, 5 mana for a Nissa who shakes the world. Is there a counter? No, there is not. This seems like a wrap. Which has us going into an additional match to determine the actual winner.
Bucks going to the Super Bowl. Woo! That's exciting. I know we have a very exciting match going on too, but considering I live in Tampa, this is a big deal. It's been 13 years since we even made the playoffs. Woo! Want you guys to know how committed I am.
Plenar cleansing in the board, is there?
There is not. That would be amazing. And this is not the blue-white control deck that had the Hour of Revelation. That would have been cool in this matchup.
Ruinous Ultimatum? That's the one-sided one.
Oh, the Mardu one? Oh my god.
We're a Fires deck. Seen worse.
Yeah, that's true. I'm surprised this deck doesn't do any type of Fae of Wishes shenanigans.
I guess just trying to play it fair. Like playing an 8 mana 4/5. The OG Foretell card.
Oh no. It only took 6 months to get the next type of Foretell card.
Can't wait for a Mega Foretell.
For the first time ever. Oof. It's amazing.
Murderous Rider the Orion. Animated Land. I think that's... I think that was an Assassin's Trophy or an Abro... Oh, and I think that was just playing an Uro. Yeah, just replaying an Uro. Got the Nissa. Nissa's going to be able to animate another forest, or another land even. Hitting for 7 together with the Satyr Wayfinder. Seems like a wrap.
Well, it looks like you're strapping in for another
Yes.
match.
As the EU crowd goes mild. And there's a disdainful stroke for the Teferi with the scoop. Yes, that is Wentworth. Getting himself the victory and setting us up for another round to determine the winner.
Whew. Imagine if Wentworth takes this. Gets the 2 match wins.
Be
Look, if
impressive.
Wentworth continues to draw like they have this match, and also like they did against Mono Black Aggro, wow. Like they're pulling some real Yami vibes with the heart of the cards going on right now. Can we check and make sure that, like, okay, we see a nice face cam reveal, but can we check and make sure that he's not wearing
The Millennium
can we-
Puzzle.
or at least the Millennium Eye or something? You have a Millennium
But the
item in there,
difference
right?
is that Wentworth is also a good player. Isn't Yami just kind of bad, but his top decks are so legendary that like it works?
Not only is he bad, he doesn't even know how to build decks. All the decks are bad. Like, there's no correlation between cards. There's no synergy. It's like, I play Gaia, the Fierce Knight. And you're like, okay, cool. And then you just make up rules. Like, I launch Catapult Turtle at your floating ring device. And you're like, what do you mean? That's a separate part of the card. What? The anime in the entire Duelist Kingdom saga is just dumb. Dumb. None of it makes sense. None of it.
It's all children like
Hypothread
me
is-
who can't read Yu-Gi-Oh cards because they couldn't read English as children. Completely teaches them the game incorrectly.
Oh, yes. You just make up stuff.
Yeah, I just make up stuff on the fly. Card of Safe Return? Well, there's 3 cards on the art, so I guess I get 3 cards.
Yes. Yes, you do. I remember there was a card called a Lava Golem, and the card is actually still played a little bit today. And the effect, it's a 8-star, 3,000 attack, 2,500 defense, and it cannot be normal summoned. Has to be special summoned by sacrificing 2 cards your opponent controls, and then it goes to their side of the board. And then once per standby phase, they take 1,000 damage. My brain was like, that makes no sense. Why would I give them a big card like this? Like, yeah, it hurts them, I guess, but like that's not how the rules must work. So what I would do when I play with it, I would sack my opponent's cards, and then I would get the card, and they would still take the damage from the standby phase every turn.
That's broken.
Yeah, that would be incredibly broken. But that's just like reading the card explains the card. But when you're 8 and you're just sitting there going like, there's no way this
Yeah, but
card works that way, because you can't comprehend the way it works or why it's good.
Yeah, but now imagine you literally can't read it. It's like there's words.
The art's fantastic. Yu-Gi-Oh
So,
cards have some great
I'm
art.
pretty sure that we've played plenty of cards where we went off the art, trying to figure out what it does. Because we
Imagine doing
couldn't
that with
read it.
Magic.
That would not work.
Fatal Push, you actually kick your opponent in the face. Look, dude, I'm sorry, I don't make the rules, but clearly that's what I have to do.
You can't fatal push this card. It's a ghost.
Oh yeah, you just go through it. Okay, but what if I control
That would
Spirit?
be some anime stuff. Like you cannot fatal push my spirit. You will kick through it. You will kick through it. You will instead fall off the boat, and your creature dies.
My graveyard mammoth is inside of your Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, and with every turn, a head gets severed as it loses and rots away. See, so stupid. It's a vanilla like 1200 attack, like dumb
A graveyard
creature.
mammoth is a champ. I love that
No,
card.
no, it's not.
I love that card. I
It's
play
a bad card. All right, who won
my
the die roll?
favorite. One of my favorite cards from my childhood is Headless Knight. It's awful, but it just I don't know. It was cool,
God.
and I think it has a very strange. Don't know. I think it's at like 1370 defense or something.
Yeah, a lot of earlier vanilla cards had just random attack and defense for some reason. You're just like,
Yeah, just
cool.
Random numbers assigned to them.
Who is your play design team as we see a turn one Thoughtseize for the billionth time from a black deck in this tournament? Amazing.
Is this
And all
5
lands
lands fire
fires?
Bone Crusher Giant? Oh my goodness!
What a
By the way,
snap keep, am I right?
respect for the players to like no nonsense. Let's get this party started and just play in the next round.
Yeah. Man.
The one-off temple. I mean, you kind of
but-
like it here.
Yeah. But who is in the play design team for Yu-Gi-Oh? And they're like, you know, this card has 1350 attack. You know
It
what
should
would make
really
it a lot
be
better?
1370.
Exactly. And a tap land comes in, pass another tap land from Jeskai Super Friends. So we're just going, you know, land pass. That Thoughtseize was a thing of the past. Let's just keep going. And now Jeskai is going to get the opportunity to catch up as we see no land from Sultai and no turn two play. Ooh, that's concerning. And is this 3 fairy? It's Gideon. Okay, and what do they do in response? Ooh, were they holding up?
They were holding up a mystical dispute for sure.
Do they have blue mana? I thought that was a Blooming Marsh, and what is that on top?
Yeah.
Another Blooming Marsh? Overgrown Tomb?
I think it's a Blooming Marsh Overgrown Tomb, yeah. Oh yes, and they're also unboarded.
Yeah, that is worth saying. Yeah, they are unboarded. And here's Grizzly Salvage. Here's
Oh,
where
yeah,
to find that
okay.
land.
So there is a play here.
I see a land. I see a
Finding
questing beast go in the yard,
Fable
and that makes me
Passage.
sad. If you're Wentworth.
I mean, it's the nature of the game, right? If you mill yourself, you're gonna mill these things over.
Oh yeah, that's why sideboarding for Dredgeless Dredge back a little over a year ago was a nightmare. Abrupt Decay on the Gideon. Nice.
Because you would regularly mill your sideboard cards.
Yeah, and I'm just like, man, I like to play the game sometimes. And when you lose because you mill the cards you needed, especially when it's like one off of like drawing it and that kind of thing, you're just like, oh, this is depressing. So fires and
I mean,
Ally of
man, the
Zendikar.
draw from Crank It though.
Yeah.
Like, no turn 2 play, but whatever, right? Turn 3 to Fairy, turn 4 Fires, Gideon. Like, let's go.
It makes sense that he's playing Fires of Invention because his deck is currently scalding right now. Quite literal fire off the top with every draw. Good for him.
I mean, I'm ready for a match where we're going to just throw some haymakers, right? And now we just see like a questing beast coming down, and then it's like a Teferi and your Yorion, and just haymakers everywhere. Like let's see some fireworks. Two being tapped.
Thank you, iGod Plays, for the follow. As you see a Jace come in for Sultai midrange.
And no land. Again.
You love to see it if you're Crank It Man.
Yes.
Thank you, Timo Supremo. What a beautiful name for the follow.
The menace of every top lane player in League of Legends.
So we're gonna see him take what 6 here? 6 here. No, he's a 5/5, right? Isn't this getting a 5/5? Or is he a 4/4?
It's a 5/5.
Okay, so 7.
Pretty sure.
7 damage coming on in, unless he has a push for the token or something. Nope, down to 11. I do like the aggressiveness from Crank It Man here. As we see a Narset come down as well, which is always fun. Now, technically, you could Yorion right now. depending on what you get. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana available, or is that 4? Just 4 still. 1, 2, 3, 4 mana.
It's still at 4. Yeah.
So you could Yorion, which there is some warrant to that. You've only played one card this turn, which is Narset. So I would, if you have nothing else to do before you pass, I would say grab Yorion and just play it.
Yeah, the Narset is also really nasty with a Jace. Didn't consider that.
Interesting.
He's thinking like, I'm just gonna get
Why
this
did he-
card.
Why did he pass?
Crank it, you mean?
Yeah, like I'm saying, like he still is. Yorion is his companion. He only played one card this turn, being Narset. He has open mana to pay for the companion cost, and then just play Yorion for free. Blink Narset, reset it again.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I would like to get this game over quick if I'm Crank and I see my opponent.
Yeah. Yeah, a 4/5
struggling.
flyer coming in, a reset of Narset, that kind of like that seems really good. And then you're potentially setting up a 2-turn clock. Especially seeing that Wentworth is stuck on mana, right? He can't find the lands.
Shark Typhoon is an option, pointed out in chat by Timo Supremo.
That's true.
But I mean, I don't know if do you want to get the.
I'd rather go Yorion.
Yeah, do you want to get a 4/5 or a 2/2, right? Like,
yeah.
Get the game over with. I mean, Yorion sets up for lethal, right? Together with Yorion,
Exactly.
the token, and Gideon is actually lethal.
Because you knew this was going to happen. There's the flip. And at the very least, like now you don't have a blocker on like Gideon.
The flip was just a discard, though, which is pretty nice.
Mm-hmm.
Due to that Narset, it doesn't actually loot. Shocking that in, going down to 9.
You better play someone really good here. Questing Beast?
He discarded a Assassin's Trophy.
Okay.
Casting that now with the Jace. Trying to kill the Gideon.
Giving them mana. I don't know. I feel a little wary about giving my opponent mana with the Assassin's Trophy, but I mean, you have to. You gotta kill it. You gotta stay alive.
Very strange in Assassin's Trophy design that it suddenly got to hit lands. Really think that surprised me about the design of this card, because it's so rare to hit lands with spells like this nowadays. And Assassin's Trophy just randomly gets to hit lands. It even gets to hit basics, which I find even more surprising.
It's an incredibly powerful card. I wish I saw more playing Pioneer. Very good.
Oh, some pointing out Assassin's Trophy was already there. I'm not sure, but it seems like there are enough cards in the yard. How is Jace worded? Can we pull up Jace Finn's Prodigy? Does it say draw a card if you do discard a card, or? I don't think so. Oh, the graveyard was set up in 2 piles, and now the graveyard's been made into 1 pile. Okay. Thank you, Proto. Fatal Push on the token, which means Jace gets to stay alive. I think Yorion has been added to hand. Three Fairy. Adding Yorion to hand, I think, or no? Oh, paying? A little bit surprised.
Wait, what?
Yeah. So the Teferi is free. I think this is just
They have the Yorion in hand, right?
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of getting a bit tired. Right, tap 3 to add the Yorion to hand, then tap 3 for the Teferi, which you obviously.
Oh, and then just forgetting. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, it's legal. You can choose to cast it.
Now playing.
So
Yorion,
if Wentworth was a rule
Teferi
shark, he could be like,
down,
"You've already committed."
But the dice used on Teferi is kind of transparent, so it looks like there's. Yeah, just take down Drew
Blink
card.
Narset into Fairy.
Blink Narset, Blink Fairy. That's a lot of value. Not blinking the fires, no other play to make. There is a big boy in Questing Beast. Did Wentworth not, Crankman not block with Yorion?
Maybe he doesn't want to trade.
He's been playing so slow and steady,
I don't know.
and now he suddenly decides not to block the Questing Beast.
And then loses to Fairy in the
Killing
process.
three fairy. Wow, that is very
Maybe
surprising.
he might be valuing the pressure that Yorion brings.
I
The
mean,
2
maybe
turn
he's just
clock.
gonna play a Shark Typhoon for free, followed by a big spell.
That's more than possible too.
Oh, can block because -2/-0 because of Jace. Literally
Hey,
the
look.
thing that I pointed
Yeah.
out in the other game,
You did.
and now I didn't think about it.
I didn't see the Jace tick up, to be honest, but I'm so fixated on what the Jeskai player is doing.
Yeah, I was very much paying attention to that too, and I was like, oh yeah, the Jace got ticked up.
Big to
Yes,
Fairy,
we see big to fairy.
a tuck on Questing Beast could
No,
make
a
sense.
draw. Doesn't have enough cards yet. Elspeth conquers death.
Oh, that's why there's
There
no
goes
tuck.
the Questing Beast.
Oh, that might be why he didn't care about Teferi dying, because he had ECD.
Yeah. Well, and he couldn't block. That doesn't help. Jace
Well,
going to
true.
1. That means Jace dying next turn.
Is he not ticking up to Teferi?
He did.
Oh,
Teferi
Teferi
starts
starts
at
at
4.
4. I forgot. I'm so used
Yeah,
to
it's
these
surprising.
big Planeswalkers starting at 5.
Yeah, I like this more in design, where walkers tick up to get the loyalty equal to their mana cost, instead of having loyalty equal to their mana cost and then going an additional 1. So like Nissa is a 5 mana walker, starts at 5, goes up to 6. Right, Teferi actually starts on 4, ticks up to go up to 5.
And then
Feels
there's
like
Oko, who starts at
starts at
5,
a
basically.
billion and then plus 12s.
Oh,
Like,
Amigo goes to 6. Yeah, starts at 4 as a
Yeah.
3 mana walker. Amazing.
And goes to 6. It's crazy.
Well, so does 3 Fairy, to be fair.
Yeah, he goes up to 5 too. It's I don't like it design wise. I feel like it's too power. It doesn't line up well with red planeswalker removal, as we've seen with Fry, for example.
I will say though, Teferi going from 4 to 5 makes more sense in the context of how powerful their ult is.
True, but like, hey, we pulled up Liliana Lestop, also 3 mana, 3 goes up to 4. A little bit. I mean, there's a line.
Chandra at? Chandra starts at 4 though, right? 4 mana
Yes.
Chandra. So
A lot of walkers do start off with a higher uptick. But I like it more in design when they don't. That's
you know
because
a card I wish.
I like red removal. I think
That's
red
true.
is a removal color that is like really needs more as like a control color. It tends to be in like a deck like Jeskai, it tends to be like very supportive of the blue white. In Grixis, it's very supportive of the Dimir colors. And you really see like decks like Izzet Control just lacking because the red removal just doesn't cut it.
Sarkhan.
Oh, gentlemen!
That's lethal.
What? No, is he ticking down for a dragon?
You just won. If you don't, okay.
Okay, at least like Wentworth just concedes. Like, you got me, dude. You got me.
Is Wentworth tapped out too?
I'm not sure why.
I see one
Oh,
of a
no,
mana.
yeah.
Well, he can't push any of the.
No.
I just don't understand that.
Just uptick
Yeah.
Sarkhan. swing with Yorion and the 2 planeswalkers that have no summoning sickness, win the game.
Yeah.
But Crank It Man still taking it down off of very much a stumble on the side of Wentworth. And it looked really grim for Crank It at the start, but his deck was fire for the first few turns. Like the top of his deck, it's like the entire deck did the brainstorm thing I just talked about, like trying to dodge Thoughtseize. So he kept a 5-land and he's like, yeah, because all the good cards are just in my deck. I guess it worked.
This is quite the back and forth.
Yes, it's much closer than I expected it to be.
Yeah, much closer than it was originally too.
Yeah, well, Wentworth being one win away in the next 2 matches from becoming our Pioneer Season 8 champion. But Crank It Man, sorry, but Wentworth putting up one hell of a fight in these finals.
Yeah.
Taking down the first match, I believe, was it 2-0 or 2-1?
2-1.
I think 2-1. Yeah, taking down the first match, and now being behind in the second match. But as we've seen in the previous match, that doesn't, don't count out Wentworth and his Sultai mid range.
Oh yeah. Man. What a day this has been. We're going on just about 7 hours.
I think we're both getting a little bit tired, Brad. I think I see Yorion was an 0-4. Was there also Liliana in play? So it was Jace and Liliana shrinking the Yorion.
Oh, there was a last hope. You're right.
Now, granted,
You're right.
I would still just plus him and put him to 1.
Yeah.
Put him
But
to
it
1
ultimately
with
does the
3
same thing, I
walkers
guess,
on the board,
making
but-
the dragon. You have blockers and ways to protect your planeswalkers, and
And
then
then
next turn
next
you
turn,
plus, and then you have
plus
3,
swing.
4. You have you have 4
Yeah, he had
attackers.
4
then.
walkers because of the Nahiri. No, 5 because he even had the Nahiri. He was about to play the Nahiri and then Wentworth.
Okay. Look at that. Fatigue hits all of us. I mean, we went from streaming for what, about 3 hours, maybe 3 hours 15 minutes or so, in the last couple of Pioneer Invitationals to 7 hours now.
Yeah, I like the double elimination format, but we are gonna have a think about the duration of the broadcast because this is just a day.
Yeah.
Yes, fatigue. Target player skips his or next draw step. As in, I will just forget to draw a card at one point.
Also, a big thanks to the rest of our commentary team and the production team. So we have Gibby as our streamer who stepped up. He also streamed yesterday, so they've been putting in a lot of work these last 2 days. And then we have Scratch as well. Scratch, say hi. I know the actual stream could pick you up. And yeah, that they've both been great.
Yeah,
I think Scratch might have stepped away.
Also had a very busy Magic-y weekend. Friday we recorded some Pioneer Brewing with Kaldheim. Yesterday we recorded our top 5 Kaldheim cards for the podcast, which should be released sometime next week.
Yep.
And now the Invitational.
Oof. What a weekend this has been. As you see, a tap land. No turn 1 Thoughtseize from Wentworth?
Wow. The writing's on the wall, Brad.
Say it ain't so. Wentworth's going home.
How's he gonna see the 5-lander?
And Jace, look
Jace,
at that.
though.
If he doesn't have the Thoughtseize, he's got the Jace.
But Stomp, Chain to the Rocks, there's plenty. Shocking in the Sacred Foundry. Is he gonna Stomp the Jace? No, rest in peace.
Okay.
Turning Jace into a Merfolk Looter.
Yeah.
A real classic, the old Merfolk Looter.
And there's the loot.
Draw a card, then exile a card. From your hand.
Now they have to be a bit more thoughtful of what they discard.
Yeah.
I don't know what they discarded.
I suppose their exile is somewhere else. Putting Uro straight into exile.
Huh. Okay.
But Uro still works. Go up to 21. Troll. Put an
I mean,
overgrowth.
at this point, you're just kind of like, hey, I'm looking for threats, trying to get like questing beast down, and just start
Yeah, exactly.
swinging.
Silver Falls coming in. The fairy, presumably bouncing the Jace, and presumably getting smacked in the face by either an animated land or a questing beast. Is my prediction.
You would rather see a questing beast than a Nissa
Yes.
if you crank it.
If this is a Nissa, you could scoop it up. We're going home, lads.
Questing beast.
Manageable. Very clearly leaving open a blue mana, though.
Yeah. I wonder what that could be, Alex.
Yeah.
Maybe it's an
Are
annul.
we going to see Crank It Man going just fires Chandra?
Actually, annul would be kind of funny. I was joking, but then I realized what I said. I was like, oh.
Shocking in. All right, what are we going to see, boys? 4 mana. Nice
Target
art
artifact
again.
or enchantment.
Oh my.
Yeah, that's the new Kaldheim reprint.
Ooh,
Supreme Verdict.
Just get it out of here.
You can't annul that. Can't even
could-
mystical dispute it. Oh, you
could
could
attempt to mystical
you could
dispute it.
yeah.
You could target
You
it with
really wanted to. It's like you
I
could
have,
technically negate Dovin's veto, but it just says, okay, cool.
I have
Get a clue.
what is the surveil counterspell again? Sinister Sabotage. I have Sinister Sabotage to Dovin's veto just to surveil one.
Sinister Sabotage is probably my favorite cancel with upside.
I
Like
like it. It's very powerful, but I find the utility of some of the other ones to be more fun.
Yeah. I mean,
I like Void
a
Shatter,
plethora of them,
Neutralize
right?
is nice. Disallow is definitely like, lost its value in recent times, but
Void Shatter is underrated.
yes. I've been playing this card for about half a year now, if not a little bit longer, and it's great.
3 fairy coming in. Are you I guess you could bounce the Taros Tracker.
Yeah. Reaction in chat, prefer Neutralize. Same. I like Neutralize more than Sinister Sabotage to play with. Cycling
No,
is just
I
so
get
nice.
that. The cycling is so powerful.
And cycling is just such a nice effect, right?
Cycling I would not mind to be evergreen. To have like a cycling, like just a cycle of cycling cards every set, just like 5. Even if they're just bad.
Someone's why I prefer Neutralize. I like the idea that my counterspell is not a dead top deck if I'm behind. Because like nothing feels worse than like staring down. I mean, he says Void Shatter does not get hit by Dispute. Yeah, I prefer Void Shatter, but I mean between Neutralize and Sinister Sabotage, I prefer playing with Neutralize. But out of all 3, I prefer Void Shatter because the exile and not being hit by Dispute is huge.
I do.
Any
love
Aether Flux
Absorb,
fans in
though.
chat? That's a classic. Any Aether Flux fans in chat? Nice.
Let's get some Absorb going. Right? That's a great OG. Krasis. Speaking of gaining life,
coming in for.
Ah, yes. Give me that OG art for Absorb. The one of like the crazy looking wizard.
Hey, look, when you scroll down, then there's only like 3 to pick from.
Look at that. Oh. Oh. That border. That art's fantastic. So ugly looking, but it's great at the same time. And Brazen Borrower petty thefting the getting big Taros Tracker.
And seeing people in chat calling out the new Foretell one. Yes, saw it coming. Very nice.
Yeah,
card.
that one looks very good.
I think that's. I find it hard to evaluate, but definitely a card that's worth experimenting. Though, as we see even in this tournament, with the amount of Uros and mystical disputes running around, I do not see myself cutting Void Shatter anytime soon. But I will probably experiment with Solid Coming.
Yeah, Solid Coming is very interesting. It just feels like it needs to be a package that goes in with it as
Yeah.
well. Like we tried it Friday when we did our play testing session, which will go up later. But Saw It Coming felt weird for me because I was on Azorius control with this package, and Doomscar felt great. Saw It
Behold the
Coming
Multiverse
felt,
just has the issue that Dig Through Time is so good.
yeah.
That Behold the Multiverse would be like a good way to round off the package, but you're just running Dig Through Time. So one might say they'll see it coming, yes.
Doomscar, so good, such a good card. Multiverse, not so
Yeah.
good.
Oh, the nice throwback to Glimmer of Genius, though. I have cast so many copies of Glimmer of Genius in my career.
As we see a Thoughtseize trying to take a peek at what's going on in Crank-A-Man's hand.
Try to see if there's
Hopefully,
a way of, making sure that this Hydroid Crisis is going to stay.
I mean, that's a 3-turn clock currently. Crank-A-Man reluctantly showing his hand here.
He's like, okay. Oh, first, going to go ahead and cast an Omen. Again,
Understandable.
seeing if there's a card he can either play now or hide. But he's bottoming both.
Ooh.
And now, what we're going to see. Seeing a Nahiri,
Shark Typhoon, Gideon, and Narset. These are quite the picks.
Hydroid Crisis has trample, right?
It does. So
yeah. So there's no jumping with the shark.
Nahiri, or I'm not sorry, Nahiri. Narset, I think is the pick.
Nahiri is going to get rid of your Crisis, though.
Next turn, yeah.
If you want to swing, you're losing your Crisis.
True. But they go with the Narset.
Narset's being picked. I do not disagree with the Narset. I can. There's something to be said for both.
I think if you look at Nahiri getting picked,
also going to be able to find like
a Tower Striker,
deal with it.
Again,
yeah, and if you down tick like exile the Crisis, you just kill it with Tireless Tracker, so it makes sense.
Wait, why did he put a counter on Tower Striker immediately when he got the clue? It's when you crack a clue.
I think he put the counter on the clue, right? There's no counter on Tireless Tracker right now.
There is one on Tireless Tracker. It's hard to see because it blends in with the art, but I saw him put a counter on it. I think. Maybe I'm going insane. So. I might be going literally insane.
I think you are going insane.
Is it the shine of the armor that looks like a clue? Or a token? A token. Wow.
I don't know. I don't know what you're making of it, Brad. Seeing if I would be inclined to crack the. I guess you could play that. I would be inclined to crack the Omen, digging for a Supreme Verdict, trying to reset this board to a manageable state. Oh yes, and Thoughtseize is currently in the graveyard when it should be in exile. How are we for timing a round, or is the finals untimed?
None of the rounds are timed.
None were timed.
Yeah, for the entire bracket.
Potential thing to look into for the future. For the sake of the time in the tournament.
True.
Because at this pace, we are looking at about a 7.5-hour stream.
That we are. Though yesterday's Pauper finished in 4.5 hours.
Faster format, I suppose.
Yeah. And they also didn't have, you know, a second
Yeah.
match to play in the finals. But we did call it. We said that this was very possibly the matchup we would see again after these two met the first time, and they're not disappointing. This is entertaining.
Yeah. But I did not expect to see them again and again.
Not one.
Looks like a scoop up
Not two.
1-1 going down all the way
This is
to the
for
final game.
the
This is
entire
for all
championship,
the marbles.
and I am currently losing mine.
You are taking the words right out of my mouth, Brad.
It's funny because when the production team, the admin team, were kind of talking to us about this, like when we were originally discussing this whole thing, we're like, "Hey, this could be a really long stream," and I'm like, "Be fine." But once you get here, like literally, I promise you, hours 1 through 6 were a breeze. But for some reason,
This
hit
last
wall.
hour is like,
yeah, you hit
yes,
a
sir,
wall.
Epic, going to game 3.
Welcome back, Epic. And I had to step out for a little bit, but hey, you stepped out thinking that you'd be gone for the rest of the day. We're still here.
You were mistaken.
I missed the entire NFC Championship of my hometown team I've rooted for my entire life to go to the Super Bowl and be the first ever team to host the Super Bowl for their home stadium for you guys. This shows I love this game so much.
Hey, man, it's been awesome, right?
Oh yeah, this has been fantastic. I wouldn't miss this for the world.
Like, I think like commentary for some sort of game or something has been like something I wanted to do for like since I was like 13 or 14. Like we're
Yeah.
10 years later and I'm actually doing it. It's like,
It's great. It's fun.
yeah.
You get to provide.
Though I will
beautiful
say,
insight.
if you told 13, 14 me that it would be about a card game, I wouldn't have believed you.
Yeah. Well, the
Because at the
wonderful
time
power
I
of
played,
esports, right?
I played, yeah, I played League of Legends and stuff. I was like, yeah, it's exciting.
This is exciting
mean,
too.
Yes, I will say things like Counter-Strike, League of Legends are definitely more where the casters would be like jumping up and down by something amazing happening. But obviously, there is nothing mechanical about this game.
I don't know, man.
So
There
you
are
never
some
see
moments
something.
where I kind of do jump up. Okay, you've seen our cameras on the
I
entire
mean,
time, even on
Yeah,
when we're not on the
yeah.
caster's desk.
I mean, like the
I get
windmill
hype.
slams are like hype.
Yeah. Or just seeing Sarkin come down, and you're like,
Yes.
finally, finally.
But I will say to people, I have been able to remain seated the whole time, which is a difference.
I had done a little hop up and down a little bit in the chair a few times. You know, as you do. This has been
At one point,
fun
for my
day,
own
though.
sake, I should invest in a standing desk.
Yeah.
But I have to sort
yeah.
out the wiring, which is a mess. Sort out the wiring, get it all nicely done.
Good luck.
Sounds like a typical thing that you do later. And then never. First step is a good microphone.
Well, the first two invitationals I covered, which was Pioneer with you and then the first modern one that we streamed, I stood both those for like 4 hours.
Yeah, and you noticed me sitting down and you got jealous.
I was like, what the hell?
What the hell? This guy's just sitting down the whole time. How dare
And
he?
now I'm in a setup where I can sit down. And now I'm regretting sitting down for 7 hours. Ooh,
I will
gotta crack the back
smoothly
up.
transition it into lying down. Granted, I can adjust my chair. I could just lay down for these finals if I wanted to.
Oh, I'm going for a walk after this.
Crank on the double mo. Yes.
Uh-oh.
That's what a way to end. What a way to end.
No, not like this. Oh no, is this the curse of the Invitational?
Yeah, this happens in our finals all the time, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is the third Pioneer Invitational where the last round, game 3, thank you Nox 19 for the follow, where they mold a 5. Oh no, and it's because Epic came back. Epic was in on all of those. Epic, it's your fault.
Leave Epic. No, but like realistically, what are we looking for now? If we're Crank It Man, we're looking for a 5. What's the type of 5 we're looking for?
You're looking for 3 lands, 3 fairy, and Narset. Would be a pretty nice start to kind of get you going, or something that
Yeah, and
just
you hope
accelerates,
to
or
like
like a
draw into a
Chandra.
fires.
Yeah.
So you want to draw? I'm thinking something like 3 lands, probably 3 fairy, fires, and then you like
Ooh, Fatal
draw, and
Passage
you're
start from Wentworth. That is the best
ooh.
thing ever if you're cranking man, because you're like, oh thank God, they have no lands, they have nothing.
And
Because
here we see
man,
planes being cast,
planes.
and
Ooh,
I mean, is this Dovin's veto? Is Dovin's veto in this list? Have a quick look.
yes, it is on the side.
Yes. So this is holding up Dovin's veto.
Hey,
For
Dovin's veto their
potential.
Thoughtseize on turn 2 would be really good.
Yeah,
Because
Thoughtseize could
if
just make you crumple here, right? This could just pull apart your entire game plan.
yeah, if Wentworth went turn 1 Thoughtseize, this is a way different game. But because they're also stumbling in their own right, which again makes the game a bit more even now. Another Fatal Passage, oh God, and there's Thoughtseize.
Are we seeing the veto?
And
He's just thinking probably like, how likely is he to take the veto? I think you veto anyway. Got nothing to do. But maybe
yeah,
he's like Omen of the
or
Sea.
he might be
Thinking
thinking
of
Ominous
veto.
too.
Maybe he's thinking between an Omen of the Sea and a veto.
Let's see, veto. Bone
Stomp
Crusher.
you. That gives me a
It
bad feeling about what this
it
hand is going to look
gives
like.
Narset, Gideon,
Omen.
and a land. Oh no,
I think
that's
it's
an
Omen.
Omen. You're
Gideon.
right. You're
I'm
correct.
surprised he went for the Bone Crusher and not the Omen.
Well,
I would have
Bone
gone for the
Crusher.
Omen, hide the potential good draw on top.
Yeah,
I think that's the time I would be looking for something a little bit more.
he could go turn 3 Bone Crusher here and then has a
True,
threat because
true.
he's seeing Wentworth stumble too.
Yeah, and he might want to. He's maybe thinking ahead. I'm thinking of trying to find a way to deal with Questing Beast.
Yeah.
And he's thinking like, I want to have this preemptive blocker for Questing Beast, so my Gideon is safe.
Well, we're a ways off from Questing Beast because he went blue, I assume, for Mystical Dispute in hand on his Fatal Passage. So there's no green right now. There's a basic land. Hey, look, we got Tron. There's Uro.
I always like that when you're playing a 3-color deck and you somehow your first 3 lands are just the 3 basics you need.
It's assembling
There
Tron.
you go. Yeah.
So driver's seat is Crank It Man now. We hope he drew something nice.
I was thinking, do I attack? Do we try
Yeah.
and this? Right? Are you gonna like go? Does he have a land?
Nothing open. Wait, there's a land behind. Oh, he did drop a land for so he could go Questing Beast now,
so
but now you're racing
land.
and you're ahead of this
Land
race currently.
Gideon. No land. You go Gideon.
He's
Here, right?
shocked. He shocked in a land. Well, getting that taken out last turn.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
the
Dolphins.
Gideon was taken out of the hand.
He has the Omen of the Sea right now. So what if he drew a Dovin's veto? So if he Dovin's veto something like a Nissa,
I think he's also just shocking it in for
another
whatever option
Thoughtseizes.
he's gonna get.
Oh, these Thoughtseizes. But these are hurting him, and Bone Crusher's a threat right now.
I mean, we discussed, right, the difference between Oath of Chandra and Bone Crusher. Bone Crusher doing work here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
goes
the
for
Omen. Potentially
again.
hide something.
Potentially just like go like land on top. Oh yeah, but top. I believe that was double top. Draws a
Yeah, it was.
land and maybe reveals a hand that's just 2 lands.
And then next turn draws the gas that he wants.
Yeah.
Oh, it's another stomp.
You.
Ooh.
Oh my! And revealing an island. That is wow.
All
Bone
right.
Crusher Giant
And then-
MVP here.
And then drawing gas, right? Because he
And
was
then probably-
top.
Maybe he draws like a Hero of Dominaria. I mean, probably running that straight into a dispute, but still.
He should be a
I think they're figuring
9
out the
right
life
now, right?
level.
Had he taken the
Well, he Thoughtseized twice, and he
Yeah,
got
and
attacked
then-
once by Bone Crusher.
So
No,
he
and he
should be
got
at 12
stomped twice. No, stomped twice. I think
so
attacked
4, 8,
once.
12. He should be at 8. Oh, he gained 3 of Uro. So it was 11. He's at 11.
Yeah, it's been double stomped. Did he? He was attacked by Bone Crusher once, I believe.
Yes, he was. Double stomp, double Thoughtseize, Uro, and Bone Crusher. So that all that damage was down to 8. He should be at 11 or at 11 because of Uro. There it is. Sorted out. 11.
And that's going to be relevant here. This is a race.
Yeah.
Right. Wentworth's playing a land. What's going to happen? No Uro yet, but Uro soon.
Questing Beast.
Questing Beast.
Questing Beast. You swing
Well,
it anyway.
definitely.
You swing
Yeah,
at him
just
because then you have the other
vigilance,
Bone
whatever.
Crusher. Also,
You
if
got
you have
vigilance,
a
doesn't matter.
Teferi, would be nice.
But here, this gives the opportunity. He hits something gas on top. Is this going to be like a Hero of Dominaria? A
Tucking
Chandra?
Questing Beast would be amazing.
Or
And
Chandra, outright kill it.
Yeah. Does he have double red?
I'm not sure if he does.
I don't think he does. There's the
I believe
plane or
there's
the
a
island as
trio.
well.
I think there's a Steam Vents and a Sulfur Falls. Yeah, there's a Steam Vents and a Sulfur Falls there.
Okay.
So
Suddenly, I'm a bit more perked up now. We're getting
Yeah, but
intense.
what's this? What's the card? Because he topped. He hid a card
Yeah.
from that omen.
So I'm trying to think what that card is.
Come on, play it. Show us the money.
5 fairy?
Sarkon! Gentlemen!
Oh man.
Oh my goodness.
Swing
That
in.
is gas.
Be aggressive. Come on.
Yeah, get aggro with your Bone Crusher Giant. Come on.
Like if they there's no way they kept Fatal Push in, right? So it's either Abrupt Decay or Assassin's Trophy for the they don't swing in. Okay. So they're
playing it safe.
really
I'm
hoping to
Not
protect this
not
Sarkhan.
surprising. Yeah, they might want to plus the Sarkon, minus it again for a dragon at one point. Have the Bone Crusher to block. Just playing it ultra safe, which I cannot blame them for. However, you are looking at an Uro that is eventually coming your way, and there is no sign of having an answer to this thing.
You hope you draw into it. I mean, you have the ability to scry with Omen the Sea eventually. Though you're presenting, man.
Like if he plays a Fabled Passage and cracks it, he's got Uro. And I think at that point the game is over. Trades for the Bone Crusher Giant. Wentworth opening up the trade. 3. Murderous
Swift
Rider.
End
Swift
on
End, yeah.
on the
what I
Sarkhan.
assume to be the Sarkon.
Yeah.
But taken 2.
Down to 9.
I'm gonna go down.
I would have
5.
traded with the dragon instead.
Yeah, because the Bone Crusher's punishing effect. But
Yeah.
the flying though. The flying. Next turn you're looking at something like an Uro, a Jace, a Questing Beast. If he now plays another Questing Beast, you get the option.
Adding Yorion to hand.
There's Yorion. What's being played?
Shocking
it in. I like it. Shock it. Yeah. You can crack your Omen of the Sea. You can play your Bone Crusher here.
That's
Shock
true
it,
as well.
Play Bone Crusher.
Yeah, there's Bone Crusher. And
Swing,
get in with a
send him to
flyer.
7. Boom.
He should be at 5. 2 damage off of 2 life off of what's it called?
Did he lose the 2 life?
I didn't see him lose it. He was already at 11.
Yeah, he needs to lose 2 life.
He should be at 5.
Which is like very important here.
Yeah, I know we don't usually like to do this, but if we have any of the production team or any of the judges available, I recommend stepping in real quick and saying, "Hey, 2 unless they're sorting out right now." There it is, 5.
Yeah,
got
perfect.
it. Perfect.
Cool.
Woo!
On 5. Just
Get
this
me
game
on
is
edge.
too close to get something like that happen. Because there is a playset of
Entirely
Bone Crusher
distracted.
Giant. There's a playset of Bone Crusher Giant in Kranken's deck.
Yeah.
I think I would be somewhat tempted to upkeep Scry with because you want to blink it with Yorion and get another activation out of your Omen of the Sea.
Mhm.
Almost be like, oh, do you just upkeep Scry and just find the Bone Crusher?
Greed, the greed. You want to end it now?
No, because you want to be able to draw into Gideon Emblem and have your lethal.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Or even just Teferi bounce a thing. You have so many. Okay, you drew into nothing.
Wait, is he
down to 1?
Is he not attacking with the Bone Crusher? Oh my God! Stomp!
Stomp! No
Stomp
way!
for lethal. Oh, Bone Crusher Giant.
They did it.
Oath of
Jessica,
Chandra.
super friends. Also,
On
the
a
mix and
mold
match
of
art, like
5.
the Mad Lad.
The mold to
Oh.
5 for the Bone
Crank It
Crusher
Man.
Giant.
Pulls it off. The
Oath
digital
of-
handshake. The digital
Oath
handshake.
of Chandra. Oath of Chandra could stick it. Bone Crusher Giant. The real OG.
What a game.
Oh my.
The Mold of 5. All right. Ping Crank It Man. Let's get him in here.
I love how I just said, like, card
Ping him.
game.
Game. What a match. What a finals. What an entire invitational. Look, I told you I was getting foggy a little bit, but like that last match got me going again because we saw.
Yeah,
the
now
Mold
it's
of
gonna
5,
take me
we
another
saw-
hour to fall asleep.
Oh my
That
goodness.
was-
Where's the ping?
wow.
Scratch, where are you at? I want to make sure you're here too. I don't know if you stepped away because you are an interviewer, but I'm going to get on this action a little bit too. We got to get him in. He's the champion. Crank It
him
Man
out.
just won. Where's he at? Where's he at? I'm getting impatient.
Crank
There he is.
it!
You won?
I did
Good.
it.
Congratulations. You went from okay, we were on the edge of our seat a little bit because we saw when we had this match happen originally, right? Earlier in the day, we're
Yeah.
like, hey, preemptively, is this the finals matchup? Are we going to see the whoever loses just run the table and the losers, or just win in the losers bracket or the lower bracket and just come back to this anyway? And we're like, there's a very good chance they will. And that's what happened. And then you just lose the first match in very close games. I don't know did you get a chance to watch the Sultai mid-range matchup against Mono Black in the losers bracket?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Your opponent was absolutely on fire
Yeah.
for like 3 straight matches
Yeah.
when it came to their draws. And you Mold of 5, game 3, loser goes home, or I guess goes to your kitchen because I imagine you're still at home. How are you feeling about mowing the 5 there, and what were you looking for?
Well, so my first hand was 0 lands, my second hand was 1 land, so there was no keeping either
Yeah.
of those. So I just
Yeah,
got really unlucky. And
Very
then
gross.
I played my tapped whatever, and I crossed my fingers as I passed the turn, and I was like, if he turn 1 thought seizes me, this is it. This is the game right here. And then
Yeah.
I drew like 2 more Bone Crusher Giants, and I was like, okay, I guess I'm playing this game now. I guess I'm playing mono red. And so I just
Yeah.
I just went for beats, and it eventually ended up working. So
Yeah,
those
the
are
red
like
Yorion.
the closest games I think I've had with this deck in a long time.
What went through your head when you top decked that Bone Crusher Giant there to win the game?
I knew the game was pretty over anyway. I don't know what he could have drawn. But I top decked the Bone Crusher Giant. I was like, oh, so this is it. So this is the end of the game. Because like my backup plan was to just Yorion,
Yeah.
Yeah.
blink out Omen of the Sea and get more cards. And I was like, I mean, I guess he can escape Uro, but then even then, I don't think that's enough. But
Yeah, it
Yeah,
was
that
an uphill
was-
battle from there. But like that was, I mean, when I saw that turn 1 Fable passage from him, when you mold to 5, I was like, oh, Crank It Man's just going, oh, thank God.
yeah, I think Wentworth even commented, he's like, I think that's the most excitement I've ever seen out of a turn 1 Fable passage.
And what about you cracking the Omen of the Sea? We were thinking like, what 5-mana card is on? What gas did he hide from the Thoughtseize? Like Chandra, Teferi, and then we just see the Sarkon, the one-off Sarkon.
Yeah,
How many times did we see Sarkon come into play when you were on camera? We kept
Twice.
saying, hey, the one of Sarkon. We're like, come on, get it. And then you finally got it. And I literally threw my arms up. I was like, yes,
Yeah,
finally.
you guys were making fun of me for my 81 card deck, and Sarkon was the one card that I didn't have the heart to
Yeah,
cut.
someone in chat was saying like he always plays 81, and I was like, you probably put in the Sarkon because it's cool.
Yep.
Is that actually why it's in? Like you can
Oh,
get
yeah,
yourself
absolutely.
to cut Sarkon.
I could not get Sarkon has won me so many games against so many matchups that I don't have the heart to cut it.
You
Well,
can't sit
I
there
mean,
and cut, like,
it paid off.
Yeah,
right?
it's
I don't
almost
know what
never
you would
bad.
cut. I
Great
mean-
card,
I mean-
and perfect timing.
Oh yeah.
It's
You
like the
won.
card had something to prove.
Yeah, that's like the
Uh,
one up
no,
Chandra in the sideboard. just
I
like
would
there
say
when I need
Bone
it.
Crusher Giant. at Summon Approved because you were
Okay,
you were
yes.
dogging on Bonecrusher Giant a lot.
I was thinking in a deck I would expect like the power of like Oaths, especially blinking them with Yorion too. I was thinking of Oath of Chandra, where I found the Bonecrusher to be a little bit unusual in the slot, but it really paid off, especially in that last match.
Oh yeah, there's a version of this deck that somebody was running a while ago and 5-0'd a couple times, and it was running the Fae of Wishes sideboard because you can get so much value from fires. And
Yeah.
I started by running that sort of list and said I don't like Fae of Wishes. Like it just loses the aggro matchup. And so and especially the control matchup, because especially if they don't know my deck list and I can just drop Bonecrusher Giants when they've sideboarded out like Fatal Push and whatnot. It's just been way better than Fae of Wishes has ever been.
It worked. I mean,
Yeah,
you won.
and a card like Oath, do you feel like your deck is not as reliant on Yorion, or not as built around Yorion, as like
Yeah.
one like running more of the Oaths and stuff would be?
Yeah, Yorion is good. It lets me get more cards that I wanted to play in, is pretty much the main reason. And then it's just extra value, because with fires, I can blink out fires with Yorion. I can buy Yorion to my hand for free and then play him for free. It's just there's rarely a situation where it's bad, especially because I don't have as much card draw early game other than Teferi and Omen of the Sea. And so if I get turn 1 Thought Seized, there's always the Yorion to fall back on.
Yeah, it's even just the value of that sort of 8th card in your opening hand.
Yep.
The sheer amount of turn 1 Thoughtseize we saw from any black deck today was like, I think I counted twice was the amount of times we did not see turn 1 Thoughtseize.
Yep.
From any black deck. It was incredible. Or at least a turn 1 play in general. Like Mono Black had their plethora of 1-drops that they got. But
yeah, and
congratulations
Wentworth
again.
Thanks. And Wentworth was commenting after, because we played earlier in the tournament as well, and I 2-0'd.
Yeah.
He was commenting, I didn't think the matchup was that close. I was like, really? Because that was probably the closest matches I've ever played.
Yeah. Oh, it was
it was incredible, right? This was one of the best series we've seen on the Pioneer Invitationals, at least.
Yep.
Yeah. Incredibly entertaining. I do have one last question to ask you. How does it feel to beat Uro on his birthday to win the entire Invitational?
Yeah, I'm sorry for my French, but fuck you, Uro. Lick my balls. But yeah, I saw somebody put it I think I was watching the stream and Yorion had the birthday hat on, and I was like, no way.
Yeah.
But
happy birthday.
Woo! Yeah, but
and then
I was on the phone. I was on the phone.
Oh yes, we saw that
in the middle of that, and it was my pizza order that was supposed to get here during the break. So I have that to go to now.
Well, we won't keep you from your food long because, of course, we're in the same boat. We've been with you the entire way. I'll actually no, you got a 2-hour break, so never mind. We're in worse condition than you are.
Yeah,
but,
I appreciate you guys putting this on. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, thank you.
It was a lot of fun. But yeah, thanks for coming on. Thank you for participating, and again, congratulations and happy birthday, Uro.
Happy birthday, Uro. Have a good rest
that
of your
sounded
day.
so insincere. You're like, happy birthday, Uro. Now please leave.
Yeah, happy birthday. Anyway, have a good rest of y'all's nights.
Thank you.
You too.
And hopefully see you around for the next Invitational.
Sounds good. Later.
Hey, see ya.
All right, now I have to turn my attention to the viewers. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for hanging out with us and just enduring this massively long production. We got to put some special thanks to not only Alex, my partner, for sticking it through. He is over there in the Netherlands, 6 hours ahead, so it's late. It's late.
It's late. My alarm is at 8.
So thank you so much, Alex, for sticking it through with us. Thank you so much for Gibby, who's our streamer for both yesterday and today. Thank you so much for Scratch and Epic, Matt, Nameless, all the other people on the admin and production team for helping make this kind of work together. And it would not happen without anyone. And most importantly, this would not happen without any of you guys watching and the community that we've gathered here with the MTG at Home Discord server in general. It's been a wonderful show.
We currently have 1,829 members in this Discord. That is unreal. right? The growth we still have, and like the matches keep getting better, more people keep playing. You know, the merging of like sort of the EU time and NA time scene to coalesce in this invitational. That's just all been
Yeah.
great. Like it's been uphill so far.
Yep.
It's fantastic.
And I guess
I will say the 1 hour wall. But the moment that 1 hour wall ended, the last 20 minutes have been
yeah,
wow.
that was great. Got that little pep in your step again, right?
Yeah.
Now, Alex, on the way out the door, if people want to know more about you for some reason, where can they find you?
Thanks. You can find me on Twitter at Disciple of Bolas. Most of the things will obviously be related to Pioneer, deck lists, takes, retweets, mostly Magic related, etc.
Yep.
And obviously, I can be found on the Discord, just like everyone else involved.
Same here. Found on Discord. You can find me on any social media whatsoever that you can think of under the tag Bradcifer, Bradcifer. It is a funny inside joke about combining my name with Lucifer. It's really stupid and silly, but it is what it is. And you can also find both Alex and I on the Pioneer Perspective. So you can listen to us, like I said earlier, week in, week out. We have a new episode out currently and another one out next week that will be our top 5 cards for Pioneer from Kaldheim. So that's going to be really a lot of fun. But with that, again, we thank you. We love you. We appreciate you sticking it out this long. I have nothing more to say. Join the MTG at Home Discord server if you have not already. And yeah, we hope to see you next time. We have Modern and Legacy next month. And Alex and I will be back the month after for some more Pioneer. Until then.
For all the people from EU time, good night.
Yep, good night. And go Bucks. Bye-bye, everyone. Goodbye.